Later, oh, the fire escalated. A vehicle exploded.
Submission.
El Paso Airport.
What do you read? You're off.
No. Yeah, another one.
Deborah, just let me know when you're ready to start. All right, folks, we're going to start here in just a second. If you can
Yeah. Yeah.
No problem. Thank you for checking that.
Yeah.
Okay, our recording's on, so
What's up?
I said the recording is up, so.
All right. So we're going to call this meeting to order at 5:30. Let's start with a roll call, please. All right. With me for the pledge of allegiance. I remain standing for the
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with
and the Texas flag.
honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God.
And we don't have, if you can please remain standing for the invocation, we don't have, we normally have a pastor here, so if you're okay with it, I'll just provide the prayer for this. Please bow your heads. Dear Lord, thank you for being in our lives and guiding our lives and our hearts. Thank you for an amazing community where people come together and they care and they do what they believe is right. So thank you. Be present in these proceedings. Please help us to do and act and decide and help give guidance and wisdom to thank you. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen.
Please be seated. All right. I'm going to ask for citizens' comments. I just want to make something very clear. There is on the discussion and appropriate action. There is no approval of the documents tonight. We're not ready for that, but there is other possible action direction that we can give. So I just wanted to make sure that everybody was clear on that. If you will, please come up and speak for citizens' comments. State your name and your address and keep comments to 3 minutes, please.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, staff. My name is Robert Lee. I live at 1314 Gentiles. I will not be staying for the public hearing, but I have given my input. Each one of you have one, since it's going to be a long time till that happens, but I'll hit some highlights here. Like the last line in Casablanca when the police chief said, round up the usual suspects. Well, here I am again. Some of this applies to the UDO and the other documents, some in general. And 132 says the neighborhood is a primary organizing unit of the city. The formation of neighborhoods encourages residents to know their neighbors, to help maintain the neighborhood, and to be responsible for guiding the evolution of the neighborhood over time. UDO comments, the documents are too long. The UDO at 249 pages or whatever could be at least 30% shorter than it is. There needs to be an index or something up front that gives you where all these other documents that are referenced in the UDO and the others, where they're located. The maps need a better agenda. Some don't have agendas. And so as I made a mistake last week, misreading one of the maps because it wasn't labeled. I'd like to see some rationale as to the what and why about historic areas. Right now, there's no real logic behind what's on the map. Approval processes in here, such as an historic area, could take as much as 6 weeks for a person to go through all the different processes they have to do something. That's far, far too long. We're here to serve the people. That means you could have a meeting earlier than do it. Need the verbiage in the UDO on maintenance of fences, houses, lot cleanliness, and other structures. You talk about historic, but you'd make no mention whatsoever of the rest of the town. A lot of it looks pretty darn shabby. There's fences that have needed redoing forever. There's cars, there's junk, there's trash, all kind of stuff. And so we're going to clean it up. Let's clean it up and put something in there. Additional dwelling units, I think that need to be extremely limited. The only person that wants another accessory dwelling unit in their backyard is the person that wants the one in their backyard. Their neighbors probably don't want that. Short-term rentals have been the bane of many residential areas, and many large and small cities have dramatically cut back on short-term rentals, as it has led to crumbling of what were strong neighborhoods filled with citizens raising families and living through retirement. RVs and other powered vehicles, right now you can park those on your lots. I'm personally against that because you don't know where it's going to be parked. You don't know how big it's going to be. It's going to be in the front, the side, the back. Who knows? We have the land. Let's do an RV park, okay? We've got 7 acres by the car dealership. Let's give a break to people in town to park their stuff there, okay? We can make some money, and we get them out of the neighborhoods, and they look a lot nicer. Water requirements. Right now, there's nothing specifically listed about how much the developer needs to bring, and I've given you quite a long paragraph on that in my thing. Nothing in our plan that I saw about use of treated wastewater, and we've got a goal line there on water, 250,000 gallons a day. We just we throw it away. Let's use it, pipe it, put it places. There's lots of things we could do with that. We have a canal that runs atop of town that goes across the highway.
Can you please wrap it up?
I'm sorry?
Can you wrap it up, please? You're over time.
Take a lot of string. Anyway, you have the rest of it. I've given a copy to Brianna. I asked her, she does not have to read it all, but there's a lot of stuff in here about the UDO that you guys can take a look at and consider it my input. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
And thank you, Councilman King, for your clarification.
You're welcome. Thank you for that.
All right, who else would like to speak? Please.
Deb, we're on, right? It's
Yes,
live streaming?
yes.
Okay.
Someone else.
Doug Whitaker at 1406 Gentiles, and I've lived here for 10 years, and my problems have been the same all the way through. When we built our house, we submitted drawings to the city. They approved these drawings, and didn't mention that every time it rains, I'd probably be flooded out. So every time it rains, we're doing sandbags in our driveway, on the porch, and yet every month on my electric bill and utilities, stuff like that, it's got the section for drainage. Nothing's ever been done for me, not one single thing. And again, I keep seeing the thought processes out there about these new regulations and stuff. I would invite every one of y'all to my house to see all the regulations that have not been kept up with at all or enforced equally at all, not a single bit. You would all be invited. I could explain them much better than in person. And I've spoke to Paul Carey about it before. I've spoke to Darren before, and the lack of equality. And right now there's trailers, there's mobile homes or travel trailers all over the city of Castroville parked in people's backyards with the extensions out, plugged in, and that probably doesn't meet our compliance codes, but they're certainly doing it all the time. And I actually brought it to the city 2 years ago. We had this 3 houses from my house, and you had somebody moved in 3 storage sheds and filled it full of people. And our compliance officer knocked on the door and said, "Are people living here?" And they said, "No." "Okay, bye." And I had to bring it up about 3 times, and they finally found out 17 people were living in these sheds. And I'm talking trashy sheds. And that's where neighborhoods just go to pieces. And we've got a lot between the Dairy Queen and Gentiles, and I'm fixing to wrap it up. You've got cars that haven't moved in 15 years, 10 years. You have the same lots completely filled with trash. And I wish that we'd just worry about compliance of those. I'm sure that that's in our books now. It just seems like there's zero enforcement. And the last thing I'll end with is I know of a lot that got like that in Uvalde, And the officers came, got the guy, took him in for a mental health check, and while he was gone, they cleared that lot. And I know that sounds harsh, but when things get that bad and it ruins the value of your property, it's probably called for. And thank y'all very much.
Thank you, Doug. All right, who else would like to speak for citizens' comments?
Good evening. My name is Bruce Alexander. I live at 516 Vienna Street. I'm here this evening just as much for the people online and the people here as I am to make comments to the City Council. I just want to remind everybody that Castroville is a Type A general law city, and we're required to comply with the Texas Local Government Code and other state laws that limit the authority of the city to adopt rules and regulations that do not conflict with state law, or that you prohibited, we have to comply with state law on all our rules. Every ordinance has to have a statute behind it to support it. At this time, I renew my request previously stated to the mayor, city council, and members of city staff concerning the adoption of the proposed downtown master plan, the proposed comprehensive plan, and the proposed unified development ordinance. Specifically, Chapter 211.007 of the Local Government Code states that the governing body cannot hold a public hearing on a change in zoning until they first receive a final report from the Planning and Zoning Commission on the proposed zoning changes. There's been no report provided. No public hearing by the City Council on that matter is authorized by the Local Government Code. The Planning and Zoning Commission is currently reviewing the proposed changes with staff at regular monthly meetings. I also request that the contractor hired by the city to prepare these plans, Simple City, and city staff be told to work with the Planning and Zoning Commission to review the proposed plans and modify them as may be required to meet the needs and desires of the city before bringing this issue back to City Council for final review and consideration. This issue belongs in the Planning and Zoning Commission according to the Local Government Code, and then pass on a recommendation back to City Council. It doesn't belong here on regular meetings. No portion of the proposed plans should be considered for approval until all the plans are in final form and ready for approval. Chapter 211.004 of the Local Government Code states that the zoning regulations must be adopted in accordance with a comprehensive plan. While most people are focused on the UDO, the comprehensive plan manages the zoning rules that will be established. The proposed comprehensive plan and downtown master plan is currently under review by the Zoning Commission and should not be approved until the zoning issues are resolved. I also removed my request made to City Council last fall specifically, to, as a minimum, wait to see the outcome of pending legislation under consideration by the state concerning many of the issues of concern shared by a large group of Castroville citizens. Specifically, House Bill 1779 generally sets regulations of accessory dwelling units by a political subdivision. It sets the rules on size limits and where they can be built.
Can you please wrap it up?
I'm sorry?
Can you wrap it up, please? You're over 3 minutes.
Well, House Bill 779 allows 2 accessory dwelling units on every 10,000 square foot lot. SB 673 allows the property owner to bring action against the city, which the city would lose its government immunity for anything that violates the zoning rules. House Bill 369 prohibits a political subdivision from changing zoning rules in areas zoned for single-family residences zoned prior to September 1, 2023. It's designed to protect single-family residential areas from multi-housing units built on these type lots. Exceptions to the legislation require written notices to properties within 200 feet and a written affidavit from each property owner that would allow that to happen. As a member of the P&Z, I look forward to continuing meeting with and working with city staff to develop a final version of the downtown master plan, comprehensive plan, and unified development ordinance for future city council consideration. Thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you, Bruce. Would somebody else like to speak for citizens' comments? Do we have the list already filled out? Oh, could you bring that up for me?
Not me, but.
No, I didn't ask you.
Officers.
I wouldn't ask you to do that. I know you don't get up for that.
We'd be here a while.
We got you. Karen, thank you for reporting that out. I appreciate that.
Here to serve.
Thank you, officer. Please.
Okay, my name is Karen Brunaire, 112 River Forest in Castroville. Last week, there was a little bit of a confusion on House Bill 2840 that says a governmental body shall allow each member of the public who desires to address the body regarding an item on an agenda for an open meeting of the body to address the body regarding the item at the meeting before or during the body's consideration of the item. And the confusion was, does that mean we have to pick, or y'all have to pick, we can address before or we can address during? And I'm just here to say that in order for you guys to pick which one we can speak under, the proper wordage would have been to address the body regarding the item at the meeting either before or during. And since it does not state that you have to choose one going forward, I think you can expect to be hearing from us during discussion of items. Thank you.
Thank you. Next we have, okay, Arnie.
Yeah. And I didn't sign up because I
That's all
normally don't. We just get up. Anyway, Arnie DeLacy, 109 River Bluff here in town. Two things. First, I'm going to leave this and ask Ms. Howe to post it somewhere, but it is the announcement of the 2025 Poppy Poster Contest, where we normally have like 60, 65 participants. It explains what the adult, high school, and youth ages will win if selected as winners, and what the grand prize winner is one of these that's hanging on the wall up here, which is recognized as the Poppy Poster of the Year. All entrants, no matter what age they are, must have their artwork turned in to the Steinbach House Visitor Center by 4 o'clock on March the 8th. The judging will be done and the winners announced on Saturday, March the 15th. And they will hang then in the Magnolia filling station for about a month thereafter. The other one, this I think most people have seen or know about it, but anyway, it's the 14th annual Tour de Castroville on April the 5th. And this year we're probably going to have somewhere in the neighborhood of between 650 to 700 actual registrants, plus American Vote Sport Association is intertwined with us and have been for about the last 7 years. They normally have between 80 and 100 participants that aren't counted in our numbers because they don't register with us. That as a group also marks and mans all of the 5K walking, running, and rest stop areas. And then the rest would be our 30 or 60 mile bicycle riders that go from here to about 8 miles past Lacoste and back. If anybody wants to participate, you can go online and just type in whether it be under the city, under Visit Castroville, or Athlete Guild, which is a registration form, Tour de Castroville. It pops up, gives you all the information, the cost, where everything is, all the route maps and all that kind of thing. So if anybody is interested, there's one out in the front of City Hall anyway, if anybody wants one. I have this, and I think I've distributed about 185 of them to 78 different businesses, from UTSA Architectural School to North, everywhere else, to Hondo, to Lacoste, to Lytle, to wherever. And so we are getting good registration numbers so far. We're ahead of last year, and that's it. Thanks.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Arnie. I could call people. Just come on up as you need. The next person for citizens' comments, please. I've got 2 different lists, so I figure it's easier if you guys just come on up.
One of the lists I had set up for the public hearings, just to make it easier. Now, if they wanted both of them, that's okay, but I just
There we
kind of tried.
That makes sense.
And they may want to do both, I don't know.
Hi, I'm Arlene Smith, 811 Lower Lacoste Road. I don't pretend to know all of these various ordinances. I came tonight because we own property in the historic district. I care about the historic district. I'm all about conservation. I would like to see that the historic district remains historic. I don't want to see additional buildings on these properties. I understand if you have a disabled child or parent and you need something that you can put on your property, but I think it needs to be on a case-by-case basis. I would not want to see a lot of infill in the historic district. And that's all I have to say.
Great. Thanks, Arlene.
Thank you.
All right. Next person for citizens' comments. Come on up, Karen.
Go ahead, Jordan. What takes me longer? You go ahead and get up and I'll be getting up while you're talking. It does take me a while.
Good evening. I'm Valerie Youngman. My husband, David, and I live at 218 Alvina Street. We also have a home here on 512 Paris Street. I plan to speak tonight also during public hearing portion. However, first I'd like to share this. In watching television, news, and other social media outlets, every day is a new day of power struggles and evolving situations all over the world. And I'm reminded of how precious our freedom is. I thank God we still have our freedom in this country. My son-in-law carried out 7 wartime deployments in the Air Force, both in Afghanistan and Iraq, to defend us and our freedoms. This is not a brag, it's a reminder that freedom is not free. It always comes at a price and should come with a debt of gratitude. What we owe all who have helped us give us this freedom is to be able to be people of character, honesty, straight shooters, giving factual explanations rather than excuses, and to use common sense. I realize we're only given 3 minutes to speak. Maybe that's something that needs to be revisited. Maybe 5 minutes. We seem to cut people off right in the middle of important items they're discussing. However, I'm hoping you'll be much more interested in what remarks people have to say tonight than watching the grains in the sand on the timer. And we ask that you listen and not just be heard. Thank you.
Thank you. Karen?
Have I mentioned that I'm slow too?
Take your time.
Okay, Karen Fifield, 805 Washington Street, right here in my hometown of Castroville. Remember a while back when I argued with you guys for 3 months over charging late fees to senior citizens? And then we found out it's a state law, okay, that went into effect August 30th of 1993. Okay. Now, to my opinion, I don't know who you're getting your information from, but my guess is the legal counsel that we have is not adequate. Because if this person is supposed to be keeping y'all up to date on changes that can affect the city, then they dropped the ball. Barring that, I would think it would be the city administrator's job to pick up the slack. So between the two, you guys should have known. All right. Now, having said that, there is also a requirement that was not followed. And that requirement is to annually publicize that this is a thing, that anybody age 60 or older on Social Security or disabled is eligible for the no late fee thing. I mean, kudos for doing the senior discount program. That was good. I appreciate that. Every penny counts. But I'm just saying, you guys, it's hard. I've been there. It's hard being on city council. There is a lot of reading, a lot of things. that you have to keep up with. So if you cannot count on the people that are providing that information to you, then you need new people. Okay? I was very pleased to note that we took out your comments and we took out the staff agenda things, which shortened this considerably. So I was very happy about that. So thank y'all.
Great, thank you.
Oh, and by the way, I agree with Ms. Ferris. It's not either or.
Thank you.
Bernier, sorry. I
Right.
knew her from high school.
Would anybody else like to speak for citizens' comments? All right.
Mayor, we have before y'all, I
Oh,
don't know
thank
how
you.
you want to do 2 comments that came in on emails,
Okay, please.
but I don't know if it's should be read now.
Yeah.
Or
just do it
during the public
citizens'
hearings.
comments.
Okay.
Did they specify during citizens' comments or during public hearing?
One is from, well, it's from a couple. One's from Patrick Connor and one's from Meg Connor.
Okay.
And they're talking about the UDO and the comp plan and the downtown master plan. It just says public comment.
Well, at the end, it says add these comments to the public record for
Right.
agenda items 9 and 10.
Okay,
So-
let's hold off for the public hearing then.
Okay.
All right, great, thank you. All right, next item is consent agenda. On the consent agenda, we have minutes for January 28th, 2025, regularly called meeting. Accept FY 2025 first quarter investment report and accept and approve FY 2025 first quarter financial report. Do I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. Next item is the City Council Liaison Report. Let's see, we have the Airport Advisory Board on the special called meeting for February 10th.
Well, and that got canceled.
That got canceled.
Yeah.
Yes, at the last minute.
The Library Advisory Board special
It was
call
canceled.
canceled. Oh,
I
yeah,
think all
right
of
here.
them
It
are.
tells me right there in front of me.
Yeah.
Historic Landmark Commission, no meeting to report on. I guess there's no more on there. Okay. That was easy. Yeah. All right, next item is, we're going to do presentations. The presentation of, the first presentation is presentation of TDA Form A 1024 CDBG, Section 3 Goals and Concepts as related to the CDBG program and grant contract CDV 23-0365.
That's right. I was like, who's doing this? Is that long?
Let's see.
And while we're doing this, we might point out that this is a new agenda program. So it's laid out a little different.
Different.
Yes,
Yep.
this is the first launch of it. And also the packets are online now for everyone to see.
Okay.
So we're working on it.
If you guys didn't catch that, and for the people who are watching online, we've changed up the way that we're doing the agendas. So we're putting up not just the agendas, but the entire packets on the website. It is available from the website on the,
It's under the
Agendas and-
agendas and minutes, and then there's a heading above it that you click on that, and it goes into all the agendas that are posted and the packets. There's also one on for the planning and zoning tomorrow night that we have.
Great.
So that way you can go through all of the information.
so part of this is we really strive to leave a legacy of information. So it's not just putting up the ones for right now, but that way, if you want to go back and refer to something, sometimes it's really hard to do that and it's hard to remember when that happened. And so we're trying to make it even more available for the information, not just for what's in front of us today, but what was in front of us weeks, months, and years ago.
So
Okay, do you have the presentation ready, Scott?
Sort of.
Okay. Oh, and Scott, can you introduce our attorney, please?
Sure. So Paul Windland is filling in for now. We'll see if we have him permanently or not. As I mentioned at the last regular meeting, our regular attorney, Dan Sanchez, had a tragic loss in his family, and he is taking care of those personal matters And so for the time being, Paul is joining us. He has an extensive career, but he's new to this firm. So not new to municipal law, but new to the firm that represents us. And we're grateful that you were able to be here. I can only assume that traffic was terrible. I know how it is. So Paul, welcome. Okay, what I wanted to show you, just on the heels of what the mayor shared, if you were to go to our agenda area on our public web page, so this is our agenda center. This is where our agendas are today. You'll see a notice. It says we have moved to a new platform for the hosting of our agenda material, and there's a link. That link will take you to this. And on here, you can sort by the meeting type and the dates. So obviously, we only just started using this, so we only have a couple of meetings up there. But what is new about this, and it's what you heard both Deborah and the mayor speaking to, is now the entire packet is available when the council gets it. So that's a very new thing for the community, and certainly a step towards transparency. So just FYI, if you go to our regular website, you can still go to that agenda place that you're probably used to. It'll link you to this, and you can find what you're looking for. So that's what I've done. I've pulled this up here. I also wanted to demonstrate this, the agenda management software that we're using. Our staff has the ability to go in and add items to future agendas, and they upload their documents, and it gives opportunity for review by the mayor, by Deborah, by me, and allows us to be hopefully a little better prepared for these meetings. So we're excited about the new software, and I think it's always scary, but for the most part, the feedback that I've received from our staff has been very positive. So I want to click into here. And we're just going to check. I apologize, I have not tested this feature, but I'm pretty sure I can click on that. So, as stated in your agenda item, this is something that's required. It's a presentation required. We're receiving what is called a community development block grant from the federal government. It's administered by the state of Texas. GrantWorks is our grant administrator for this project. One of the interesting things, so I've worked in several cities in Texas, and usually you don't really have a difficult time finding a place where you can apply for a CDBG grant because CDBG grants are based on income and a family's income level, but you have to have a certain percentage of folks in the area that you plan to do the project that fall within a certain income level. And I think I've shared this before publicly, but Castroville is the first place I've ever worked where that's been a real struggle. Because typically a lot of cities, they have red line districts, if some people call them, they'll have railroad tracks or something that divides it, usually leads to lower income or lower valued homes. And Castroville just doesn't have that. So when we did a survey of areas that we could, where we could do this project. It was, like I said, it was very, very difficult to find enough of an area where we could actually do a project. But thankfully, we did find one small section, and that's this will be for a water line replacement project. This is really not directed to the people in this room, but I have to give it publicly. This is mostly for the benefit of the contractors who will be doing the work. Respec is our engineer on this project, and they have made this available to all the contractors. But nonetheless, I'm gonna present this. I am not the expert in this area, and if you have any questions, I'll just invite people to send me an email. If you've got any questions about this particular presentation. If I go too fast, remember the entire packet is out on the web, so you can go and look at it and back up and ask me questions. And I will, in all honesty, I'm going to forward that to our grant administrator and see what the answer is. So, but with that, we'll just go through this. So, we recently received the following grant award. This is grant number CDV 23-0365. The award amount was $525,000 for water improvements. The grant is funded through Community Development Block Grant, and this is through the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development and the Texas Department of Agriculture. They're the folks that administer these grants for the entire state of Texas. As a condition of funding, the city of Castroville must comply with Section 3 of the Housing and Urban Development Act of 1968. To the greatest extent feasible, grant recipients must direct economic opportunities generated by CDBG funds to low and very low income persons. That's what I was speaking to earlier. In part, this means ensuring that Section 3 businesses have the information to submit a bid or proposal for the project, and Section 3 workers have information about any available job opportunities related to the project. For precise definitions, see TX CDBG Policy Issuance 20-01. A company may qualify as a Section 3 business if the following is true. It is owned by low-income persons. It is owned by Section 8 assisted housing residents, or 75% of all labor hours for the business in a 3-month period are performed by Section 3 workers. And you can register to be recognized as a Section 3 or Section 3 worker or business at this HUD website. I'm not going to read that, but there it is. The project is expected to include the following contracting opportunities: grant administration services. That's already been selected. I mentioned that's our GrantWorks is doing that role. Engineering services, that has also been selected. RESPEC is the one doing that for us. And then the prime contractor for water improvements. So we are opening bids, I think later this week. I have to remember. I think it's later this week. And once those bids are open, we'll have those reviewed and we'll have a recommendation to council on how to proceed. Did that go too many? Yeah, okay.
Quick question, what does CDBG stand for?
Community Development Block Grant.
But I thought you said we didn't get grants, that were all matching fund grants.
No.
That's not correct. And we can provide clarification after this, but we do
I
it.
mean, at the last time, never mind.
Okay.
Yeah, we don't have very many examples of this, but this is there's a couple examples through the state law enforcement, Lone Star program, some of the others where we don't have to match, or there'll be very low match, and this is one of those. But they're very, very few and far between.
Most of them have 50%, 20%, 10% match.
Right. Okay. You may okay. So you may qualify as Section 3 worker if your annual income is below the county threshold for your family size. You are a current or recent youth build participant. You can register your information and search for opportunities at workintexas.com. Section 3 workers that reside near the project location may also qualify as targeted Section 3 workers. For this project, that service area is defined by this map. And I recognize that is very hard to see, but I'm not able to blow it up. So
Where is it at?
let's see if that works. That helps some. So I believe this is centered on us. Like that is, where is the project?
Yeah.
It's like near Berlin, right on the west end of Berlin Street. Berlin, between Berlin and Washington.
Yeah,
There,
okay.
in that area.
Is that what you mean?
Yeah, so Alsace would be the north-south. Berlin and Washington both run east-west mostly. And it's in that general area. Okay, so that's the map of where you can reside anywhere within that gold circle and be eligible for this project. Okay, I don't care about that. Let's see. The city of Castroville will track all hours worked on the project based on the 3 categories of workers. This will require collection of certain income information, and this is where the contractors just need to be aware of this. It is tedious. That this is the reason that federally funded projects, very often when you see the bids, if you've had experience bidding projects, you'll say, well, holy cow, why is it so much? Well, part of it is because we're government, and I think people think we have deep pockets, but also because there really are some pretty tedious requirements associated with some of these grants. So it'll be all workers, all Section 3 workers, and then targeted Section 3 workers. And those are all based on income. Texas CDBG Policy Issuance 20-01, revised policy, Section 3, version 1 PDF. So there's a link to that. And then there's the 24 CFR Part 75 and a link to that. And I am the legal contact for this project. So again, if you have any questions directed to me, and I will do my best to get you your answers. That's all I have.
I have just one, hopefully quick question. Do we at this time know whether this grant is likely to be affected by recent executive actions?
It is not likely.
Okay.
In part because it is income based. But I don't think anybody knows anything for sure. I mean, you watch the news and there's just all kinds of things. This has been awarded, so I think it's relatively safe. The concern obviously is on all of these grants, including our community center grant, those are all refund basis. So we spend the money, then they refund us. And we have agreements in place to allow for that. But I cannot with absolute 100% certainty say that this grant will get refunded. I believe it'd be the case in part because it's just a very utilized program by the U.S. Department of Agriculture, and I think there'd be holy murder if they did away with it. But those are my thoughts.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Any other questions about that? All right. Next presentation is on the downtown master plan, the comprehensive plan, and the UDO. For this, we have Brianna and Simple City.
Do you have the thing ready? Okay. Hi, good evening, City Council. Yeah. All right, so here we are again with the UDO stuff. It seems like it's been going on for a while now. Okay, so I just want to preface this because just as Mr. Alexander stated, there are state law requirements that say before City Council can take any action on anything specifically related to zoning matters, that it does have to get a recommendation from Planning and Zoning, which is correct. So we do understand that. Just like Planning and Zoning at the last meeting, what we did with them is we had a public hearing because we really wanted Planning and Zoning to hear the comments from the public and the citizens firsthand. And so that's why we did it in this format. This is the same presentation that y'all saw at Planning and Zoning. So the reason why we're doing the same one is because some of the members from City Council were not at that meeting. So they have a chance to review the same information that Planning and Zoning did. So I just want to let y'all know that we do understand the state law requirements, and this is just to give y'all a chance to hear from citizens and also to have discussion amongst yourselves in front of everybody. So, okay.
Thank you. And if I can remind people, the reason that we're doing it like this, we're doing a lot of meetings about this. We're doing it purposely because we want to make sure that we keep it in front of you. We've done it throughout the entire process because we wanted to make sure that it was done in front of you with your participation. And so we will continue to do that. And we're going to have too many meetings about it, but we want to make sure that it's better to have too many meetings than not enough. So we want to do this full open kimono. Okay, please with the presentation.
Well, yeah, I'll just unplug this.
Yes, sorry. That's from my mom.
All right. All right. Good evening, Mayor, City Council. My name is Matt Lewis with Simple City Design, and we're glad to be here with you all today to introduce the downtown master plan and the comprehensive plan. We'll start with the downtown master plan first. And just to note, these plans were derivative and based off of the vision and mission of Castroville. The entire intent with these plans is to capture what you all know and love about Castroville and recalibrate that back into your policies so that those places are supported, legal, and actually buildable again in Castroville so that we can ensure that Castroville remains Castroville. The original founders of Castroville laid this town out very intentionally with parks and grids in the in this beautiful setting tucked into the arms of the Medina River. And the blocks were built and assembled as population grew. It didn't happen all at one time like you see developments happening today. It was very incremental in its nature and has been achieved very well over time as the town built out as the population arrived. There's been several public workshops on this, starting out with the Castroville DNA. The DNA is the physical and numerical patterns that make up the community. How wide are the blocks? What do the streets look like? Where do the buildings fit on the lots? What are the lot patterns? And during that process is when we extracted your famous 13887 lots, that you all have throughout your town. It's one of the foundations for your development patterns and the way that the community built. It's what makes the community feel this rural and urban, this community matches town and country so well. And that's what makes it unique and special. And those are the characteristics that really we're trying to thread into these elements. Then we had Castroville Dreamin'. It's where we thought big. We dreamed about these ideas, how the different patterns could fit together. That exited going into the Castroville Design Rodeo, if you all recall. It's where we started designing the standards and writing what these could look like. And it's like, what if we and how might we? And those patterns started to get broken down into the Code Rodeo. The Code is where the development standards starting getting introduced to show how the implementation and the integration of authentic Castroville was being preserved and enhanced throughout this process, written into the code standards. Then it went into the community roundup, is where we started rolling out the standards, letting people make comments, make changes, and that led into the code walkthrough, which we did 2 days in December, and where we had December the 10th, and Wednesday, the December the 11th, where we went through with the community. Everyone got to come in, identify their parcel, look at what it was based off of the zoning, then when it went to, and make comments and recommendations at that point. And there's been a lot of public engagement throughout this entire effort. A lot of people showing up to the different events. Lots of new faces came, particularly after we sent out that notification saying your property will be rezoned, which next time we should do in Castroville at the very start of the meeting, right when you kick this off. Send out, your property may lose its rights, and that's how you should start everything in the city. I think that would be a really good way. But that way you get people there on the front end, everyone feels engaged, and make sure that they're engaged at the very front end would be important. Out of those efforts came the Castroville Back to Our Future and the Downtown Castroville Master Plan. So we'll start with the downtown master plan. You all had a downtown master plan, and you have a comprehensive master plan. We worked really hard to reconcile that, and we've heard through some of the public meetings, we've already done this, and some of the stuff was already written, and you've already said this. And it's like, yes, you really have, but nothing happened with it. It's still sitting in the same condition it was at the time that the plan was adopted 26 years ago. Now it's time to get the plans reintegrated with matching its fiscal elements, the budgetary elements, as well as the policy alignment, so you actually can implement these plans. The downtown master plan is not a laundry list of to-do items. It's not intended to overwhelm your budgetary aspects. It's to help support the businesses and growth patterns in the town to incrementally allow for growth. Small business, retail, support those elements so that they can actually thrive and you get this connected downtown. One of the key things we saw in the previously downtowns was having Paris Street be the main street. So that got threaded in, as well as some definition along Fiorella, creating that two-connection street that starts to establish main streets in Castroville. Is one of the critical elements is, we call it filling in the missing teeth of the street. And so you can actually start to incrementally build those places out in the same scale and context as the community is already established. The downtown master plan boundary encompasses the original Henry Castro area, as well as your tax increment reinvestment zone, also known as a TERS. And your TERS is a financing mechanism that helps you leverage the redevelopment and the increased tax base of downtown back into the downtown district. This is not an additional tax, but rather a district that captures the incremental increase in value as it goes up and reinvest it back into that district, which is a great funding source to do projects within the downtown and help the business owners. It could be used for facade grant improvements. It could be used for fire suppression. You can use it for many different things. It could help with the redevelopment of public infrastructure at the time that development goes forward, so you can help offset some of the public dollars that are getting invested in new development in the downtown districts. That's another thing that can be used for us as well. And then we've done this through a series of illustrative drawings and call-outs that would help you actually organize how the plan implementation can go forward. It's called Downtown Reimagined, and it gives you a series of call-outs. And then it goes into a series of implementation steps. Again, they're not intended to be overwhelming. They're intended to be small elements, wayfinding, leveraging existing businesses, forming a downtown steering committee that will help, with the, managing and programming downtown, which you have you do a great job of already, and those kind of things can continue. And so there's a full implementation of the downtown master plan, again, to help you incrementally take these places and redevelop them. One of the key elements was the public works yard redevelopment. Right now, it's a laydown yard in town. The city asked us to study and analyze what could happen with that property. We did several renderings and illustrations and worked with the community. They voted on which ones they liked the best. We integrated those into the plan. And this plan was developed through a series of tweaks and analysis and community input. And so it's taken shape over the last 2 years into what it's become. And so with that, that concludes the presentation on the downtown master plan.
Can you share, in the downtown master plan, there's the last few pages in that talk about the, and you talked a little bit about that implementation plan, but
Yes,
I've heard a couple of questions about how does this actually go into practice? And I want to make sure that we point people to that so you can see what that process might look like. Do you have that available?
I don't have it on a slide, no, sir. It is in the plan. The goal, though, is to establish the appropriate staffing, budget, and turn those into projects. They need to be wrapped into a capital improvement program or a downtown implementation plan. And so, these items require, action and persistence and, people investing their time and energy to actually accomplish some of them. And partnerships, and so I think that the implementation plan is kind of broken into that, and it can be assigned to various staff members. But again, even internal for working staff, it needs to be the water and wastewater people, the electric utility, this planning staff, and city administrators, the budget, the finance office, and all of these elements need to be incorporated into it so that there's a checks and balances, and so that it actually gets assembled in the appropriate way, and that it also helps with ownership. And so that's how the implementation plan is broken down.
Scott.
Oh, yes.
Oh, and really quickly, while they're going through that, will you make sure you pull up the, just so we can do this afterward for the public hearing?
What?
Bring up the downtown master plan just on your computer so you can present it afterward for the public hearing. And then the same thing with comprehensive master plan. And we'll be looking at the last few pages that talk about what that process is. That way it doesn't pull away from your presentation.
And another thing is that it can be incremental. So I had a citizen call me, I believe it was yesterday, and he was like, why do we have all of these references to the plans inside the UDO? Because currently in our CZO and our subdivision ordinances, we don't reference any of our plans. And so whenever somebody's going through the UDO and doing development, then it refers back to these plans. So then it's becoming incremental as they're going through, so they can refer back to what our vision and our plans were to begin with. So it can also be incremental.
Great. Yeah. Thank you.
Can I ask a question?
Absolutely. Yeah.
On the downtown master plan, on page 50, it has the layout of Fiorella Street and Paris Street, and it mentions 2 roundabouts that I'm looking at on the design here, and that's cool. But how much real estate will homeowners, organizations, or businesses lose for the installation of it? Because especially right here at Paris and Fiorella, there is no setback.
Right. On the locations, they're intended to be small mountable curbs, and they could be delineators. And so it could be a really small, narrow traffic circle that would just be mountable. And so you can bypass it, and it's just in the middle of the intersection. But I mean, again, these are illustrative renderings. This is not like the engineered design. And it's trying to plant some seeds and say, yes, this works. No, this doesn't work. And the other thing that it's trying to do is create a terminal view corridor for your eye. Instead of having this really long corridor, you create places where your eye terminates into it and makes this special. But yes, ma'am, that's a good question.
And then on the public works yard, I brought up to people, as well as people brought up to me about ideas for the public works yard. And I keep saying, put a library there. We need a new library. It's big enough, it is central. And we were even discussing about, we could put the library there, and then on one side of it, we could put like a coffee shop there. That way people could sit outside and have coffee, read book, something. So not necessarily.
I mean, The intent with this is that the buildings could be flexible and the end users could be,
Okay.
coffee shops, but that's a great recommendation. And having a library as an anchor brings a wide group of people, it brings kids, it activates the space. It's a great,
Okay.
potential use.
Okay, that's all I have.
All right, any other questions? All right, did you guys want to ask any questions about this? I know that we've got the public hearing about this, but this is, I want to have this with a little bit of clarity. I know that we've gone through portions of this. Okay. We'll give them just a second, let them, I just want to get a little bit of feedback. We can get into more comments as we get into the public hearing, but I just wanted to see if anybody had questions about this specific presentation.
Okay, thanks.
Okay. All right, we can move on to the next one, the comprehensive master plan.
All right. The next item is the comprehensive master plan. And your comprehensive master plan is your, 15, 20,000 foot view of the community. It's how things assemble. It's where things go, how they function, and how they fit together. The comprehensive master plan establishes the regulations for your zoning ordinance. And so the comprehensive master plan is broken into a series of chapters. It starts out by really recognizing the existing patterns of Castroville. Castroville functions like a complete community. It's got different services. It has different housing types. It's got different allowances for how people live. It's got access to nature. It's this wonderful space that is, again, directly abutted to a natural setting. And so that was highlighted in there. The way that this got drafted was by first doing what we call as a green print. We looked at the natural topography and natural grades of Castroville. And we analyzed the hydrology and the stormwater management and how your streets function and how the blocks worked and all of these different elements. And then we overlaid the blueprint, which is your existing built environment, onto the green print. And what this does is it shows you places that are developable, non-developable, places that need to be preserved, places that can be enhanced, places that need property maintenance codes, those types of things, which, by the way, a lot of the comments during the public comment were property maintenance code items, and that is not housed within your UDO typically, but property maintenance code and property maintenance aspect can thread into it. So I think that, as this gets adopted and brought into the policies, those elements can really thread into various standards where you feel that those conflict points may be present. That was a side tangent, but what happens is when you see your blueprint over your green print, you start to see these patterns, and they were very intentional in where they laid out this grid, really celebrating nature. They kept it off of the banks, and those patterns helped inform the land use growth guidance plan. And the growth guidance plan helps, preserve, enhance, and change where development's happening. So the first area is the area of stability. It's the horseshoe. We heard very loud and clear that preservation of this area is critical to the success of Castroville. We agree that we believe that the keys for the future of Castroville were housed within this area. Changing it is detrimental, and it needs to be preserved in the context that it is, which was very clearly stated throughout these documents, the UDO as well, and then integrated into the characteristics of your downtown master plan. The next is the area of conservation. These are areas where different development patterns could be introduced that would allow preservation of open space as well as development. And so there's a balance, maybe a 50-50 balance of development to preservation of land. And what this does is it makes sure that small area flooding from upstream development doesn't impact you all downstream. And, while some of this is to the east of you all of the watersheds and the sub-watersheds were analyzed in order to best provide solutions for how the community could grow without creating negative flooding throughout the town. And that was one of the key elements that was integrated into the comprehensive master plan. And it was one of the most thorough analysis within the master plan was looking at the hydrology and making sure that the street sections that were getting recommended matched the Castroville streets, but also worked for stormwater conveyance. And that was a critical point. You all don't have curb and gutter throughout a lot of your urban sections. The streets function as your stormwater drains and they're open swells. Those were modeled and mapped and then validated by both some of the previous hydrology studies y'all have done and as well as by city staff. And so that the recommendations within the comprehensive master plan match those as well. The other thing that is really critical about this is matching intensities with infrastructure. Rural areas were assigned rural infrastructure. That way you don't put urban infrastructure that have 18-foot concrete sidewalks, curb and gutter in an area that's not appropriate. It's almost like wearing a tuxedo to a two-step. You know, it's like the wrong tool for the job. But the
Hold on one second here, Karen. Let him come. Okay, hold on. Just give him a second to finish the presentation and we'll come back to you, I promise.
Awesome. Thank you, darling. I was just trying to figure out where we were.
Yeah, it's a big area.
So this area encompasses your city limits as well as your extraterritorial jurisdiction, your ETJ. And so as you all know, people can get in and out of the ETJ under the most recent legislation, but under the current plan, under the existing jurisdiction, these boundaries are how this is represented. Within new developments, within those areas, there are 3 development patterns introduced. One is traditional neighborhood development. It's what you have. It's what you've built. It's what you know. It's the short walkable blocks, 330 feet by 330 feet, plus or minus. The next was clustered land development. What that is where you cluster the houses into a smaller geography and you preserve open space. A lot of developments that are built this way have great trail systems and parks threaded through them and have higher, yields as well. Yes, sir.
Can I back you up for just a second? I just want to, there's some context that I think that we've spent hundreds or thousands of hours getting into this. And so it's kind of like industry terms, things that we understand. Can you just take a step back for a second and talk about why do we have the development plans in the comprehensive master plan and how does that correlate with UDO?
Yes, sir.
I think just stepping back and giving some context to that, I think would help people understand it a little bit better.
That's great. So different development patterns yield different results. Right now, you're getting a development pattern in your peripheral is known as suburban sprawl. It's rooftops have large cul-de-sacs, wide streets, and then the retail is along the highway frontage. The multifamily also goes along the highway frontage. Completely segregation of uses, and the segregation of uses has created outcomes where unaffordability, traffic, air quality, the list of issues goes on and on. Furthermore, it was one of the key patterns your community wholeheartedly rejected throughout this process. They said that they didn't want, we've heard it from numerous community members as we introduced this. And so the goal with the development patterns was so that when development came to town, you had clear direction for what they could build in Castroville. The first option they can build is continue Castroville. We have these wonderful patterns. Those have been reintroduced back to the developers to say, here, if you want to build in Castroville, here's the Castroville patterns. And the standards that make up your downtown are now allowed your downtown within the horseshoe, which is residential, retail, house form commercial, as well as like offices, all the way up to urban. And so urban is like Blue Lacy. That's as urban as Castroville gets, or the theater, if you will. That's considered an urban form. Buildings are brought to the street and the sidewalks interface with the building. There's not a setback, that type of thing. That's your urban zone. And so within the development patterns, it gives them a range of place types that they could build in order to accomplish this. And so it's reintroducing that pattern back. And having 3 patterns gives the development community opportunities to choose which one works best for their models. Some models may not fit within this. Your conventional home builders that build the cul-de-sacs with the garage out front and that type of thing, they would probably want to choose a traditional neighborhood development or cluster development. And so they could still build residential and have their retail on the peripheral. Those types of things would be allowed. It's a really flexible way of developing. And what would happen is when the developer came to town, they would create a neighborhood plan. And that would be the first thing that the community sees is their initial layout. It's before they go spend a bunch of money engineering and drawing all of their lot plans. It's just a neighborhood concept so that the community could see what's going where and how much of what is going where. And so the process really uses these development patterns to put them into a classification, knowing what would be required of the community from an infrastructure standpoint, from a development perspective, or the intensity perspective, from traffic, all of these different elements, water, resource management, stormwater, those elements would kind of be fleshed out within that.
So one of the things that we talk about here, and I'm sorry, I'm stepping on your presentation a little bit.
No, it's okay.
I'm just trying to bring some additional clarity. If you think about clustered land development, back in the mid-19th century, that's exactly what Castro had done. He did cluster land development. The clustered land was inside the city limits, and the space in between were the outlots, the 160 or 320.
It's just that back then, you're talking to people that were in horses and buggies,
Yep.
and needed stables and that kind of stuff. So they needed the land.
Right.
And Castroville's carried that tradition.
Yep.
And the new developments that are coming in are, it seems like you want to squish this together. We're not San Antonio, don't want to be San
Agreed.
Antonio.
And that's why we have things like this, because the economies of scale are different now than they were back then. It was pennies per acre versus tens or more of thousands of dollars per acre. So the economies of scale are different, but the concepts are the same. One of the things that we had asked them to do is study how did we develop. Unfortunately, we developed very slowly and incrementally, which is the best way to do it. And that's not what we're faced with right now. We're faced with a lot of people putting down a lot of concrete and they're putting down a lot of stuff. They're building a lot of things. And so what we're trying to do is say, here are the acceptable forms that you can take. Because otherwise, if you think about what happened on Petrenko, the same thing, if you look at the same forms come from Petrenko and 211, those exact same forms are what you're seeing built coming down 211, all the way up to the apartments that they're building right now that are in front of the houses with a school tucked way back in the back. And so we're trying to say, don't build it like you're used to doing it in San Antonio. Their codes say build it like this. We're saying build it like Castroville is, where you've got the services that are closer to people. You can have some clustering, but make sure that if you have clustering, that you have spaces in between as well, because we value those as well. And so the reason that we've got these three different types is to let developers know, if you're going to be developing here, the forms that you see in San Antonio, they're not what we want here. We would like to see something like this, and trying to give them some flexibility in their own business models, trying to meet them where they are so that they can fit one of these that meets with them. And so that's the context of this. And so in the master plan, it gives types of like neighborhood level, city, I mean, it's like our city level. And then the codes are the ones that are the minute details that form that. So I just wanted to give the context of why are we even showing this, so that people would understand the interplay between the comprehensive master plan as a high level overview and then the UDO as the finite details.
Yes,
Aren't
that's correct.
you also, these are the same places you're talking about reducing the lot size so you can cram more houses in?
We are not asking them to reduce lot sizes. We would love for them to build 13,887 lots. We cannot mandate them to. We are not legally allowed. You look surprised. I felt surprised. No, within the city limits, we can absolutely, within the city limits. I know our legislature is trying to take away that ability as well, but right now we can say within our city, this is the size of lot we're allowed to have. In what we call the ETJ, I say it like that because they've taken that away from us as well. So our city limits are drawn very, very tight, and all of the development that's happening right now is in the ETJ. So you either meet them where they are, with very rare exception, there are thousands of acres that are being developed right now in our ETJ. And so you meet them where they are and find the forms that meet better with what we would expect, and try and make forms that allow them not to have to jump out onto Highway 90 for everything.
That would be nice. Highway 90 is such a.
It is, absolutely. And that's why we're doing this, is because we're trying to avoid what happened on Petrenko, what is happening right now on 211. We're trying to keep that from happening on Highway 90 as well. Yeah, I know. We're honestly, we're 25 years behind this. We've known that it's coming. I've looked back at records of mayors and councils that have been talking about, who was it that said, I think it was Bob Lee, maybe it was somebody else said, the Death Star is coming. Well, the Death Star is here. And we're trying to deal with it. We're behind the times, but these are the efforts that we're trying to do to make sure that things like that happen. And some of this is still encouragement, but we're trying to write it into the code so that they know what the standard is. Does that make sense?
That was great.
Right. Yeah.
It will ruin this whole city.
Agreed.
And our whole Alsatian, our history of our ancestors.
So this is specifically set up, and we've got some questions that we'll dig through in after the public hearing as council's talking about this. There are some things that we need to address in there as well. But what we're saying is this is for large development outside of city limits in our outskirts, somebody that is going to be in our ETJ, even if they remove it, we're saying this is what we expect to see.
They're always going to come back and want to do it in the city.
Yeah, but our codes can mandate that they can't do that. Yeah, no, our codes are.
If you took a vote, this whole city, y'all will all find the same answer.
I think that if you took a vote on city council, you'd find the same answer. So we're trying to protect inside of the city limits and then deal with what's happening outside of the city limits. So these that we're talking about, these are for large. This right here is what, 60 acres?
That one's 110 acres.
That's 110 acres. So we're talking about the larger farms that have been sold primarily east of it. Luckily, most of the people west of us are not selling. And so these are the small things that we can control. Okay, please continue. I'm sorry, I didn't.
No, that was great. Thank you, Mayor. And then the comprehensive master plan also has an implementation plan. And the implementation plan is broken into two separate chapters. One is continuing Castroville, maintaining the existing horseshoe and making sure that you protect it, including stormwater management. We put that as one of your most critical elements that needs to be addressed. Under the models that we've modeled, area flooding is very, very highly likely as the droughts and storm events continue to happen at their extremes like they are, including, overtoppling the banks, through some of our modeling. So that was one of the critical ones, which actually coincides with street planning. Using the streets to help better mitigate stormwater management will be really critical, but maintaining these Castro streets. Your slow streets and your rural street sections are what make the town so quaint. And so we actually wrote the street standards to allow even new developments to emulate some of those street standards where you don't blow out these massive streets that create speeding and, all the other problems that you've seen. As well as a Highway 90 district and coming up with a plan of trying to at least mitigate some of the impacts of Highway 90, including taming and striping, just a striping plan for Highway 90 and working with TxDOT. Having a coalition of people would be really important. And even if you were able to restripe Highway 90, it would be a large win. Next was goals for New Castroville. As New Castroville growth happened, ensuring that growth guidance was done in a fiscally responsible manner from the developer's perspective, and the infrastructure investments that the community will be doing so that you're not causing negative impacts on tax base or utility rates, ensuring that the actual planning matches the yield that it's going to have. So your development intensities match your utility intensities so that they can actually pay for themselves and you're not having your existing citizens subsidize new growth. It's really critical, and it was a goal of the plan. Even during the development process, we heard about crosstown connections and connectivity and the interconnectivity of the block. We heard it from your ISD, from your ESD, from the council, and someone else was really critical on it. But so that has been really an important element that threaded through the comprehensive master plan and then into the UDO policies as well. Securing and preserving the natural features was really critical. And then carrying over Castroville, the existing development patterns could be replicated into new patterns. And so instead of having subdivisions and strip centers, you get additions. And so you start to get the extension of this wonderful place that y'all have into new developments. And so it's written in there to allow Castroville to continue to build out in the context that it's built out, and it didn't make it illegal outside of the area where it exists. And so it's providing those opportunities in there. With that, that's the presentation for the comprehensive master plan. We're here to answer any questions you may have. Thanks, Mayor.
Okay.
I had one question. On the areas of growth and stability slide, what is the area of stability way up there off of 471 on the north side?
That's a great question. It had steep slopes and it had geographic things, right?
The area of
Come up
stability
here.
there is because it is an existing development.
Oh, an existing development.
Structures and homes and buildings that exist there now. A lot of the area of conservation
Oh, the
are like even larger ranches. I believe those are RV park, or small subdivision. So the intention is to keep it stable and that you don't want to push change that way, but it wouldn't be fair to call it an area of conservation as it's not a natural place in existence now.
And I think we should talk about that once we get past the public hearing in our discussion phase. That's one of the items that I've got for discussion. So digging into that a little bit more.
Okay.
Okay, council, any other questions on this? All right, do you guys have any questions on this? Okay. All right, please.
All right. I'm sorry. Let me see here real quick. Are we going to the UDO now, sir?
Is that that is a presentation?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, please.
Okay, so the Unified Development Code are the standards that implement the policies. It is your subdivision ordinance, your zoning ordinance, your development standards, your street standards, your sign standards, your stormwater elements. Those kinds of things are wrapped into your Unified Development Code. And what we've done is it made it as graphic and easy as possible for the staff, for the development community, for even citizens to come in and find where their place type is or their zoning classification and what standards apply to it. And so we've got these tables in there that actually implement these different components. The development table lists each of the components with the place type going from the blocks, the block length requirements, from your street frontages, the street types that would be allowed. And this is also used for new development. So this is not just for the existing development. This is mainly to regulate new developments, and it shows you how the various elements fit together in totality to create a place or create a neighborhood. And then the standards for the various place changes with intensity as the place type gets more intense. So place type 1 is nature. You go in and out. You're not sleeping there. There's no structures there. Place type 2 is rural lands, sparsely settled. They're ranchettes, they're farms, they're, those types of places. And some people don't want to farm, but they just want to have a lot of acreage. And so that would be allowed. And that's a place type that is coded in. Place type 2.5 is historic residential. That's what everyone loves and knows. The minimum lot sizes were increased to 12,000 square feet. The reason it was 12,000 instead of 13,887 was to incorporate some lots that were 12,000 square feet that would now be legal conforming. So if they came to build a deck or if they came to build an addition, they wouldn't have to seek a variance in order to do just basic improvements. It would allow them to be legal conforming lots under these standards. And so that was one of the reasons. We hear that you all may want to change that. This is at the will of the council. That number can be whatever you all would like it to be. But that was the reasoning behind the reason. So, and then the intensity goes all the way up to place type 5, which is your urban environment. And that element is calibrated in here. And so the lot coverage changes with the intensity, the placement of the buildings move back and forward with the intensity. Signage goes in different places. There's residential different building types that are allowed under certain place types. And we worked very hard to make sure that we preserve the historic residential within the horseshoe. That zoning classification would be allowed, though, in new neighborhoods. So that, they would be allowed to rebuild the original Castro style area outside of Castroville under these standards. And that was one of the key elements that wasn't getting incorporated. And then this continues on. The reason that it's written like this is that 90% of the UDO is shown on these charts. This shows all of your tools in a quick cheat sheet so that the city staff can administer it quickly. They know the standards, they know where to look, and then it's written in text as well, supported by the actual ordinance. As well as it's written in a format like this within each of the place type standards. So each place type has a chart like this that's kind of more graphic, and it's it shows all of the isolated standards as it pertains to that individual place type. So it's easier if you're just working in one place type. You don't need to see all the other elements. It's written in this way as well, and then it's supported by the text of the document within it. This is the place type map that's going to be integrated in as well. And so this shows what places go where and the various intensities. You'll also notice that the historic overlay is on there as well. And there's a zoomed in version of it. And then that. There were some areas here that had place type 3 lots on them due to their lot size. And so based off of the public input, they were changed to place type 2.5, and those lots would just be legal non-conforming lots now. They would not meet the minimum standards because the lot sizes are smaller than 12,000 square feet, and those would now just be legal non-conforming lots. There's the other airport district with the employment centers. And then chapter 5 are the private lot development standards. This is where the actual structures get put on the lot, what the lot coverage is, the different building types, building placements. And these elements are calibrated off of the Castroville patterns. And so we looked at where your largest lot was, what was your smallest lot, what was the lot that was the house closest to the street, which one was the furthest from the street. And those elements got incorporated in here so that your existing town would now be legal, conforming, because each of those houses now would meet these standards unless it didn't meet the minimum lot sizes. We worked very hard to basically re-legalize your town that you have. And so the development standards within the UDO implement what you see on the ground. And this is the structure of the lot. So you have a public right-of-way out front, which is your street. Within the street, you have your travel zone, your parking lane, your landscape and sidewalk zone. And those elements will vary depending on the street section, but that's generally the physical makeup of your right-of-way, of your street types. And then the lots are broken down into 3 layers. And the purpose of that is to make sure that the different places and elements fit within the different layers of the lot. For example, front porches and fences go in the first layer. The principal facade will always start at the second layer. The third layer is the backyard. And we say what happens in the backyard stays in the backyard. And that's kind of like a good way to do it, including RVs. RVs under the current draft ordinance would be required in the third layers. They could not be located in the first or second layer, just for clarification of that. Building placements, we wanted to make sure that you all saw that one principal building is allowed in all place types per lot. Additional buildings would be considered accessory buildings. Cottage courts were exempt from that, so we took those out, by the way. So they're out of place type 2.5 and place type 3 has been removed. And then accessory dwelling units must follow the place type standards with basically 1 to each lot. And so that's the way that it's written. The next portion of the presentation, Brianna is going to do an analysis showing what could be built under the UDO versus the CZO, and just a compare and contrast.
Okay, so what I did for planning and zoning, because I thought it would bring a little bit more information to what could be done on a current lot in the existing horseshoe of Castroville, because a lot of people are concerned about those things. So what I did is I took 3 different lots, a small infill lot that already had a residence on them, a small infill lot without a residence, and a large infill lot. And I put addresses to them, but don't hold me to those. I only went to Google search. I didn't go actually scope out the lot or anything. So it was just for an example. Okay, so 609 Vienna. Okay, so we're going to go through the different things that they can do there. So the zoning, would it have to go through HLC? What could be allowed there? What kind of lots could be there? And the subdivision of that lot. So we'll go through each of those things for each of the 3 examples. The first, just to give you a location of where this is at. So as you can see, it's within the horseshoe. It's that little blue rectangle right in the middle-ish. An aerial view. So you can see from this that there's, it's a historic lot. It's placed within the HE district, and it's a single-family residence on this lot. It has a couple accessory structures. This is a pretty typical lot in downtown, or in the center of Castroville. Sorry about that. Okay, so zoning. So from this map, you can see that the existing zoning is HE, which is a lot minimum of 12,000 square feet. And then the proposed zoning is 2.5, which is also historic residential. So it's not changing in zoning. That classification is not changing whatsoever. In the historic district, if you can see the red boundary, I know it's a little bit small. I think I used the older map for this, so that's why you still see the blue parcels. But the historic district is outlined in red, and so would this lot go to HLC for review? Yes, it would, because it's within that district. So anything proposed on that lot, that could be fencing, that could be a new accessory building, that could be something done to the outside of the house, that would have to go through HLC for review currently and in the future. Okay, so what's allowed on this lot? So as you can see, you can have a detached dwelling. You can also have an accessory dwelling unit per the proposed UDO. That has to be located in the third layer. And of course, accessory buildings would have also located in the third layer. Okay, just so to give you an idea of, he just went over this, but just so you know, the first layer is anything in front of the house, the second layer is 20 feet behind the first layer, and the third layer is anything past that. And so as you can see, the accessory buildings or the ADU could be in the third layer of that parcel. And only one is allowed. Okay, so the lot itself, what is the minimums? So the minimum lot is 12,000 square foot. I do believe in our current CZO, depending on if you're RA versus HE, some of them do say 12,000. I think the RA is 12,000 minimum square foot, and the HE is a 13,883. I don't think it's 7, but I would have to. Or 13,991. Yeah. So we already have, yeah. So, but the minimum for the P 2.5 is 12,000 square foot. The lot coverage, the maximum is 40%. Right now, the current lot coverage allowed is 60% in these districts, both RA and HE. So this is actually bringing it down a little bit. So yes, you could put an accessory dwelling unit, but the amount of coverage for the accessory buildings, the accessory dwelling, the primary structures, and the concrete. Oh,
You lost
my.
What you're talking about be grandfathered in?
Well, we're going to walk through this. Yes, everything that is here is it. We're not telling everybody to tear down all their things. So these are the new rules. And what we're doing right now is we're comparing the new rules with the old rules. We've had a lot of requests for people to understand what can be done currently under our existing CZO and what could be done under the UDO, and just making sure that people are aware. This is more, I think, for what your neighbors can do than it is for what you can do. But if you have something existing, it does not change. You don't have to tear down any buildings. You don't have to tear down any homes.
Oh, that ain't happening.
Exactly. I know. There's no question.
Hit the little button if you have it.
This is not the button we normally use.
Yeah, that's,
For this guy.
sorry, let me just try it.
Presentation, Joe.
While she's getting that back up, does anybody have any questions about what we're looking at here?
Yeah.
You want me to try and pull it up on mine?
Valerie, you had a question?
Yes, in the area of Country Village, over in addition, that side of town, not in Horseshoe. So P3, no cottages?
Right now, there are no cottages in there. And we're going to talk about specifically about Country Village, River Bluff, and Westheim Village, because I think there's some changes that need to be made there too. But currently, right now in 2.5, which is inside the Horseshoe, and in place type 3, the cottage courts are not allowed.
Okay, but I'm also, I'm not in Country Village technically, I'm in the old Reading District.
Right. We kind of incorporate, I know they're two different things, but it's one general area.
Well,
So yes.
I want to make it, I want to clarify that because the lot sizes are way different.
Right.
My lot size is 27,000 square feet.
Yep.
And most of them are 12.
Yep.
So.
Mine's larger too. Yep. Absolutely.
Just
I
not
don't know,
working.
it's showing green, but it's not.
So you can exit out and then go
We
back in?
tried that, yeah.
Okay. Which presentation is this? It's UDO, but
This is her,
is it in the packet?
No.
You want,
I do have a suggestion. If y'all are gonna.
We got a second.
Acronyms, give us an index of the acronyms.
Agreed.
So we can keep up.
Which acronym were you asking about?
The two she just used, and then when I had to stop him and ask him, it would be helpful if you're gonna speak in acronyms for us to know what they mean.
Mhm.
And not
Which
have
which
to-
acronym? Yeah, I totally agree. Okay, so while
Yeah.
she's
While this is
go ahead and do
trying
that.
to
I
go.
can talk while you're doing that. So you
Okay,
can
yeah.
concentrate. So the CZO is our current comprehensive zoning ordinance. That is the thing that was passed first in 1975 and has been updated since.
Yeah,
Uh,
y'all updated it when you didn't like my fence.
no, that
I'm just gonna restart it.
that was already in place. Sorry, Karen. That was updated way before you put up your fence.
It actually wasn't.
Okay.
No, it's really,
Yeah. So
there it goes.
that is beyond my time. I was not here.
You were.
We did not change it since I got here.
City ordinance was changed because of the fence I put up across the front of my property.
No, I ran into the same issue. It's been clarified since then.
Yeah, now they define it as from your front door to the left.
It was defined like that before. Valerie, you had another question?
Yes, same question.
Yep.
When did the cottage courts get taken out of P3 override?
I think that was taken out in the last iteration. That should be the one that is on this. That is not in P3 anymore, right?
It's not in P 2.5.
Oh, it is still in P3. Okay. And I have, my apologies.
Your packet today, and it's still.
It's still, okay, that, I misspoke there. I have a suggestion on that. We'll talk about that in just a second, because the idea is to protect, if we look at what we're trying to accomplish here, I mean, yes, we need to update the codes. You always have to update your codes, but that's kind of foundational. The two things we're really trying to accomplish is make sure that your built environment doesn't change. And you've been very clear about that. Everybody's been very clear. I think that it is no question. We've been trying to figure out how to make it look like what it is. The problem is that in doing that, you open it up to people being able to abuse that. And we want to make sure that we're protecting people that have been here. You've been here for a very long time, and there are other people that have been here. We don't want to change your built environment. And so, okay. And we're going to talk about that. So the two goals are, one, protect what you have right now, and two, for the give directions to the people that are building on our outskirts to have them do things that are not San Antonio West, but that are more conducive of Castroville. So those are our two stated goals, and anything that violates those, we need to be looking at. So we will continue to go through that.
Okay, there you go.
There you go.
Okay.
Guys, okay, so I'm gonna go back a little bit because it kind of skipped ahead.
And if you can, when you talk about the place types in the current UDO, just remind people where those are, the 2.5 versus the HE versus the RA.
Oh, like if they're in the new UDO or if they're in the CZO, is that what you're saying?
So HLC is historically, what Karen was asking for was just clarification.
Okay.
There's a lot of terms that we understand. Again, we've had our faces in this for a very long time.
Yeah.
And just to give a little bit extra clarity to them, that would be helpful.
Okay. All right. So just to finish off that last slot, so the subdivision of this lot is, in the new Unified Development Ordinance, is 12,000 square feet. So it couldn't be subdivided any further than what it already was. Okay. All right. So 1105 Lisbon. We're going to go through the same 5 topics on that one. Okay. The location on this, and I tried kind of like pulling from different parts of the town also. So here's the location. It's that blue rectangle right down there towards the south. Here's an aerial. This is an empty lot. So we're going to look at what can be done on an empty lot in historic Castroville. Okay, so this one's a little bit different because right now the existing zoning, it's right on the edge of that HE district. So the current zoning is RA, and the proposed zoning in the new Unified Development Ordinance is P 2.5, which is historic residential. So that's one thing major that's kind of changed throughout the entirety of the inner horseshoe is before it was separated out into 2 separate residential districts. There was RA that had more minimal requirements, and then there's HE that had a little bit more restrictions that lean towards the historic district elements. And so now they're being combined all into one where they all lean towards the historic district elements. Okay? Okay, so because this property is located in RA and outside of the historic district overlay, which is the red line, this would not have to go through HLC for review. So, but just because it's gray and just because we're calling that P 2.5 historic residential does not necessarily mean that goes through HLC. that just means that it's historic residential. It has to abide by those zoning regulations, but the only ones that have to go before Historic Landmark Commission is anything located within the historic district, which is that red line. Okay, so what's allowed on this property? So of course, because it's residential, a single family residence would be allowed on here. It would also be allowed to have one accessory dwelling unit located in the third layer. Accessory buildings, garages, carports, anything of that sort is also located in the third layer. And civic space. So I guess if somebody wanted to give up their lot to the city and say, hey, y'all do something with this, and that could be a park, it could be a slew of things, but that would have to go through a public process at that point. But it could be dedicated as a civic space if they wanted it to. Okay. Okay, and so the accessory dwelling units, just like it's stated right now in the new Unified Development Ordinance, only one would be allowed on this lot, and it would be allowed in the third layer. Okay, so what are the restrictions? So this doesn't change from the first one. It still has the same restrictions because it's in P2.5. So the area minimum is still 12,000 square foot. The lot coverage is still maximum 40%, and the height maximum is still 2.5 stories. So those things have not changed from the last one to the new one. So that's how before some of those things may have changed between RA and HE in their existing comprehensive zoning ordinance. Now those things don't change.
Just a pause point. You had a question, Karen?
Yes, isn't an accessory dwelling unit just a fancy way of saying people can subdivide their property?
It is not,
Double the
no.
use of water, double the use of electricity?
No, not necessarily.
Everybody want that.
We have actually had a lot of requests for, we have a lot of accessory dwelling units in the city right now, more than you would imagine. And this has been something, some of the examples that have been given is I want my mom to have a place to be able to live when she can't take care of her property anymore. And giving that opportunity for your kids, it's really meant for expansion of family, whether it's young folks.
And have to have water and stuff, right?
Yeah, but it is subservient to the primary use. It is not subdividing the property. It's not meant to be a multifamily. And I don't.
That makes no sense.
Okay, so we can dig into the that's kind of outside the scope of this, but we can talk about that more in a future meeting.
Oh, and
We can talk about ADU specifically.
Talking about rezoning, you can't take my property and tell me you're gonna rezone it without coming to me, right?
That's what we're doing right now. We're talking about how these are the requests that people have made in terms of how we're rezoning. And so this is the exact public process that we're going through to talk about that.
Mm-hmm.
So all these people that showed up on all the colors came and said, oh gee, we don't wanna be residential, we want.
These are residential.
These are still, so the way new zoning
Mickey,
works.
I'll get you in 1 second.
Oh, did you have a question?
Let her answer that one real quick, and then I'll come back to you, Mickey.
Okay, so the way the rezoning notifications work, because these are, yes, they're a different zoning classification, but they're still residential. So we're not rezoning them to like commercial or multifamily. That would definitely be like, you have to put out rezoning notifications for that. But even though it's residential and it's to remain residential, when we sent those notifications out that everybody got, those are zoning notifications. But there's still like this one right here, it was RA before, which is just a single family residential in the current comprehensive zoning ordinance. And then it's moving to P2.5, which is historic residential. So there's still.
The person's request.
So Karen, we're not going to get into the appropriateness of this. We are going through the appropriate process. What I'd like you to concentrate on is what she's trying to explain to you is that the uses don't change. A residential under the current CZO is a residential under the proposed UDO. Mm-hmm. The uses of those don't change. You have a single family home, it will be a single family home. So this is, and she's trying to give you a comparison of what the rules are under the CZO. And if they change under the UDO, she's trying to explain that. And if they don't change, she's trying to explain that. Mm-hmm. I'll be right with you. Okay. So are we good with that?
They're allowed.
Okay. Mickey, you had a question.
Would you mind going back to your slide of that vacant lot, please?
Sure.
Yes, sorry.
On Lisbon?
This one right here?
Yes. Now, according to the diagram you have, on this vacant lot, under the proposed UDO, you could put an accessory dwelling unit
on the back third layer,
That's correct.
okay? And it looks like there may be an alley behind this lot, is that correct?
It does look like that, yeah.
It is, it's not an alley, but it's not like a platted alley, but they've used it as an alley for decades.
But let's hypothetically for a moment, if that easement, if you will, didn't exist, how would somebody access that ADU in the landlocked third layer of that lot?
They would have to provide a drive for it. So, yeah.
Okay.
Because remember, the accessory dwelling units are not meant to be primary. They're not a primary, they are an accessory. And so,
You have made that clear, Mr.
Yep.
Mayor. But when comparing, you stated a while ago that the CZ, the new UDO, is equivalent to the current RA.
Yeah.
On the residential side. Am I interpreting that correct?
yeah, very close. And that's what she's going is similarities and differences.
However, the difference is that in all of these P 2.5, 3, et cetera, an ADU, accessory dwelling unit, is allowed. Currently, they're not allowed.
That's correct.
Only by variance. And I beg to differ on there are a lot of ADUs in the community. There are some. And I can tell you that most of them, because I'm 68 years old and I remember them going before the variance boards and council, were exceptions rather than the rule.
Like a mother-in-law suite.
Yep.
And so there is a big difference between the current RA and the new proposed UDO, P, et cetera, et cetera. And I think that's worth noting and made known to the public, because we bought our lots and or built our homes with a social contract with your predecessors on this council that there would be no ADUs or cottages on these lots that we live on today. And what your present proposal is giving them an open door to run right through it instead of petitioning for the exception.
Variance.
And that's a big difference. Because quite frankly, you can say the residence is the primary residence. All those things. Let's be commonsensical about it. In that once my mother-in-law moves in and she passes away, and I have this ADU available, what am I, from a practical standpoint, going to do? I'm going to lease it out, or I'm not going to let it sit there. And from a neighbor standpoint, that's not the social contract that we have our agreement with the city. So we don't want, I think it's clear that we don't want that contract jeopardized.
Agreed.
So the ADU should be, if you agree, it should be removed. It should be removed from all of these.
So the challenge that we have with this, honestly, give me just a little breath.
Absolutely.
So the challenge that we have with this is that we have people, there are a number of people here that are fully against it. There are a number of people that have reached out to us that say that they are fully for it. And so this is, I will put it right out there. This is something we've got to figure out. It is not a done deal because there's too many people on both sides. We've got to figure out how to accommodate it. What's that? And that is absolutely one option. And so we will work that through.
Which has been the option, and to my knowledge, serving on P and Z, it has worked very, very well. And I can tell you two exceptions that happened is one because the council was threatened with a lawsuit, and they buckled. And the other was an extreme case of a situation where it was a sob story.
Yeah.
Now there's others, and there's some that were built and they never came before council. They built them on a Sunday and they occupied them on Monday. I mean, and I'm being commonsensical.
Yeah.
And you smile, Darren, because
It's true, right? And that's the thing that we've got to guard against is abuse, right?
So you can't give them a blank check.
Right. So
Thank you for listening.
no problem. I think that we can agree that this is something we have got to figure out. It's not figured out. And we don't have the right answer to it, but we've got some really great suggestions. And so we will continue to work on this. Hopefully, we've got some members of planning and zoning here that can help figure that out and see what that looks like. Because right now, under the CZO, it's allowed, but it's actually called the servants' quarters. But it's a little bit antiquated, so we can update the actual name of it and then figure out how to implement it or how not to implement it. Sorry, Maureen, you had a question.
How would you enforce legally? Do you have, like you say, you want it for your mother, or even a child that
That's the challenge, yeah.
can't live on their own but wants to have some independence? So, I mean, I can see where those kind of lots and additional dwellings could be beneficial for a family. But is there not a legal thing saying that you can't rent it out for a Airbnb, or you can't rent it out for a profit?
Yes, so there's been some things floated, and like Mayor said, these are still policy decisions that have to be made. One of those things is making it owner occupied, so it's not not both residential buildings could be rented out. It has to be owner occupied, stating that the owner has to live in one of those residences, and then they could rent out or have the other one as a mother-in-law suite. So that's one way of going about it. Also, just regulating the size of them, so it's not over a certain amount of square footage, so it's not taken away from the principal structure, and it just looks more like a shed or something smaller in the back, so it's not two primary residences. So there are some ways to negate that, but still also allow them in some capacity.
Are we okay to, just in the consideration of time, I don't want to cut the conversation short. Are we okay to put a bookmark in this and say, we know that this is not answered. We need to come up with something that is viable, that accommodates the people that actually need this, want this, and protects against abuse? Can we maybe just put a bookmark in it, say, we will come back to this. It is not answered. It is not completed.
Are we going to do it in public hearing portion?
Well, I don't think we're going to figure that out tonight. Yeah, I don't think that we're going to figure it out tonight, but I think that it's something that we've addressed that has to be figured out.
I would like to come up and address it.
Sure. Why don't we do that during the public hearing? That'd be fine.
Well, that's what I was asking.
Yeah, I think that's fine. Yes, yeah, we're still having it. I'm opening this up a little bit because, like, before the public hearing, because the way that it's been set up before, it stifles too much of the interaction. I want to make sure that you're able to see the presentations, and we can talk it through as we go. Okay.
Okay, are we good? Okay, so, and then just to wrap it all up, the minimum lot size in P 2.5 is 12,000 square foot, so this lot could not be subdivided. Okay, and we're going to get into a crazy one here. Is everybody, this address should ring a bell in everybody's face? 505 Houston. We'll just call this, the proposed development that was a year and a half ago that rattled the city. So here you have 6 lots that are located off of Houston Street that we did see a proposed development. So that's why I wanted to do this one, because I know it was a little bit controversial and a lot of people had strong feelings about it, to see what could go there now. So, okay, so here's a lot. If you can see, it's 6 lots, and it has a historic structure that's located right there where that red dot is located. And then it has some accessory buildings just located around, like barns and sheds and such. The zoning of this lot. So the existing zoning is HE, which is, y'all know, historic residential, and the proposed zoning of this is continued to be P 2.5, which is historic residential. Okay, so would this have to go through HLC for review? If you can see, it is located within that red historic district overlay. So yes, this would have to go through HLC for review. So anything proposed here, new construction, that would have to be seen by HLC first. What's allowed? Okay, so this is a little so as it stands right now, what's allowed? A single family residence with 1 ADU and accessory buildings that cannot cover more than 40% of the yard. So as it stands. Now, we're going to kind of get into some muddy territory. Can this be subdivided? Yes, it is over 12,000 square feet clearly, so it can be subdivided.
Actually, that is already divided into.
It's like divided into, but there's still like a
separate plats.
Yeah, it would have to be platted still, though, because they're not separate plats right now.
Oh, it is one?
It is all one,
Okay,
yeah.
Gotcha. Okay.
Exactly, yeah.
My
So
mistake, I thought it was.
Yeah. And so,
I think the 4 lots on Houston Street, I know that's a separate property than the 2 lots.
No, they were bought separately, but they were all platted together.
they're just, so it's, no, okay.
Anyway,
So when,
anyway, keep going.
yeah, so it's a little different because the way the city of Castroville is laid out is all the lots were subdivided to begin with, but they weren't platted because it was back in 18 whatever, so they don't have those platting documents with them, but they are separate lots, like if you look at them, but they still have all the same parcel number, means that they're all the same lot. So that means in order to do development on them, they would have to be subdivided. So what does that look like? So you could subdivide it. The historic home, because it crosses property lines, it would have to be maintained within that 12, like it would have to have the minimum 12,000 square foot lot, and it could not cross property lines because we don't allow that per subdivision for a plat. Now, then that means that the other 4 lots could be subdivided, and so that leaves you with 5 lots right there. You could also, I'm sorry, if this were somehow to be subdivided into 4 or more lots, that has to go through a public process. That's in our ordinances now, because then it turns into a major plat. If it's anything over 4 lots, it does have to go through a public process. And in the new Unified Development Ordinance, if it's over 4 lots, it has to go through a public process. So I'm just letting you know that that was before, and it's to be maintained. Let's see. And then on each of those lots, let's just say it was subdivided. On each of those lots, as it stands now, you could have a single family residence. If they wanted to, they could have an accessory dwelling unit located in the 3rd layer, and accessory buildings not to exceed 40%. Okay, and y'all have already seen this. It's one for this one as well. And y'all have already seen this as well. It's a 12,000 square foot lots is the minimum. So as long as they subdivided and they met those minimum requirements, then they could subdivide this property. And the lot coverage is a maximum of 40%. And the stories is 2.5 stories. Okay, and then the subdivision, we already went over that, 12,000 square foot lot. So it could potentially be subdivided.
Okay, I had a question, Tammy?
I do have a question.
Yeah, please.
So if I'm understanding this right, on those 6 lots, I'm on one of the corners.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
On those 6 lots, what I'm understanding now is there could be 12 dwellings. 6 regular dwellings and 6 accessory dwellings. So this is something we bought. Yes.
Right.
And all the public opinion was against that.
Right.
So what I'm understanding here is next to my house, I can have 12 dwellings, correct? 6.
So that's the thing that we just talked about with the accessory dwelling units. That is something that we need to figure out, but under the proposal, that is correct.
That is correct.
But it's something that we have to figure out.
Okay, so you also need to figure this out too.
Yep.
Right now, in front of my house is a 1.5 inch water line. So when people do sprinkler systems in my neighborhood, I can't run my dishwasher and my washer at the same time because of the water pressure. It's even hard to take a shower. So if you're gonna put that many more dwellings in that area, you're gonna have to redo all the infrastructure there, and then that's gonna come out of whose pockets? The citizens of Castroville. So really think about the infrastructure that would have to be done for that to be able to have all those houses on those lots.
Yeah, and I just want to make a comment that you're right, that our infrastructure is aged and there's things that need to be done all over town. But already those things can be done right now. You're right. The ADU is something added, but that lot can already be subdivided and there can already be 6 separate homes there. So yeah, and we don't have, I'm just letting you know that can already be done, and we can't stop that as a city because that's actually state law. If they have to have requirements to subdivide their property.
6 is a lot different than 12.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. 6 is, 12 is double that 6. So
Yeah.
I can see.
Yeah.
But
Right. And again, that's one of the cases. That's actually one of the more extreme cases.
Yeah.
I have the same thing across the street from me, except there's 3 homes that are occupied.
Across the street is different. It's not your backyard.
No,
Your backyard is a big difference.
I know it's impactful either way. It's more impactful when it's right in your backyard. And so that is absolutely something that we've got to deal with. And that's what I'm saying. We need to put a bookmark in it right now and understand it has to be resolved, and we will figure it out together before we're done. You got it.
Okay. And that's all I have. I believe.
Okay. Any other? Houston, go ahead.
When you say 2.5 stories, next to an historic home,
Mhm.
how many feet is that?
So we don't specify feet. So it's just 2.5 stories. Yeah.
12-foot ceilings.
Mhm.
Okay, so
35
now we're
seems
going to
like
talk
a
about,
good-
really
yeah.
quickly, this is 2.5 stories is in the current ordinance and in the proposed ordinance.
Yeah.
And that is something that
Understood.
scares me a little bit, honestly.
It doesn't change.
Right.
Yeah.
Giant mansions next to historic homes, which are typically 15 feet. The
So-
scale is completely wrong.
Right.
So that's where it's going to really benefit going through the Historic Landmark Commission, because as most of y'all know, before, I guess about a year ago, that wasn't a requirement for all those properties within the historic district. And so that is really going to benefit where they go to the Historic Landmark Commission for approval, because Historic Landmark Commission does look at scale, and they make sure that it's in tune with all the historic properties surrounding that. And if there's no historic properties surrounding it, then it's allowed, like, it just fits, they try and fit the context of what's there. Yeah.
Right. And that's something I would love it if the HLC would approach that and figure out what that looks like. The other thing we got to bookmark in is the historic zone, the historic rules. That's another thing that has to be figured out, but it was a problem that we walked into a long time ago. It's been a problem for a long time.
Okay.
Yeah, some people want it to go away. Some people want it to be more strict, and there's a lot of people that want a lot of different things. So we need to figure it out, but we only can do so many at a time. So there is a bookmark in there, and
At the risk of being problematic, if you go back up to the aerial view of 505 Houston.
Oh, yeah. Sorry, I think I'm going the wrong way.
Oh, you already out there.
Okay. Yep.
I just wanted to go ahead and aerial view to the image.
Oh, I'm sorry. There you go.
I just wanted to note that you can't build that in Castroville today. By current ordinances.
can't build.
You can't build that, you can't build those buildings on that property because the garage is in front of the building. There's another accessory building that is beside the building, and a third accessory building that actually has an office in it on the far lower left. So, this property is probably a prime example of one of the things we're trying to fix, is that you could build something that is historically representative of Castroville. You can't do it today.
You cannot, no.
Thank you.
Good.
I'd just like to, if I may, please, I'd like to ask clarification from the attorney.
Please, Bruce, go ahead.
You have 4 members of the Planning and Zoning Commission here, and there's no agenda for them to be at this meeting. Even though we're citizens, I want to make, because if we talk about something like this, I don't want to break a quorum rule, so I would ask the attorney on that. There's also 3 members of the HLC here, which is also a quorum of that committee, and there's no posting for them to be here. So I would ask the attorney if we have the right to speak on these things, or do we not, because we're part of these commissions.
Can I say the HLC does not have a quorum because it's a 7-member board?
Excuse me.
That's the only one.
Okay, but the P&Z is 4
Yeah.
members are here.
Yeah.
And I just wanted to make that clear before I say it.
Thanks, Bruce.
And I would recommend not.
Okay.
Give the advice not to speak.
Thank you.
You are more than welcome to be here and listen, make notes.
Yes, sir.
Take it back to your commission, discuss there. But what you do, and you have a right to speak here, but
Yes,
I
sir.
recommend you don't, because it can be brought up at another meeting, the city council or your commission, that what you spoke on conducted business, and actual business was done. At that point, you completely own your liability.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Thank you very much for that. I just wanted to clarify that because there are 4 members of the P&Z
Vice.
here.
It's an exposure question.
Yes, sir.
That's what it is.
Okay.
So yeah, if you could have that conversation, great clarification.
Thank you.
Deborah, just to make a note on that, can we make sure that next time we do a public hearing like that, especially on any of these items, make sure that we announce a possible quorum? Would that resolve that?
Anything helps, yes.
Okay, well, please work with the attorney and make sure, because the people that are on HLC and people that are on P&Z are there because they care. And so I want to make sure that they can be a part of that, the open process. So, but good clarification.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
You got it. Okay.
Okay.
We got anything else right now?
Yeah, not a problem. Thanks, guys.
All right,
I'm here for more questions.
sounds good. And we're going to go, please, we're going to go into the public. That's all we have for the presentations? Okay. We're going to get into the public hearing. And the reason so I structured this a little bit differently. Normally, we would do the presentation during the public hearing. I wanted to make sure that we had the opportunity for a little bit better interaction. And so I put the presentations up front. We'll put the public hearing next. And that way you can express the things that you're concerned with. The next thing that we're going to talk, so after we finish the public hearing, express the things that you're concerned with, advocate for the things you want, advocate for the things you don't want, and then we'll go into the conversation with City Council where we'll take that under advisement, and then we'll work through some other issues that we need to do. And in that part, we'll actually be working through things. But I wanted to give you the information, have a chance to talk about it, give you the opportunity to weigh in, and then we'll go through and stay here through that part as well. Okay, so the next item, I'm sorry, before we go.
Could we have a brief recess?
Yep, all right, we're going to take a recess at, what are we, 7:28? Sure, you got it. You guys want a water? I got this one here. Heard better than me.
Yeah, that's great. I've been better. I started going downhill. Yeah, I started taking vitamin C. I did all the things. Yeah, I went to the doctor. Took tests. No, I tested negative for COVID, for flu, for infection, no ears, no strep. So he said you probably have a virus or something. Fighting off that you have a small fever. I would not. They're way too old. I think it'd be appropriate to note. That's probably right. It would exceed 3 minutes anyway. Yeah. I think, I mean, again, council has them. They can review them at their leisure. Did P&Z get this as well? Okay. So I thought we weren't going to do a presentation on YouTube. No, it's fine. I was like, I didn't have it. Although it might have, I know, that's what I'm saying. I might have an email somewhere from you. We're planning a zoning meeting, but I didn't. You did a good job. Yes. So. All these are done. Hers is done, yours is done, they're all done now. So like, for instance, we live there. So what we did is we did.
And so, yeah. We have just enough education and information.
I sent you a text.
No, and that's like part of the, that's what it is. It's probably wood.
Which.
Six. Yeah.
Well, in truth, you could say you Same thing.
Then I know.
Who does it index? They're just the same. Dude, that's yeah, see what you're saying, yeah. Yeah, I'm good. That's why you get paid the bucks. Oh,
I made that, bud.
Well,
Hey, we're gonna see you on Friday. Yeah, we got tickets. Yeah. That's right. Yeah, we'll get it figured out. It's a lot of work because, the better we can align on this stuff, yeah. We'll work it out. We just got to continue to talk and Well, we had a company that came in and they said, we know your code so well. We just read. They were talking about just basically rewriting the system. We're like, we don't even have to have the whole plans. Look, you don't think so? Yeah, yeah. All right. All right, if everybody can start to take their seats, we're going to get back to our chairs now. I like you guys. I just don't want to spend the night with you tonight, if that's okay. So you're going to run the 5K or the 10K? I used to run them. I got to get those again. All right. Deborah, just let me know when you are ready. All right, we're going to reconvene. Oh, I forgot to close out. Okay.
You have an open?
I didn't open. Okay, never mind.
This is 7:28.
All right, we're going to reconvene at, what are we, 7:38. So it was 10 minutes.
Yeah,
That's all right.
7:38.
All right, next item is public hearing. I'm just gonna open, can I open up all three? Do we want to talk about them separately or together?
Do we get 9 minutes if you have all three at one time?
Oh, you're a punk. You know,
It's listed out.
It's at your discretion.
okay. So you don't have a 3-minute limit on the public hearings? I would ask you to keep it concise. I mean, make your point. We don't have to beleaguer the point. I think that we all know where we stand with this. I'm going to go ahead and open up all three, and that way you can talk about all three of them. Please do come up and talk about your preferences with this. Again, with the items, remembering that what the commitment from the council is not just to fix and update, but it is to preserve what you have currently and to try and replicate that for future development. So,
Quick question.
yes,
The two citizens' comments.
we will do those. We can do those at the end of.
Okay, I was just making sure they're not forgotten.
Great
And
job.
also,
Thank
if
you.
they step up, because I'm having to take minutes on each one of the things they're discussing on, or try to, would they please speak on when they get up and speak, which one are they talking about? Because there's three of them, they're three different things. I know they kind of go together.
Yeah, they're really interrelated. Okay,
But
well,
they're named different. They're totally different.
Three different
Plans.
categories.
okay.
Still gotta do minutes.
Yeah. So
I'm going to make it really hard on you, and I'm going to open up all
you
three.
are. Remember that, please.
Right?
Yeah, but.
Yeah. We can get into
Really
that.
hard to
Okay, so
decide.
we're going to start. We're going to open the public hearing then at 7:40. I'm going to open up all three of the public hearing on adoption of the downtown master plan, the public hearing on the adoption of the comprehensive plan, public hearing on the repealing of chapter 24 signs, chapter 100 subdivision from the codes and code of ordinances, and the comprehensive zoning placing with the new sentence. Just to remind you today, but we want to get your input on or what staff put in for the last item is identifying the things that are addressed under the current codes. With that, if it's okay, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to go down the list here, and we'll start with that. And if anybody wants to speak for the public hearing after that, then we'll take you one at a time. Okay, so the first one, I apologize, cannot read the last name. It's Rob, 1314 Gentiles. Oh,
Lee, or Robert Lee.
okay.
You wanted us to read.
He provided comments.
Notes.
Yeah, he provided comments. The council all has comments. It's up to you if you want to read through them.
Right. And those have already gone to, I don't, did he ask for those to be read specifically?
I don't
Okay.
believe, I don't,
Yeah,
I think
he
he
wanted
asked
them
us to
read.
read the 5 pages of notes.
And some, well,
Okay. All right, we'll do
some of them be addressed during the public comment. It's hard not to know which one.
well, let's make sure that he's heard. Please.
All right, so this is Bob Lee's comments. This is words from the UDO. 1.32, the neighborhood, 1 through 8. The neighborhood is the primary organization unit of the city. The formation of neighborhoods encourages residents to know their neighbors, to help maintain the neighborhood, and to be responsible for guiding the evolution of neighborhood over time. Neighborhoods are walkable and connected with a mixture of uses and parks where activities of daily living occur within a close distance. Within neighborhoods, a broad range of housing types, sizes, and price levels allow a diversity of people and households to interact with and get to know each other, which strengthens civic bonds and helps maintain Castroville's small town character. The intensity of buildings within the neighborhood is related to the infrastructure systems that support the neighborhood so that sufficient tax revenues will be generated to pay for the long-term maintenance of those systems. Concentrations of civic, institutional, and commercial uses shall be in neighborhoods so that most residents of the neighborhood may comfortably walk to them. And then he has page 1 through 9. Buildings help frame public spaces, including streets, parks, plazas, and paths. Buildings shall be placed on lots with the goal in mind. The parking of vehicles on private lots shall not detract from the streetscape and should generally be located to the side or rear of the buildings. Make these things difficult in many locations. The UDO and others. They are too long. The UDO could be at least 30% less pages. Need an index or something up front that lists all the other publications referred to in the UDO and other documents. And Bob, you hear me?
Yes,
I got to
sir.
talk to you about the typos. Referred to the UDO and other documents and where they can be found. The city website needs there to be live links to all of that. The maps need better legends and should be able to be copied in black and white and still read them. We need rationale for what and why area has been identified as historic. Right now, there is no real logic behind some of it. Process to get approval for house changes in a historic district are far too long. Could be as much as 6 weeks to go through groups that have to see it and appear before. Too long. We need to not remove all the water retention areas above the park. If you have never seen a 4 to 6 or more inches of rain here in a few hours on already wet ground, you are in for a treat. The cone-shaped hillside above the sewer plant will send unbelievable amounts of park if not stopped. That area on the hillside is entertainment money. It is well isolated from residential areas. The majority of Cross is privately owned. We need to explore. If it gets built, there will be serious runoff problems. Need verbiage on maintenance of fences, houses, lot cleanliness, and other structures. We talk about some of this within the historic, but not the whole rest of the city. Drive around and see some of the shabby stuff we tolerate and see daily. Not good. Additional dwelling units need to be extremely limited. Who wants another house in the backyard of your neighbor but your neighbor? Short-term rentals have been the bane of many residential areas, and many large and small cities have dramatically cut back on short-term rentals, and it has led to crumbling of what were strong neighborhoods filled with citizens raising families and living through retirement. If the fabric of my neighborhood dramatically changed, would I feel comfortable there? Many have said no. It did not work as we had planned. You essentially have turned single family residential into small motels, competing with other professional lodging facility towns needed. Would you like to raise a family next to several houses that had constantly changing occupants? Having a property owner live on site only helps with code compliance, but the most visible occupants are only there for a short time and gone. There is no way to know week to week what a household will do. Some cities have the number up to 1 per block and require frequent inspections and compliance with all health and safety regulations and payment of sales and hotel occupancy tax. RV and other powered and towed vehicles, trailers, camper, boats, etc. Park RVs and similar wheeled vehicles in residential areas. These detract from a neighborhood. Personally, less visible one of these vehicles, powered or towed, the better. They can be fine for the owner, but the neighbors might object to having small or huge RVs parked next to their lot. We need to open an RV parking area for citizens and give them a rental items there. We make some money and the streets and neighborhoods look better. If allowed through special permit on the residential lot, they need to shed shielded from view. Water requirements. Water requirements for all developments or new subdivisions, including any development that uses more water than one single-family home, car wash, needs to be spelled out in the UDO. Water needs needed for green spaces and non-structure uses must be defined. It should not be a matter of discussion, negotiating during the project planning or processes prior to the beginning of construction. Just like the city publishes a fee schedule, there must be a fixed water requirements list. Castroville's unique semi-arid climate needs to be factored into water requirements since restrictions of 20 to 40% or more are quite possible, and some developments might not be able to safely function with a 20 to 40% or should be considered. It should require all water be as transferable Edwards water rights, and all costs and fees are payable by the entity needing the water. Water rights must be signed over to the city before any or approval to use commence business happens. Water needs that are equal to or less than the use by 5 single-family homes can make a payment instead of providing rights if approved by City Council. The payment will be exactly transferable water rights, not just the average cost of Edwards water foot, as there are a number of time-consuming requirements and costs involved in securing transferable rights. All received will be fenced off purchase of Edwards water rights in the future, and enough funds make it worthwhile. Use wastewater. There is nothing in the documents on how to take advantage of our valuable treated sell long-term use of in this area that stream user. When there are numerous Castroville, we need to sell water wells or from us, we want to satisfy Saw's withdrawal needs. Simple water for our parks. The master plan talks about all the tree foliage that needs to be along 90. Without a steady supply of water, those plantings will be dead pretty quick. Not to mention trees along highways can cause a mess with falling leaves.
Excuse me, Sheena, I'm going to interrupt this. If anybody would like to get a copy of these, I'm sorry, this has gone kind of off topic pretty significantly. So let's, if anybody would like to get a copy of these are things that we are reviewing. So I'm going to put that back in the interest of time.
Okay.
And we'd be happy to share it with you. All of council has this. I think that P&Z also got the same thing. So we'll make sure that everybody has those. And if anybody else from the public wants it as well. One.
Meg Connor? Or?
The next, yeah, we'll go through the public hearing, the people that are here.
Okay.
We have Mickey Holtzhaus.
I'd like to defer till later in this public hearing, please.
Okay, well, this is the public hearing section. No, before we, yeah, no problem.
Mayor,
Yes.
I may be mistaken, but Mr. Lee just let me know that the live, doesn't know how to live stream. Is it not working?
Oh, no.
No, what's up?
Okay, I just
Well-
wanted to pass that on. So.
Okay.
If he has YouTube or Facebook, I don't know. It's not on our web.
I was just wanted to make sure.
Yeah.
Tell him to call Bob Peterson. He'll help him.
Thank you.
Sure.
It's Bob Lee.
Yeah, tell Bob to call Bob.
Oh.
Lee to call Peterson. He's right around the corner.
Just wanted to pass that on.
Except I think he's at the rodeo. Okay. So next we'll go to, who do we have here? Claudia?
The audio is messing up.
Claudia Holzhaus, 306 Madrid. And I'm going to be talking about the UDO.
Thank you.
All right. The first thing is, where is the side-by-side comparison that we've been requesting, comparing the current zoning versus the proposed zoning? I think it would be very useful for the average citizen to look at that and, from a teacher standpoint, that's a easy thing to do, is compare it and use a graph or a chart. And that way you could send it out, wouldn't have to be in color. And that way the average citizen could see what the difference is. And I think we've asked for that numerous times and it's never come about. Anyway, the next thing is, I'm not using any more of those acronyms either. I'm tired of it. Common sense tells you that 2 homes per lot will double the amount of homes on a lot. It'll double the street parking. It'll double the traffic. And we do not have the infrastructure to accommodate all these homes. Not to mention the cost that would occur for upgrading all the infrastructure needed for that, and it would cost the taxpayers. These second homes will not by any means enhance or benefit our neighborhoods. In fact, as I walk around, sometimes I visualize all this stuff, and it's like I'll be living in a subdivision to the east of us. That's how I feel. It's too much density. It's my opinion that these zoning change proposals were the vision of a few people, and that little or no regard was given to the majority of the citizens. I am a firm belief that the Unified Development Ordinance should remove ADUs from all established residential zones. As we as property owners did not sign up for these changes when we purchased our home. Say, for instance, you live in a 1-story home and someone next to you puts up an ADU 2.5 stories high. Well, you didn't sign up for that. And you live next to a 1-story home, and that's why you bought your home. And you put in a pool or whatever you put in, and now you've got people's staring into your backyard, and that's not what you signed up for. I mean, if it happens in an area that's not established, well, then people know, hey, that's what's going to happen here, and you know up front, but not somewhere that is already established. And the next thing I want to say is we need to slow down. Do not rush through this, because we need a lot of time, a lot of citizen involvement, and a lot of transparency. Thank you very much.
Great. Thank you. All right. Next, we have Arlene Smith. Are you still here?
She's gone.
She's already gone.
She already.
Oh, sorry, Arlene. Okay. Tammy Alexander.
Tammy Alexander, 516 Vienna. First is downtown master plan. My concern with the downtown master plan is the expansion of the current historic area that we were told 2 years ago would not be expanded. In my opinion, it needs to stay how it is. It does not need to be expanded. Deborah, next, comprehensive plan. Okay. It is my understanding by the local government code, zoning is derived from the comprehensive plan because the City Council and Planning and Zoning Commission are currently working on changes to the proposed zoning for the entire city. It is my opinion that the comprehensive plan should not be considered for adoption until the issues of zoning and how it impacts everyone in this Castroville is decided on. So until all that's decided on, I don't think any of that needs to be considered as an adoption. UDO? Good? Okay. Okay. I have said this from the beginning at multiple meetings and multiple public hearings, leave the established part of the city alone. Lot sizes need to remain 13,800 in the original part of town as it was laid out by Henry Castro. All other lots outside the historic core need to stay 12,000 square feet and not be reduced to 3,500 square feet, 6,000 square feet, as stated in the proposed UDO. P3 still has cottage courts in it. They need to come out. Every area already established in the city, other than new development subject to the development agreement, need not have the cottages in them. ADUs should be prohibited in established single-family residential areas. The city's current infrastructure in many areas may not be able to support additional service connections without significant improvements at the expense of our current ratepayers. Street parking. In P2.5, street parking is prohibited. If you drive around in the Castroville, you can see there's many houses that have street parking in front of it in the proximity of the house. They may have their house fenced in where they just have like a 2-car driveway. So when people come to visit, where are they going to park? So I think that street parking, the 2.5 area needs to be taken out. Because if you just drive around town and see how many people utilize street parking in the proximity of their homes. And finally, I want to point out without a side-by-side comparison, it is very difficult to review and understand what changes are actually being made between the current ordinances and the proposed UDO. So no telling what else I may find while continuing my review. It is an overwhelming amount of information to digest in such a short time. So I think, just really need to look into that too.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you, Tammy. All right, next we have Valerie Youngman.
Okay. Not sure where to begin because I've got concerns on inside town here as well as over where I live.
Please start with your name and address for the record.
Again, okay. Valerie Youngman, 218 Alvena and 512 Paris Street. I guess my first question is a one-word question. Why? Why are we wanting this density? Why? Why are we wanting more density? Because that's what we're seeing with all the dwellings and the extra little houses that'll turn into rentals. Can anybody answer why we're allowing that? Because in the beginning, we were not for it. We have not been for it from the beginning, and all of a sudden, somehow this came to be like, oh, that's just what we're going to do now. When did that shift happen? Can anybody answer that?
Let me ask clarification from the attorney. It's all right if we address some of these during this? Okay, I just wanted to make sure. So the only thing I think that we have, as we're going through this, as we're trying to work this out for the existing built environment, the only change that I can think of that we've suggested extra density was with the ADUs. But that has been because of public feedback, and that is something that we still have to work out. But other than that, everything that we've done is trying to keep the existing Castroville, and we'll work through some of those details. But there is, I have not heard, I've heard probably 5 people in the entire city that say we need to get some more density in here. But the majority are saying we like our large lots, we like, this is the right mix. And if density needs to happen, it's fine. Have it happen somewhere.
Well, for those who saying they like their large lots, like I'm one of them.
Yeah, most are saying that.
Okay, then who's for all this ADU?
We have a number of different people that are for it and a number of different people. It's about even.
They are not.
I know. I will tell
And
you.
honestly,
No, I get that. Again, we have to unpack that. I'm not arguing with the fact that there is no doubt that the majority of people in this room are against it. We've heard from a lot of people that are for it. We're not going to answer that today, but we have to address it. Because this is a disconnect. I don't know how we're going to do it, but we're going to figure it out.
but see, that's my question of why. Why did this even how did this get on the table even?
The reason that it got on the table is because they were studying the city and saying, this is what you have currently. And one of the things that we asked them to do is
grandfather it.
What's that?
Right? You can grandfather it.
You know, we had a guy, I think it was Vince Michael from the San Antonio Conservation Society. He said, you have to look at what's in your past and figure out what you want to be in your future. So there are things that are here that we don't want in our future.
Right.
There are things here that we do want in our future. And so it's trying to figure out between everybody, what can the majority of the people agree on? And this has been, I think ADUs we've had the widest string on that, swing on that. People that are very, very much for it, people that are very much against it. I would personally like to have it if my mom needed it, but other than that, I don't really have a preference on that. We just want to make sure that we're accommodating everybody, not just the people that show up. And I'll tell you that I've heard from numerous people that don't want to come here and talk about it in that direction. They will send counsel that message, but they're afraid of the backlash of people picking on it, basically.
Well, then we're happy to see the emails from them.
Yep.
Can we see those at some point so we know how many there really are?
Yeah, and we will work through this.
That would be great to see.
Understand, Valerie, we're not trying to push for anything here. Everybody up here is trying to figure out what is the best thing, and this is based on citizen input. We're not pushing one direction or the other direction. We're saying we need to know. That's why we've had this public process and asked people.
But I think the ADUs came from working with Simple City.
That was a part of what they studied that was here, and hold on. So what they studied that was here, they studied some of the different elements that are here. They said, these are the things that we see here.
Right.
And which of these do you want? And they have asked us all along, do you want these to stay here? If you don't want them here, Matt said it a number of times. I mean, he can be a little bit stubborn about the things that he really, really loves, but he understands that this isn't his city and he is a contractor for us. And so he's saying, if you don't want it, we're taking it out. And the city council, I think, is saying the exact same thing. If the people don't want it, it's not going to get approved. We just have to figure out where the majority lays.
I just see it all over this paperwork. All over this paperwork.
ADUs?
Yes.
Okay. That is one item that we have to address. There's no question about it.
And
I don't know how we'll do it, but we have to.
Variances, let them apply for
well, and
that is a great idea.
For those that you say are already out there, I don't doubt that they are. I'm sure they are.
And these are homeowners, they're not developers that I'm talking about.
Right. Yes. I understand. But I also understand, although some of them ask for permission, most will come afterward and ask for forgiveness.
That's where our code compliance has to come in. And maybe one of the things that we talk about in the future is, do we put more money, do we take money away from somewhere else and put it into more code compliance?
Well, right, okay.
So that's a separate thing that is not on this agenda, so let's not get into that. But
we have to. We have to.
Is that a part of the UDO, the master plan?
Well, let me tell you something.
Yep.
All of these, not all, many of these things we're talking about, they have to be under code.
What's up?
Code compliance.
Yes. Everything that's in any, whether it's the CZO, the UDO, whatever you want to call it, all of that enforcement happens through code compliance.
And don't some of your code compliance employees have to go implement or no?
I'm sorry. Yeah, they write tickets. We have limited ability with construction. We can do a stop work. We have done things like that. So code compliance is a separate topic from this, that it's one of many things that still we are trying to perfect that, and we're not there yet, but that is outside the scope of this.
Right.
Anything that is in here should be enforced. I agree with you.
I'm sorry?
I said anything that is in our code of ordinances should be enforced.
Yes.
No question.
And I'm reiterating what Claudia mentioned. ADUs bring in more traffic, the parking, we already have parking problems, rentals. And in my opinion, if you're going to say you can have an ADU because you want your mother-in-law or your cousin to come live here, short of taking a DNA test, I'm not kidding.
Yeah.
I'm not kidding.
I know.
Code compliance officers, they're either going to have to start doing their job, because if you go around Castroville, I'm getting a little bit off, but it's related to this. If you walk around Castroville, as you all know who are walkers, I know some of you in here, it's a mess and nothing's changing. So either they're not doing their job, number one, or somehow their hands are tied. So I'm trying to figure out which.
I think that you should approach that department, and
I've done that.
Yeah.
I've done that. Nobody gets back with me. I've done that for 4 years. I have paperwork here showing when I first went to Brianna in 2021. But I won't talk about that anymore.
Perfect. Thank you, ma'am.
But look how many years ago that was. I do want to say Brianna has been so helpful to me. I've gone there, gotten a few maps enlarged so I could see things and actually see the streets. I do know what I'm concerned about is Simple City. It's a continuous moving target. So there's changes, as in Joe found out one of the last meetings, he printed the papers to come to the meeting to discuss at 4:00, and at the 5:30 meeting, things had changed. That can't happen. So I don't know how you guys are going to address that, but
So,
that's
and I
council to
asked him
figure
during
out.
that meeting, he expressed that to me. I was late to that meeting, but I do like to get in and hear what people are saying in that. And one of the things that I asked was, did they make the changes that you had asked for? He's like, yeah, they did, but we need to see that ahead of time. One of the reasons that we're putting the packet online so that everybody can see all of the details is just an effort to get it. I've been frustrated with it. I know that there's only so many hours in a day, and we would like them to move faster. And there are things that have happened pretty quickly. Matt?
We received comments so late. We addressed them over Christmas. Our team worked relentlessly over the holidays due to the late comments. We're receiving comments well after the comment period had ended, including the legal team's entirety of comments. We worked around the clock to get these integrated. I'm not trying to throw anyone under the bus, but we're not going to sit here and take this either. We worked extremely hard to make
Absolutely,
sure
yeah.
everything was as close as possible as it was integrated based off of community input.
I think that his eyes roll every time I dial his number. He's like, you again? Yeah.
I also want to bring up the fact that one of the I don't have the paperwork in front of me, but one of the get-togethers, meetings we've had to work on all of this, and I've told Matt about this. We had a short conversation about it. I asked him, why was the Walkabout Castroville called Walkabout Castroville when all they did, and I wasn't there, but I knew all about it. They met at you know where they met. I don't think you were you here? Oh, you know where did you meet?
Okay, so Valerie?
No, I'm telling you how this works.
I understand that. So they
walked around the corner.
I understand that. Have you looked at the DNA analysis that they had put together?
There are so many pages on that thing. I have not looked at every single thing, no. But I'm just telling you what happened that day.
I get it.
And I told him, why did you call it Walk Around Castroville? And his answer to me was, well, what do you want to call it?
Yeah, they were, okay, so we're not going to get into bickering here. I know this is a hard
I'm
process.
just telling facts. I'm not bickering about anything. Now, I'll get back into what I came to talk about. All right, I live in P3 neighborhood. It lists cottage courts. How did that ever get on here?
We'll talk about that in a little bit, but noted that you don't.
Well, we don't know how it got on here?
It was through a process, and we are going to go into more detail about that in the next portion of this after the public hearing.
After the public hearing?
After the public hearing.
Okay,
We'll talk-
duplexes are listed.
Right.
Duplexes.
Yep.
And detached dwelling, attached dwelling, accessory dwelling for us too. I'm going to speak just like they did. When we bought our first home in Country Village, it was right at 12,000 square feet. That was in 1981, 84. 10 years later, we bought the current home we're in. The lot was 27,000 square feet. It was one of the last lots left in the old Breeden addition. We bought it from the city administrator at the time, Mr. Gallegos. Our intention was never to have anything come next to us that would be even 2.5 stories, mother-in-law, anything sweet. Call it what you want. Totally against it, my opinion. I wanted you to know that. Also, we have homes. I know you talk about the historic district. We're not as old as some of the homes there, but some of the homes on May Street, one was built in 1936, 40,000 square feet. There's several that are 40,000 square feet. Another was built in 1950. So, we're not considered a new subdivision, let's say. Larry and Patsy Habe, theirs was built in 1965. These are all very large lots. I'm curious to know if all of these people have any idea what could happen, what could come in next to them. On my street alone, there are at least there's 3 rental homes. The homes already are for rent. They're renting them. What's to keep the homeowner who doesn't live there, he's just the renter? Oh, now I didn't know you could do that. Now I'm going to build another little casita in the back. Why not? Make more money. You see where I'm going? It's awful. It's awful. And then to talk about the historical area, also an accessory dwelling unit. And, going back to my area, where is the 3,500 square foot lots? Where are those? 3,500 square foot.
We'll get into more detail about that in the next conversation. We're not proposing that happens.
Okay, how'd that get on here?
It has been through the process, and we'll talk about it more in the next section.
Okay, I feel like I'm being deflected,
Please,
so.
No, I would say
No,
bring
I'm done.
Bring up the things that you're concerned with here, and then we'll make sure that we address them in the next section where council can actually talk about it.
Lastly, I will bring up this paperwork I received because I'm a member of the Castroville Conservation Society. This was sent out by the mayor to the society. And one of your bullet points was you're going to ensure we're protecting our existing built environment. I'm going to hold you to that.
Appreciate it. That is the right thing to do. Thank you. All right, Jewel Holthouse.
Hello, I'm Joe Holthouse from 602 Berlin Street. I'm here today to talk about Deborah about the UDO.
Thanks, Joe.
So first of all, I want to talk about P 2.5, the historic residential. I think Mickey, I think everybody pretty much laid it out. I'm within 200 feet of that property that was mentioned as well. Well, not within 200 feet, right over 200 feet. And I'm against the accessory dwelling units. I don't think they belong in our historic district. I mean, those are allowed to be built on the same property as our historic homes as well, are they? Is that the case here? Accessory dwelling unit? That's what it looks
Actually,
like
a lot
to
of
me.
the ADUs are on historic.
Right, yeah, so they can be built on the same property as our historic homes are on. I don't know about that. Anyway, also the street parking, like my sister mentioned, like at my mother's house, we can only park on the street. Her vehicle takes the driveway up and we park on the side there, so I think that's a concern there. I just want to make sure of that. Also on the lots, going from 13,887 to 12,000. Say somebody buys a whole block, would that allow them to make 9 lots on it instead of 8? Would that be allowed there? That's a question I have too, that we can answer later.
That is something that is going to be addressed specifically in the next.
Okay, yeah, that's a concern to me.
It is mathematically possible, yes.
Is it mathematically impossible for that?
No, it is mathematically possible.
That's what
Yes.
Yeah, that's what I thought. I was like, okay, well, thank you. Birds. And so now I want to move on to P3. In the neighborhoods like Barry lives in, I just printed this out, right? I guess it was today. It was the packet that you guys have all the same information. And it still has the cottage courts on it. Still has accessory dwelling units. It also has duplexes. And like Valerie mentioned, it has the lot sizes at 3,500 square foot. And so I think that's a concern for a lot of people over there after talking to them about that. Also, River Bluff. I saw a lot of empty lots there, so that might be a concern for your district.
My house owns the one next to it, so yeah.
Yeah, that's P3 it's showing as well. Now, I know there's some areas where there is a, like deed restriction stuff, but I understand that y'all don't have an HOA and the other Country Village doesn't have an HOA as well. So I'm not sure if that falls under the city's jurisdiction, if that's the case. Now, this is the one that really concerns me. P4, I agree with Mr. Lewis here that in the horseshoe here, that's what we really, really, really are concerned about. And this P4 is right north of Highway 90. I mean, it seems like it's like right in this area here. There's a few over here. And that P4 allows, that's just something else. It allows cottage courts, duplexes, triplexes, quadruplexes, small apartments, ADUs, and live and work environments. I mean, I read a lot of this stuff. And I thought this UDO was about protecting Castroville, but now it's looking to me like it's about density, and now that's very concerning to me. Because I lived for all my life, I love this town, and I'm very concerned that you're going to take our way of life away, our culture here. So, thank you.
Great, thank you. Is there anybody else that would like to speak for the public hearing? Please. And just if I can remind you, state your name and your address for the record.
Sander A. Vance, FM 471 North, 113. I'm here to speak on the public hearing on the repealing of Chapter 24 Signs and Signage and Chapter 100 Subdivisions from the Code of Ordinance and the Comprehensive Zoning Ordinance, replacing the new City of Castroville Unified Development Ordinance. Boy, is that complicated. And it makes me wonder why. I will email y'all my wife's and mine's notes for tomorrow, but just a few comments from the few meetings that I've been to in my 25 years of Castroville. It seems like we hold firm on the taxpayers' request, but we do anything that the outsiders want. We dismiss the citizens' input when asked, such as a subdivision, Alsatian Heights, across from me, which is going to have, 120 houses on 32 acres, but now that it's P3, I was told that they couldn't go down to 3,500 square feet, but watch them. Watch them. I also feel like there's been a failure to adequately notify citizens on that 3-line public hearing number C that I just read. We talked about social media. Not everybody's on social media. We have a banner that's used frequently over Highway 90. Why hadn't that been used? There could be signs on the affected property. The existing CZO, the meetings that I've been to, has never been enforced. It's been giving variances on whatever the outsiders want. For example, on the use of stock building plans or typical corporate or franchise operation designs are not allowed. Drive up and down Highway 90. See what you see. These questions are ones that I have. They're not really to be discussed or answered now, but as I just paid my taxes last week, which I just figured out, since the 25 years I've lived here, I've paid 2.5 times what I paid for my home in taxes. Who or whom improved the cost? What percentage of the document is boilerplate? How much is specific to Castroville? How much time did the team actually spend in Castroville? What changes were made specifically for Castroville? What other municipalities, Castroville's size, have they worked with? What were the results, positive and negative? Why will this be better than the CZOs we already have in place? Will this be enforced better than the current CZOs? What issues will it solve that can't be solved with the current CZOs? What happens when development is approved and the zoning has been changed, as I mentioned a minute ago? Where is that specifically addressed? EC really scares me that it's pretty arbitrary that will be determined to fit the needs of the use. Again, cottage courts has been mentioned. Please slow down. I still saw a zoning map up here tonight that is not accurate. It has not been updated. As we all know, this is a critical time. 15 years ago, 16 years ago, we talked about a bypass around Castroville. Where are we now? Traffic is horrible. Last Tuesday night, wreck in front of my house. Last Wednesday night, wreck in front of my house on 471, 113. And it's only going to get worse. The last thing I want to say is, for everybody that has been involved in this, it's a thankless job, and I don't want to do it. I'm glad y'all are doing it, but as far as the UDO, please, let's get this right the first time. Thank you.
Thank you. Perfect. And I apologize that we have been playing phone tag a little bit, but we will get that sit down. You've got some very valid points. I'd like to get you caught up with some of those things. Mickey, did you want to come up now?
Yes, please.
Please.
Mickey Holzhaus, my wife Denise and I live at 514 Washington Street here in Castroville. The premise for Simple City doing this UDO on the on downtown master plan, comprehensive plan, and the C, which is, I'll just abbreviate it, the CZO, was to clarify the discrepancies in the ordinances that we had. That is what we were told, why we've enlisted the services of Simple City. Correct me if I'm wrong.
That is the commitment. You were sitting in Braden Keller Center.
No, it was before that. It was at a council meeting.
We've been talking about updating the CZO for a very long time.
Yes, we have.
You were sitting at a meeting in the Braden Keller Center where we talked about what we were facing and how much growth we were dealing with. And in that meeting that you were at, we said we're going to go and look at how do we make sure that our codes reflect what Castroville is and protect the city. And it's been a tough process, and we've made a lot of improvements to it. But the fact is that nothing is, I'm sorry, I'm getting into too many details. Sorry, this is a public hearing. I'm going to shut up now.
That's not where it started. It started with, there were some conflicts in the interpretation of the current ZZO. And it could be interpreted in different ways. And the city was having a difficult time with it. So we're going to try to get it clarified. It morphed into what you just said.
No, it started a year before that, by the way.
I didn't give a date. It didn't start at Braden Keller. It started in these chambers. And the contract was let, and all of a sudden, Simple Cities awarded the bid, and now it's morphed into this big mushroom. There's a term in civil construction, if you get the grader blade set too low, what happens? The dirt balls up, and then the unit can't move forward anymore. This whole thing the grader blade is set way too low. We as citizens, to the point of so many people tonight, we've been dealing with a moving target. We come to city meetings with information that's changed at the 11th hour. Even Simple City doesn't even know about some of these changes because he's putting up inaccurate information. Brianna did it tonight, and I commend Brianna for what she's doing. She gave it a cursory stab at comparing the CZO with the new UDO, but we still need the comparison line by line item, because trying to read through over 150 pages is not practical. We've got to use common sense. This isn't going anywhere very fast. In fact, we've probably gone backwards tonight. And People need to be held accountable for the information being provided. If they don't have the time to provide it accurately, then don't provide it at all, because no information is better than inaccurate information. Please, that's what we want to deal with, is accurate information. And then we can help you decide what to do. And please remember, and so many businesses and city councils fail to remember this, who the customer is. We are the customer. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Is there anybody else that would like to speak for citizens' comments?
One quick comment I forgot.
Sure. I'm going to start limiting you. I'm just kidding.
Tam Alexander, 516 Vienna. I did forget about the UDO. It's in the UDO. In the CZO right now, it stipulates what type of business that you can have. In the UDO, it does placement type, like not what type of business. So how do you control what type of business is being put in? If it's undesirable, how do you control that if it's just placement type and doesn't stipulate the type of business? Thank you.
Great, thank you. Anybody else like to speak for citizens' comments?
Yes, please.
Yeah, please, Val.
Good evening, Valerie Solis, 1216 Constantinople Street. The comprehensive plan previously acknowledged the distinction between Old Castroville and New Castroville, yet the UDO is an overarching document that applies to both. In reality, Castroville has developed two distinct identities that should be considered separately to better address their unique needs and characteristics. While Highway 90 physically links the two areas, New Castroville does not fully reflect the values, culture, or heritage of Old Castroville. It is recommended that the UDO be revisited to create a tailored guidelines that respect and preserve the unique identity of Castroville. Lastly, the Downtown Master Plan is very symbolic of what the Downtown Revitalization Initiative is aiming to achieve. However, it's difficult to discern who and what is truly benefiting Castroville. As the community navigates these challenges, it's important to ensure that the revitalization efforts genuinely serve the interest of all residents while preserving the town's unique heritage. Thank you.
Great, thanks, Val. Anybody else like to speak for citizens' comments?
Public hearing.
Public hearing, thank you.
So do you want to read now the two statements?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. First one is from Meg Connor, 811 Washington Street. Dear Mayor and council members, thank you for all the hours of hard work you have put in to bring the Downtown Master Plan, Comprehensive Plan, and UDO to this point. Thank you for the open meetings, newsletters, and workshops you offer to keep citizens informed. I reside within the Medina River Bend, and I wish to express my support for the adoption of Downtown Master Plan, the Comprehensive Plan, and repealing the existing Comprehensive Zoning Ordinance and replacing it with the new Uniform Development Ordinance. Thank you, Meg Connor. And then we have Patrick Connor, says, Aloha, Mayor and council members.
All his emails say that.
Thank you for all the hours of hard work you have put into bringing Downtown Master Plan, Comprehensive Plan, and Unified Development Ordinance to this point. Thank you for the open meetings, emails, newsletters, and workshops you offer to keep citizens informed. All of these planning documents are lengthy, but that is the nature of such. Those that complain about no transparency are those that do not read the information that has been provided. I reside within Medina River Bend and wish to express my support for the adoption of the Downtown Master Plan, Comprehensive Plan, and repealing the existing Comprehensive Zoning Ordinance and replacing it with the new Unified Development Ordinance. Please add these comments to the public record for 11 February 2025 City Council Agenda Items 9 and 10. Again, thank you all for making our community a better place to live. Best wishes, Patrick Connor, 811 Washington Street.
Great, thank you. All right, anybody else want to speak for the public hearing? All right, we're going to close the public hearing then at 8:32. Okay. So we moved this one up just a little bit. Sorry about the delay. The next item that we're going to talk about is consider and take appropriate action on amendment to the Flat Creek Development Agreement. Is this Brianna?
Yeah. I don't know if y'all want me to pull up the presentation. It's the same information that y'all saw last time, so if it's helpful, I can. If it's not, it's up to y'all.
There's some additional information about the sheeting, right?
There is additional information about the sheeting. I could speak to it, or I could show them.
Let's go ahead and show it because not everybody was here during that.
Okay, sounds good. Sorry about that. Okay, I could have been doing this and I didn't. Oh, is the TV? Oh, there it is.
It's on.
Okay. Eventually, I have to go into folder after folder after folder. Okay, all right. Okay, so this is the same agenda item that we saw at the last meeting, but there was some additional information requested. So this is the Flat Creek Development Agreement Amendment. So right now, per the requirements of their development agreement, they must have 75% masonry on the front elevation. The masonry is defined as stone, stucco board, or brick. Their request is to allow for specific elevations that have less than 75% masonry and are consisted of fiber cement, board, and batten. These are the elevations that they are requesting. These are modern farmhouse. There was different elevations, but all the other elevations y'all saw last time, those meant that 75% masonry requirement, so it's specifically for these elevations. The materials that they are planning on using is the hardy panel siding, as we spoke to last year. It's a really strong material, but the one question is what's going to be underneath that hardy panel siding, because it can have a different effect if it's not there. And they are using zip sheathing and tape, which is that's the way you want to go. I do think there is legislature that passed that says you don't have to require this now, but they are planning on using this underneath all the fiber cement or the hardy panel siding. So that is what's going to be underneath. So it was short, sweet, but let me know if y'all have any additional questions.
Great. Thank you. Questions?
Yes, sir.
I don't know the difference between stucco board and cement board. So define if stucco board was approved, how is that different from hardy board?
I will defer to Jeff if you know. Yeah.
It's a good question. I think in theory, in my opinion, they're virtually the same. It's because that's the same effect you're going to get with that application of the hardy.
Basically reinforced cement.
Yes, sir, it is. Yeah.
Can I answer that?
Yeah, please.
A hardy plank is a cementitious board, not
Right.
reinforced. It's a cementitious board, whereas a stucco board is basically stucco. Stucco is lighter if you want to. You can get stucco panels,
Right.
but hardy plank in some respects is a more durable material.
But I think it has fiberglass reinforcement. It's not steel reinforced, but it does have fiberglass structure in it.
You could be right, but
Okay.
yeah. But anyway, but yes, and of course, hardy plank can cause cancer in California. Only in California.
Only in California.
Don't set it on fire and inhale the fumes.
But they're both durable boards, but there is technically a definition difference.
Yes, sir. Yeah. And I think Commissioner King, you had a question about the support behind that.
Yeah.
I think to Brianna's point, the zip sheeting system is in my opinion, above and beyond what is required and what a lot of builders use. Also, I was impressed that this particular home builder wants to do that. Aside from the durability and the rigidness that it provides behind it, which I think was your concern, there's some insulation components and some other advantages from
And I don't know what zip sheeting is, I'm sorry, but is that just a heart, it's a different kind of material than a plywood?
Yes, sir, it is. Yeah, it's about 7/16 in thickness for the wall.
The white sheet on that, or white paper on that, is in your packet.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, and I did not like that, so I'm sorry, but basically just a durable board.
Definitely.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
And it's above and beyond what the building requirements.
Right.
Yeah,
And I
what the
read
building
this last
requirements
time.
are. Yeah.
Last time it was, so we really shouldn't be getting into that, but it was a curiosity.
Yeah, it's definitely a good question.
Yeah.
I'll take leave. I think another question that was asked also, I believe it came from you, Mr. Mayor, in terms of how many of these will be on the street in terms of some differentiation along the way. Our homeowner association documents within themselves provide that the builders can only build the same, not the same elevation, but different elevations 2 to 3 homes away, and they can't build them. They can't build the same home across the street either. And of course, these depict a certain color combo, but the whole idea behind this is that, again, we have restrictions. We're not going to get crazy with the colors, but it does create some elevation differences.
Can you speak to the value, the quality and value?
Yeah, I think one of the other questions that came up was the pricing. What are charged for these elevation differences? We anticipate and actually received from the builder, the starting prices for these homes are going to be in the mid 500s to begin with. For this particular elevation, it's going to range between $7,000 and $10,000 in addition to the base price.
Gotcha. And I want to remind the people that weren't here for this part of this discussion, we started talking about this last council meeting. In our development agreements, one of the biggest things that we're trying to accomplish is making sure that we have quality construction that is happening in different areas. And so the reason that we had the masonry requirement is really to ensure that we have high quality homes that are being built. And the reason that we're looking at this is because they brought this to us and said, we want to provide an additional amount of variation in the types of homes. Can you show inside of each one of these? You had the slide that showed for each floor plan, how many different elevation types there were, including this one. Do you have that in there still?
Not in this PowerPoint, but I have it, I think, in this other packet real quick.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just see if you can find that. And so that's the reason that we're discussing this. We're not trying to compromise on the original intent. The original intent is to make sure that we have quality construction that's happening. And so we're just trying to determine, oh, there you go.
Here, if we just go down, it's more like that.
There you go.
And then it keeps going. There's like a lot of different kinds.
Okay, so let's just stop on one,
Okay.
just so that we can see the ones, the modern farmhouse. So each one of those that you saw before, it goes with another set of these. So it gives them 3 different options. Each one of these is the same floor plan, but they look different. That way there's some kind of diversity in that. And so, so the reason that we're considering this is because we want to ensure that it is high quality, but this has a little bit, it has a nice feel to it. It gives additional diversity. The one thing that we're trying to discern on the legal standpoint is, does this open up any kind of, does it set a standard that we can't come back from in other areas? Are there protections that we need to put in place around that? So that's the reason that we're having the conversation, not because we're trying to be lax. We're trying to be respectful of the community. Okay. Other questions? Sheena? No. Okay. All right. Are you guys comfortable? Do you still have other concerns?
I don't know.
Okay.
So to be clear, we don't have an amendment tonight. What we'll do is draft amendment through the attorney and bring that back for your review. Any guidance you can give us on what you would expect to see in that amendment, let us know. So go ahead.
Well, I was going to say, last time we talked about these specific elevations. So
Right.
That's in the amendment.
So an exhibit that has the specific elevations, and then that prescribes hardy board and the sheathing or the sheeting that's been described, right?
It would be important to equate those, since hardy board is essentially the same as stucco board, so.
It is hardy
I don't
plank.
think we want to
It is hardy
generally
board.
equate them.
I don't
No.
know.
Not generally.
Yeah, but I'd say if these elevations as presented, then I'd be happy with those.
With the zip board and the hardy plank.
Yeah.
Right.
Mhm.
Okay.
Were there any other stipulations?
And again, just for, I'm sorry, I was putting some stuff together when you first came up. Did we introduce you?
Oh.
Can we do that? I'm so sorry. Can you introduce yourself? Do you mind?
Sure. My name's Jeff Czar, and I'm a partner with Kingfish Development, and we'll be developing Flat Creek.
So for context, this is the development that is going back behind the Chevy dealership. They are the developer. They do the land development. And so these are not their homes. They do the development. They sell the lots to the home builders. And so this isn't extra money in his pocket. He's trying to do something that is nice for the development that they're doing. And so I wanted to give a little bit of context around that.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Sure. Okay, great. I think that we're good with that.
Okay.
Anything else? Great.
Thank you for your time.
Appreciate you coming in.
Thank you.
Do we need a motion or not?
Yeah, motion?
No.
No, I think that we have a motion once we get back with the legal.
Yeah, that's fine.
Sorry.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, great. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
All right, next item is discussion and I think I'm going to open up all three of these. Discussion and possible action on the adoption of the downtown master plan. Discussion and possible action on the adoption of the comprehensive plan. Discussion and possible action on the repealing of chapter 24 signs and signage and chapter 100 subdivisions from the code of ordinance and the comprehensive zoning ordinance and replacing with the new city of Castroville unified development ordinance. Okay, so I wanted to, can I have the dongle thing?
You want this one?
Either one. I got this one, Brian.
You got to power it with both of those.
Got to power both? Okay.
You need an HDMI and you need a regular.
Now let me get the other one.
Okay, sorry.
That's a lot. That's more stuff than I got.
You did ask me to pull up the other stuff. Did you want me to pull that up or not?
Which
you want me to pull up the?
Yeah, actually, if you don't mind, why don't you start with that and then we'll go into this.
Okay.
It's a lot harder to pass that now that Herb Dyer's gone.
Yeah.
I asked him if he wanted to come back and he actually texted us and he said, I love this community. And what's funny is the things that he was talking about that he loved about it were the exact same things that we're trying to accomplish over here. He's like, I see it in action. This is great. Outside of city limits. Okay, so what I asked Scott to bring up was there in the comprehensive master plan and in the downtown master plan, there are some questions that were brought up in that P&Z meeting about what the application looks like. So I wanted to demonstrate I want to make sure that you know what to expect and what the next steps will be. There are next steps that are in here. We're not getting to those anytime soon. That would be after we get through all of this, but it kind of gives you a roadmap for the things that you want to go through. This, like the downtown master plan, we're not looking to build this. Just like if you think, has anybody seen the Parks Master Plan? So the Parks Master Plan, it is, if you look at everything that's in there, if you tried to implement everything that's in the Parks Master Plan, we'd be broke in like 27 seconds. Because it's a lot of stuff, but it is a master plan for a reason. It says, in the scope of all of the things that we can do, here are all the things that we feel are important. And then the way that we leverage that Parks Master Plan is to make sure that our Parks and Rec Department and our friends of the park put in their priorities every year. And so if it's in the plan, then we have the ability, if we find funding for it, then we have the ability to implement it. If we find funding for something and it's not in that plan, then we ask them to go back and either add it into the plan or reprioritize. And that way it just keeps us on a good track. The same thing with the downtown master plan. You saw in some of that, there were trees all over the place. There were sidewalks. There were, we didn't have sidewalks, but we had walkways and we had all kinds of different ideas. So it is about honing what that looks like at a very high level and then starting to get it down to the project level. And the best way that we can implement any of these things is slowly and incrementally, but it gives us a guidance. So when people come to us and they say, hey, we want to do this in downtown and we're willing to pay for it. If it's in the downtown master plan, then we say, okay, well, let's see where that is in the priorities. If you want to pay for it, then we can move that up. If it needs funding, then we need to make sure that we prioritize it, but it becomes a roadmap so that we know what the public has agreed with and what they haven't. So think about it in that lens, not that we're going to come in and we don't have the money to implement any of our master plans all at once, but it does give us that roadmap. So are you bringing up
Yeah, first I wanted to show people where you can find it. So on our homepage, If you scroll down to the news section, you will find this building block project. And if you click on that link, it will take you to this, this page. The documents that we've been discussing tonight are all on here. Yeah, there's quite a bit of information that's so the list of updates. I think one of the questions was, when was this updated? What changes have been made, et cetera? That's on this webpage. There's the link to it. There's something on ADUs. That's the sequence of events, et cetera. But the documents that we were looking for, or that you wanted to look at.
Actually, will you do something, since you're right here, click on the place type zoning map is the one with the slide across map. Okay, let's bring that up. And I've just got to tell you, we've had a lot of, there's people that are very frustrated about this process, and I have to commend you. You guys have worked your butts off. Brianna, I know that you have been through the gauntlet with this. Simple City, you guys have worked really hard on this, and we did ask you to dream a little bit, and we found our limit of dreaming, and now we're trying to bring it back down to reality, and you've done a really good job of really listening to this. So what I wanted to show, this is a little bit confusing, so you have to go in and turn on. Can we set this to turn that on by default? Okay, let's see if we can set that on by default. So you have to click on the very top right here and hit swipe.
Yeah, so if you want to see what was there before and then what's there now proposed, you just go down to the drop-down layer list and then you click zoning and then you go to that top right-hand corner where it has like the little square with the two side by side.
Will you show them with your cursor again?
Oh yeah, I apologize. Yeah, so then you click on this right here and then you're able to go and you can, I don't know what's an address, like, yeah, 505 Houston, you can put 505 Houston, and usually, well, not if you spell it right, it's, and so you can and it zooms into that, and so you can see what was there before. So if you slide to the left, then that was the zoning, existing zoning, and they do have a legend on this side, so if you want to see what the legend is, you can pull that up, and then, it kind of jumps off, yeah. And then if you want to see what the new zoning is, then you slide it to the right and you can see what the proposed zoning is. So that's just how we work that.
Okay, cool. Go ahead and go back to the last one. I just wanted to make sure that people had the opportunity to see this. It's not, there's so much information in all of this. I want to make sure you know where to find the different things. So go ahead and bring up, let's start with the downtown master plan. Okay, just go right to the very end of it and then back up a little bit.
Too far.
Too far. Okay, scroll up a little bit. It's hard to get this on here.
There's a full screen button up there below sign up on the right side.
Yeah, I see it on the ones. Yeah. What are you looking for?
There was the implementation plan. Do you remember where that was exactly, Matt? Where it talked about next steps and how we go through that? Yeah, I thought it was down at the very, toward the very, very end.
We passed it. Right there, this is a little bit lower.
Making it.
Keep going down.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, there you go. And please do take the time to read the stuff that's above this because it really does kind of frame it up. And so these are, if we look at how do we go through and actually finish this, the Downtown Program Steering Committee. Yeah, he's, this thing that he's using doesn't work very well, and I want to throw it away. Brianna's like, throw it.
See the wires.
Yeah.
This one usually is better. I don't know why it's having issues, but
Okay, all right, we're back. Let's bring it back in, everybody. Thank you. Okay, so when we talk about any of the downtown programming, if you think about the previous, we have different iterations of the downtown plan. It's something we have 5 or 6, right? And they are all on the website. And one of the first things that, as we started engaging Simple City, I made sure that they had links to each one to understand the context of what was inside of each one. And so they really truly did take all of those and build this out of those. So this is really a compilation. It's got some additional functions in here, but it's really just an extension of those. And so what the way forward is the downtown program, the steering committee, the historic walking tour. It's kind of so they talk about formalizing it, making it so that it's like updated for. It talks about QR codes and some other things that we can do with that, beautification and placemaking, artistic culture. So these are ideas for how do you do things that are not huge things, but they're minor things, and how do you involve the community with it? And so, like with the downtown program steering committee, it would be somebody from each of the churches. It would be residents downtown. It might be a couple of businesses. It would be people that are in and around this area to help look at that and help steer that. So these are some different functions. Let's bring back up with the comprehensive master plan. So one of the questions, the thing that I was trying to address specifically with that is one of the questions is, how are you going to do all of this? It's too much, and totally agreed. But that's why you have the master plan so that you can start making your individual plans. Go to the very end of that, please. Okay. All right. Yeah, I think you have to zoom out of that. Oh, is it on 2 pages? That's why? Yeah. Okay. So can you do a side by side? Maybe zoom out a little bit more and it might go side by side. I guess it won't, will it? Okay. So on here, it is, we'll start up with the Highway 90. So somebody asked me, Highway 90 is already built out. Why do you want to change anything? One of the things that we talked about specifically during the Journey series, as we were understanding, what has gone wrong, and part of what happened was back in 1940 or so, Highway 90 built through, and it was built out like anywhere USA. I was talking to one of the residents here, and he's not from the U.S., and he was talking about how wonderful this is, and it just there are portions of it that feel like he was at home. And I said, well, how did you even land here? And he said, I used to drive through here all the time, and Highway 90 just seemed like anywhere USA. I personally call it fast food chicken row, and it's nothing special. It's not. I mean, it's not Castroville. Highway 90 is not Castroville. And so somebody said, why even care about that? Because it's never too late to say this was a bad idea. And we're not going to change it overnight. There are people that own businesses on Highway 90, and we're not asking anybody to change it. But when something gets built down and a vape shop gets put in its place or something else gets put in its place, if you have it in your codes so that it can recreate something that is that much better, then you can actually do something about it. And so that is how do we approach that? And then when we look at like the downtown planning, this walks through some of the other ways to go through. Go ahead and go to the next page. So it talks about Paris and Fiorella, talking about those specifically as Main Street, coming down here and then going down. And it talks about establishing a delegation, like this is for the Highway 90. So what does that look like? How do we make sure that we're engaged with TxDOT? I spent a lot of time with TxDOT to understand what they're doing, and they just they sometimes let me know what they're doing and sometimes they don't, but it's trying to keep involved with what they're doing with that to understand what are their plans for striping, what are their plans for accessibility. Okay, so I can see I'm losing folks. If you can, go in and take a look. Priscilla's like, come on, finish it out. So if you can, go through, this is where some of the plans are. Love for you to take a look at those and just understand that everything that is in here is meant to be heavily publicly involved. Let's go in the comprehensive plan. I wanted to talk about a few things. I want to, if you'll give me a little bit of leeway, based on a lot of input that I've gotten, some of the stuff that we've talked about, I wanted to compile some of this and really take a look at it. Can you go to the beginning? And let's look at what we talked about with the, what was that? The, where it has like the areas of conservation. So we're not going to answer this right now, but I do want to take a look at
The map that shows Castroville Growth Guidance Map.
yes, that's the one. What page is that on?
77 is what it looks like.
Gosh.
Yeah, 77.
So when you look at what the function of these documents are, you had said, or somebody had said, don't do the comprehensive plan before the Uniform Development Ordinance. And actually the comprehensive plan is a higher level that should shape what happens below that. And so I would spend actually more time on the comprehensive plan to make sure that that reflects. And as he's bringing up with this, I'm going to state one more time, the three main goals that we've got here. And Val, to your point, I do want you to hold us accountable for this. That is making sure that we deconflict without creating new confusion.
What are we looking for?
This one right
Page
here.
77. Yeah.
77.
77 was down.
Yeah, it says 77 on it, so. Just do a control find 77.
Yeah, I was almost there. There it is. This is page 77 of the document.
Okay, yeah, no, that's not what's in our packet.
76, 77.
It's in chapter 4, Scott.
Okay.
Okay, let's let him find that. So what we're looking at in this part of the plan, making sure that at a high level, something that I saw on here was in the areas of change. I think that we need to look at those specifically. And I think that everything that is currently built out, if you look at, there you go. Okay, let's start right there. Can everybody recognize the orientation of the city and Highway 90 here? Okay. So one of the things that I think that we need to take a look at very specifically is the areas of change. I know that we talked about the areas of conservation we should look at this very specifically. Why are we putting this in here? Is it really realistic to conserve all of the green? We have no ability to do that. And some of that is going into existing places that already have homes in them when you go down to the south. And then in the areas of change, I really think that we need to put the areas of conservation into the entire built environment. So that's within the horseshoe. Anything that is within city limits that already has homes in it, I think it really needs to go into that area of conservation. So that includes River Bluff, that includes Lower Lacoste, that includes Country Village and Westheim Village. Basically everywhere inside of city limits that we have homes currently, I think that we need to change that to the area of conservation and take that from the very beginning, saying this is the stuff that we want to conserve. This is where people have lived for years, decades, or generations, and this is the stuff that is important to us. So I think that we need to change that portion of it from an area of change to an area of conservation. And then we can look at especially as we have the developments that are out there, make sure that we get those updated. Those are the areas of change, and we know what direction those are going. One of the questions about and he's not here, I'll have to call.
There's a large blue area up north.
That was also an area of conservation. Which,
Well, it said stability, it was the purpose.
oh, still, yeah, sorry, stability, right. And that was something that was all built out. So I think that this is something that we need to take a look at. What's that? Yes. Well, he had asked specifically, I think it was him that asked about in the heights of Castroville, the one that's the 35 acres, right past the old Berkwin Automotive. He was saying, can that be changed? If that is a P3, or maybe Joe, that was you. If that was a P3, can they then go down to smaller lots? And they can't because we have a development agreement that stipulates what those lots look like. So let's start with that. So I'd like to double click on this and go through this and look at it very methodically. I think that it starts with planning and zoning to go through with them and determine what are those areas of conservation? What are the areas of, areas of stability? What are the areas of change? I think the downtown, you've got pretty well there, but let's do just a double click on that. Make sure that we were accurate with that.
Can I ask Matt, why did they put Country Village as an area of change?
Please, Brianna, if you can step up to the microphone.
Country Village, I think if y'all didn't hear Mr. King's question, that he was asking why did they put Country Village as an area of change instead of an area of stability? And that's because there's change that can still happen within that neighborhood, especially if the lot sizes are smaller. There's change that can potentially happen, especially like the Heights of Castroville. We do know what's going there, but it's always, we don't know exactly what's going along 471 North. There's areas of change that we still don't see. It's not fully quote unquote built out yet. So.
But the Country Village is completely built out, right?
It's
the Heights of Country Village.
No, it's not, because if you, well, you think about it, first of all, there's those new two sections of Country Village from Jack Upmore over there by what the big white house is at.
That's a separate subdivision.
It's Country Village. It's
Country
still
Village
country.
Estate.
Yeah, it's still part of it.
It's District 4 and not Alsatian.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's still part of it. It's just that, like Ms. Youngman was saying earlier, if the lot sizes were to go down to, or where the minimum is 3,500 square foot, that area can still change because those are all P3 in that area.
Yeah. And that'll get into something, if I can really quickly, and I'll come back to you. That's something I want to address coming up here in just a second. I still think that that needs to be
Because I think the thing that concerns citizens in that area, David,
right,
is what concerns citizens in that area is that we're kind of condoning a change to smaller lots.
Right.
And just like Mickey had said, and several others, you have this commitment from the city to protect their castle and allowing smaller lots around them. And that's what the fear is of what we're doing here. And so I just like old area of Castroville, the Horseshoe, I could see where people who live in these established neighborhoods, whatever they are, that we're kind of condoning a change. And that's the problem, where I think they want to be in a stable area.
Right.
Yeah, and just to speak from staff standpoint, because we've been going through these meetings, for day one, I think we always heard from everybody, I think in this room, is protect the Horseshoe. Not that we're saying not to protect those places, but that's why that is the area of stability, is because that's where we've been told and guided to protect the Horseshoe. We've heard that multiple times, just from a staff standpoint. These maps were laid out when we had that meeting right here at Legion Hall, I'm sorry. And people did go around, and there were some other areas that were areas of change and areas of stability, and and we changed those in accordance to what we heard from the public feedback at that meeting. So there was changes made to this map based off of that feedback that we received at that time. So
I think that we just need to double check and see what that looks like. And I think that part of the conversation that we have here can help guide that.
Any direction the council would like to give us on this? If y'all want it changed, just let's change it.
Okay.
Direction from you all would be really helpful, but I understand you don't want to circumvent the P&Z as well.
Well, I think that let's walk through the rest of this process, because there's some other things that I think that we need to take a look at. Okay, can I get that dongle from you?
So what one thing we can do is, we're meeting with Planning and Zoning Commission tomorrow.
Mhm.
We can convey these topics to them and seek their input directly on these topics.
Could I get the other one?
Oh, here you go. I
The
got
one
it.
that I actually have the connections for. Thanks.
All the P and Z people are leaving.
Someone needs to do something about this technology.
Do what?
Yeah.
Someone needs to do something about this technology.
Yeah.
Deborah? I'm just kidding.
There you go. Bite my hand.
All right.
I'll lay hands on it.
Can I ask?
We just need to go
Yeah,
to
please.
another city that seems like they have their stuff and figure out what they're doing.
I just watched Bill Medina use an iPhone.
That's it. Maybe we just need to have a City of Castroville iPhone. I don't know. Okay, I'm sorry.
Brianna, one quick question. In the horseshoe,
Uh-huh.
right now, the minimum lot size
Mhm.
in the horseshoe is what?
12,000 square feet.
Okay, so everywhere in the city right now, the minimum, well,
In the
In
horseshoe.
2.5.
Horseshoe and in other areas,
The west
Country
side.
Village and River Bluff, it's all the 12,000.
No,
Okay.
no, in the horseshoe. So where the old Castroville, where the original plat of Henry Castro. So anything, that is the minimum lot size is 12,000 square feet. In River Bluff, Country Village, West Time, those are P3 and the minimum lot size is 3,500 square
I
feet.
think he means currently.
I'm
Oh,
saying
current-
CZO.
Oh, yes. Oh, no. That's not correct either. RA, which is, if you look at that map right over there, it's pretty much anything, yeah, it's like all that yellowish, RA, that is the minimum lot size is 12,000 square feet.
Okay.
In the gray, it's the 13,991.
Okay.
Yeah.
What about RC?
RC is, that's general residential, which allows for multifamily, which is like in the orange spots. There's some orange spots throughout town, and that's multifamily. So it allows for different kinds.
Lot size?
And that is under, what she's saying is under the current CZO that
Yeah, and
RC allows for that.
is it?
Okay, so
I think it varies. Yeah.
Okay, now that answers my question.
Okay.
I want to go back, and everything that we're deciding here should go back to these, really, these are the three. I wanted to say it, I know that we've gone through this multiple times and council has said this, and this is the same thing that we're hearing from the public. I just want to make sure that we all agree that these are the things that we're trying to accomplish. And if it doesn't accomplish this, then we need to not do it. And that's the plain and simple fact of the matter. So avoid negative change for the current city, for the people who already live here. To somebody's point earlier, our concern is always the people that are here. The developers, that is something that is a necessary evil. This is something that the best way for a city to grow is slowly and incrementally, and that's not what's happening to us. And so I think that we need to be really, really careful about making sure that that is our top priority, and that has been something that the council has supported throughout the entire time.
Can I add one?
Yep.
That is a goal. And I don't think there's a person in the city who would disagree with that we should avoid negative change in the current city for people who already live here.
Right.
There are people who disagree about what changes are positive and which are negative.
Exactly. And that is the biggest challenge. I think that the majority of the things we have commonality on, there are a few items where we disagree, and those are going to be the most challenging portions of it.
Well, like an example, you mentioned that trailers can only be in the third zone.
The third layer. Mm-hmm.
Currently,
Mm-hmm.
it can be in the second or third layer.
That's correct.
It's right now, because currently trailers, RVs, have to be behind the front wall of the house.
Yes.
And we're saying, no, you have to be into the total backyard. That's actually a major change for a lot of people. So I could see that. And is it true that you can't, in the P 2.5
Okay. Uh-huh.
history, you can't park on the street?
That's how it's written right now.
Yeah, and I know that one
Parking would be allowed. It's for
Nope.
new rural areas. Because it's open swell, you would envision that the areas would be like that. We're gonna add on-street parking in the historic district.
Okay.
Okay. Good.
And also again, yeah, but that's the only place, Because that kind of surprised me. That's not in P3 though. They can park on the street in P3. Okay. Understand.
Okay, the other one was, somebody asked about the CZO, why don't we leave the CZO? The reason that we don't leave the CZO is because the CZO creates San Antonio West. Those are the codes that have been taken from San Antonio, from other places. Some of the codes have been taken from and I've heard these conversations. I came to city council meetings for years before I got on, and they're like, well, let's look to a smaller town, like a Lytle or a Hondo or something that is more like us. And guess where they got theirs from? And so most of those were about that. And so the reason that we're looking at the form of the UDO, is to ensure that what happens outside the city limits with the place types that we talked about before that are in the comprehensive master plan, that's what we're trying to encourage to be built outside of here. So while we're trying to protect what's here, trying to give them guidance for what is appropriate outside of town and make sure that the codes and ordinances are clear, and we're getting there, but we're not there yet. So I just wanted to level set with why we're doing that. And I'm going to take number one a little bit further here in just a second. So I looked at this. If you look at the black area, basically this is every lot from the largest to the smallest in the current HE and RA combined. So that's all of our residential units. They go from pretty big all the way down to much smaller. So at the green line down on the bottom, that is at 12,000 square feet. If you look at the red line above, we capture, what is that, 95% of them within that red line of that 13,887. And so I think that when you combine that, and I separated it out so we can look at HE and RA separately as well. So in HE, again, HE is the historic, the historic residential area. You capture pretty much everything in there with that 13,887. Going below that, you're like most of the things are going to be above that. Even when you go into RA, you capture at 12,000 square foot where it is currently in RA. You're still, you're capturing probably, I don't know, most of it, 98% of it, but you only lose by putting it at 13,887. You only lose, what is that, maybe a quarter of it? And so still, you're going to have some non-conforming lots, but the number of non-conforming lots that you have is going to be pretty minimal. And this is across all of HE and all of RA.
That is going to be about 2/3 of my district and most of River Bluff, though.
What's that?
That if you move the line from 12,000 to 13,887 in what's now RA,
right?
The overwhelming majority of River Bluff and the newer portions of Country Village were all platted at 12,000 square foot lots.
Right.
So you're rendering those entire neighborhoods non-conforming.
And Westheim.
And Westheim, right?
And a whole bunch of lots in the city, because they're not all 13,000.
No, I think
Right.
everything, once you start going towards like that yellow area, they get smaller. Yeah. So once you get out of that gray and go to the yellows, yeah, they start getting smaller.
So well, let me get through this and write that down. We'll come back to that because there's some other, I just want to take a look at all of these different considerations. So when you're existing non-conforming, we have a bunch right now that are existing non-conforming. And so trying to figure out what that looks like, what are the negative implications of doing that? So I wanted to get a good picture in my head about that. So when we look at in current 2.5, putting it at 13,887, again, it captures most of it. And this is another view specifically in the current RA, or excuse me, in what we have under 3.0, it's about half of them that are under that. So to your point, it's about half of everything outside of the horseshoe would be existing non-conforming.
And River Bluff as well.
Right. And that's most of that. So some of the bigger lots are going to be more like along Lower Lacoste, because those were all in here under place type 3. The problem with place type 3 is that if you look at what is currently in place type 3, again, most of it is 12,000 square foot lots. So we either add another place type or we absorb those into the higher, take them from place type 3 to a place type 2.5. And then we have to look at what are the negative implications for the people that are existing non-conforming. Well, that was another one. I'm going to come back to this one.
Why, I guess, why, in your opinion, why turn Country Village in the 2.5 versus leaving it in 3, but take care of these issues that we're allowing in 3, and maybe we do need in the newer areas it becomes 3.5?
Well, so an easy way to fix this is if we look at it, if we can, again, the idea is it's to protect what is currently here. So we're trying to figure out how to correct what's currently here. I don't know that we need to add a whole new place type just to incorporate that.
Yeah, as staff, I would.
Yeah, it's going to be a
yeah,
lot.
as this being this, I don't want to say late in the game because I know we're still working through this, but we've done all the public notifications based off the place types that we've already presented. We've done all the, I mean, if you look in the, like all those charts and stuff, that's an extensive overhaul of the entire ordinance.
Okay.
I would highly,
I'm not,
yeah,
okay.
I would
Yeah, don't go down
not
that trail.
suggest that.
I don't think it's a good idea to add in another place type,
Yeah.
but I do think it's a good idea to maybe put all of existing, I would say functionally, in terms of doing a UDO, it's a bad idea. It's better to do it the way that we had it before. The problem is that we're dealing with so much pressure from the outside. We're dealing with so much development that's happening all around us. That's enough that we need to deal with. Let's leave the honing of this to future councils. Let's right now freeze what we have in amber and just say this doesn't change, and let them perfect what that looks like. Just stop it from change now and deal with the change on the external. And it gives people it makes them feel safer. And I think that it's not a bad idea to do. We just have to make sure that there's no negative implications. If there's negative implications, we do need to.
And
Is there a practical disadvantage to be an existing non-conforming? I mean,
it's when you go to,
the rules, but that doesn't mean you have to.
it doesn't mean, so there's different ways to, it should matter. The way we do permitting right now, we don't go make sure that the structure that was there was permitted prior, because a lot of them was done prior to 1975 when the CZO was even. But there, I guess best practice is to make sure that the structures that are on that lot are permitted and conforming when they do any kind of renovations or additions to it. So it does create some, yeah.
Somebody might be forced to do some significant upgrades if they.
Yeah, so, I mean, but I think
Can you
it's a
give us
great
an
idea.
example of that?
Well, I'll give you an example.
Yeah.
My lot is 12,000 square feet.
Right.
If you were to increase the minimum to more than 12,000 square feet, if I want to do anything with my lot, now it's not a building permit, it's a variance.
That's correct.
Is that correct?
That
I
is
can't
correct.
add
Okay.
a square foot of space because that's making the non-conforming greater.
Yeah.
Further,
You can't increase the non-conformity, so anything you was gonna be doing would increase that non-conformity. Yeah, when it-
which also increases the amount of overhead that we have on
You
staff.
know, what,
So let's go back. Let me finish through this.
The answer is yes.
So
yes, it does have a significant impact, yeah.
well, let's take a look at this again. If we look at, there's multiple ways to skin this, and I'm just trying to figure out what is the best answer here. So if we go back down, and let's say, so go back to 12,000 square foot here. 12,000 square foot here. The danger that we have with having it at 12,000 square feet is that somebody subdivides it. You were asking about this. So I actually put this together so that you could see it visually. On the left-hand side, that's a standard block. So it each is roughly 166 feet deep, 80 feet wide. And so one way that they could potentially, I think there were only two ways that I could figure out that they could abuse this. One would be if you reduce because right now in place 2.5, we don't have a minimum width. So I think that if you put a minimum width on there, that is above this, put it at 80 feet as a minimum width, then this top one isn't possible, because the only way that you can add 5 on the top there is, so if you look at, where is my cursor? This line would be the natural line. They would have to actually move this down and make it 189 feet long and 66 feet wide.
Yeah.
That's the only way they can add one there.
This would be a 9-lot subdivision the city, which is gonna have to go to planning and zoning, it's gonna have to go to review, it's gonna have to go through city council.
But if he were to do where it was like a minimum width of 80 feet on the frontage, then you wouldn't have, you couldn't even do that.
Right.
Yeah. Mhm.
And so it's okay to have multiple checks and balances in here.
Yeah. Mhm.
So if it already goes into a public process, which you would get notice within the 200 feet.
Yeah.
And we know how fast the Pony Express rides when that notice goes out. So
Uh-huh.
I'm comfortable with that. But then you also put in the minimum width as 80 feet. And I think it fits. The only other way that you could do it is by shrinking them down to 149 feet wide and 80 feet wide. But then you have one down the middle that's 36 feet wide. And it's like, what is it? Yeah, it's 300 feet long.
And you dedicate that 36-foot strip as a park.
There you go.
But the 80 feet, if you have lots that are less than 80 feet, are they now non-conforming?
You will have non-conforming.
So you'd be in the same issue again if someone wanted
We have
to.
a whole lot of non-conforming lots now with just
Right.
there's so
Yeah.
many.
We worked very hard not to put arbitrary rules in here. We tried very hard to re-legalize your town. We
Right.
understood that there's negative trade-offs, and that's why this process is so important, is to evaluate these trade-offs. There's not a silver bullet of this. Development is complex, and not everyone's gonna agree. You're not gonna get a uniform decision on these elements. It's a series of trade-offs and really complex things. But we did do these level of evaluations, but I mean, this council direction is really helpful. So we appreciate you all taking.
Sure. Well, the other question is, so we have right now in RA, we have 12,000 square foot lots. What's the minimum lot width in
An
the
RC.
CZO?
So the minimum is
RA.
12. Yeah, in RA, the minimum is 12,000 square feet right now.
Width,
80 feet,
80 feet.
and same with RC.
Okay, so we already have in RA, we already have a bunch of them that are non-conforming. And if somebody comes to you with a non-conforming lot to ask for a building permit and something that's in RA that is less than 80 feet wide, we're not asking them to file for a variance, are we?
Okay, I missed.
Existing non-conformance with the lot width, and
Right.
they want to get a permit.
Currently?
Right.
Yeah, no, they don't go through variance, but yeah, like I said, that's not.
You're saying they should?
But they should.
Right.
I guess they keep in mind, all of these lots here are the same size.
Theoretically.
Well, except for all the ones in the
Except-
historic district, which got
Well, no.
projected over 100 years.
Well, there's a few, okay, when I say that, except with few exceptions, all of these lots are the 1/3 acre. What's it?
13,887.
In the HE district.
Yeah, I don't.
A lot of them.
So because if you look at them, because these are all platted out or at the same time. The whole
Theoretically, but then you had surveying done by different surveyors
Yeah.
over 150 years.
Okay.
With different levels of skill and focus. And so you got a whole lot of lots in there that may be less than 80 feet wide.
Yeah.
Well, and some are purposely, that way you know, some where they shifted the property line from one to the other and it really changed. But for sure, I think what a lot of people are fearing is that something that may not be an issue, but it's just that we're dropping it from this 1385 down to 12,000. But I pretty much guarantee you that 99% of these properties are probably in that minimum 13,000. Okay, but except for I know that River Bluff is different.
Yeah.
And as David said, these lots are different.
The east 2/3 of.
The east 2/3. So these are okay, these are not.
And West Side.
And all of West Side.
Let me ask somebody if I can have a little bit of leeway, somebody that lives right next to one of these. So like specifically, because you live right next door to one of these, if we put these protections in place where it had to be, and we don't have to put it at, this would go through if somebody tried to do that, they would have to own the entire thing. And then they would have to go through, well, I guess it wouldn't impact you anyway. Yeah, I'm asking you guys specifically because you're very close to this. So somebody would have to own basically all of the lots to be able to subdivide it down to a place. If you didn't own all of them, you can't subdivide it to a place where you can fit 9 lots on it.
That's correct. And even if they did, they would have to go through a public process. At that
And even if they did, they would have to go through a public process.
It's
Yes.
not by right. It's
Right,
only by.
with public notifications and the neighbors
And-
within 200 feet. Does that
anything over
protect
4
it enough? I mean, do you guys feel like that's substantial enough? If we reduced it to 12,000 square feet and put in the protection to ensure that I mean, it would go through a public process. You would get notification about it when do they get notification? When it is proposed?
When it's going to the planning and zoning for a recommendation, and then also for city council for approval.
Okay,
And if it goes to zoning board of adjustment.
And if it goes to the zoning board of adjustments.
okay.
And so, just to also touch on this, because I mean, this is great conversation. Well, because right now, I know we're talking about how like Westheim and Country Village and River Bluff are 12,000 square foot, but right now the current minimum for half of that, the historic shoe, everything that yellow is 12,000 minimum square foot. I'm not, and nobody's really been abusing it. I'm not saying it can't happen in the future, but I'm just saying that's already the minimum in that area, and we haven't had this issue.
I thought you said it was 1388.
Only the ones in the gray.
She's talking about in the RA district.
Mm-hmm.
There's a bunch of people in the RA district and they have not abused that.
Yeah, and well, mine is larger than normal because
Yeah, you have the two.
I have the two and it's under the same deed
Yes.
and
Mhm.
everything, so there are exceptions. And like the house that's two up from me, same thing.
Mhm.
So we have those exceptions.
But there are some, like I know there, the lot where Lisa Cease's house is.
Okay.
before these- They, some years ago, they extended the backyard into the lot that is right next to Mickey
Yes.
Delgado. And so
Mhm.
it's a short lot, and these are in that.
Mickey Gallegos.
Yeah, and I would have to assume that that was
Where's it?
prior to
Delgado?
this comprehensive zoning ordinance
Oh, no,
coming
no,
on board.
You're right.
I would have to assume that. I don't know for sure, or they went and got a variance. I don't know.
Because I know
Yeah.
they shifted it back, and in Lisa Cease's property, they built
Mhm.
a auxiliary building back there,
Yeah.
garage.
Or they knew somebody and got a handshake. Yeah.
Yeah.
So.
I know of a house on San Jacinto that's only 6,000 square feet, a lot.
Oh, yeah.
That's already existing non-conforming.
Right, so those are those
Right.
existing
Yeah.
non-conforming.
Yeah, so
Right.
y'all remember when we had the original zoning map and there was all those blue dots?
Yes.
Yep.
Those are all the non-conforming, the ones that were under the 12,000 square foot to begin with. So those are those. And how many were there? Like, sorry. No, there was.
No, it was like a dozen.
It was, I would say maybe like 20-ish. Yeah, maybe about
2 dozen,
20-ish,
yeah.
15 to 20-ish. Sorry, I never went through and actually counted them. Those are all those ones that fell underneath that already and were existing non-conforming within the proposed zoning.
Okay.
Yeah.
Or even if we go to the 12,000 and someone wants to put an addition onto that.
But that's only like 20 lots, which those are already in HE district and they are already existing non-conforming. So you're not changing anything. Bruce, you had, and I hope you don't mind. They live in the middle of this, so I wanted to ask. Yeah.
I can talk now because I don't have a quorum.
There you go. Yeah, just two.
When you're talking about the lot sizes in original layout in the city, under the comprehensive zoning ordinance, the HE is specifically to the 13,800 square foot for the HE, and it was set up that way because of the historic registered properties.
Yeah.
To protect that area. Now, the other RA, yes, you're right, it was set at 12,000. And for years, the city held its ground at 12,000 for all developments and wouldn't yield off of that. That's why Country Village in 85.
And for years, they had the ability to do that.
That's correct. What you
Right.
still do, okay, because.
Unless we have a water district.
Depends on the deals you make with people. So you still have that ability to do that.
You don't have the ability to force it. You don't have the ability to demand it.
That's correct.
Right.
You don't, but you have the ability to.
Yeah, encourage it. I'd love it if they do acre lots, but they're not doing them right now.
The point I'm trying to get at is our lot, Councilman King's lots, not necessarily the river properties, but the lots in there, they're all 13,887. They're the original 1/3 because of their HZ in the comprehensive ordinance. They're the HZ zone, and they're that way specific because of the historic areas.
Yeah, they're all 1/3 acre
Right.
lots.
So,
Yeah.
so to change those.
Except for 20 of them.
To change those down to 12,000 is actually changing 50 years of historic preservation. Like changing the size of those lots.
170 years.
Okay.
Okay, so, no, what we're saying, Bruce, though, is that
So I'm
the,
just talking about those properties in that area should stay at what they are. The ones that are smaller, A lot of them were divided before the zoning ordinances were developed.
Mhm.
A lot of them divided afterwards, either through deals or variances or what have you.
Mhm.
But the intent was the 1/3 acres, and I'm just asking that those still stay protected as a 1/3.
What, so they can absolutely be, we're not asking for anybody to make them smaller, but what is the negative implication if you say the minimum, not the actual, but the minimum is 12,000 square feet? What's the drawback to that?
As far as the 12,000
Functionally.
gallons is not, I'm playing a little, I mean, I'm not necessarily playing, I'm making the argument for historic preservation. These are the historic lots of Castroville. Under the historic.
But so are the outlots though, Bruce.
I understand.
The 160 and 320 acres, and we're not able to protect those either.
Okay, Mr. Councilman King, I'm only referencing because they are the historic district. The historic district is unique and different to the other zonings of the city. That's all I'm.
The original plat actually went through Geneva, didn't it?
It went all the way to Geneva, all the way back to Chateau. Like, yeah.
I want to also speak.
Mhm.
I
Yeah,
want
right
to
on the
speak
edge of,
with-
yeah.
With the 1/3 acre qualification,
Mhm.
because 1/3 of an acre is 14,500 square feet.
Okay.
So let's just be careful. We don't put that in the ordinance.
So the historic though, the historic ones were this 13,888, which was really, it was those two areas.
Well-
It's just that when they did the historic thing, they said we're gonna keep these at 13,888, but these in the non-historic areas, we're gonna take those back down to 12,000.
Yeah.
Except Geneva, where is Geneva? Here we go.
Yeah, it's.
That's the first street
Jackson right
inside
here,
the southwest line.
Yeah, it's right there.
So if you draw this line right here, all of this is historic as well. All of this is within the historic portion, all the way down to Geneva. And
Well, then you go,
currently, a third
Yeah.
of that is within the RA district, which is currently 12,000 square feet. So when you talk about historical preservation, it's already broken.
But I really think that one of the reasons why they may have done that is because there was so much variation in lot sizes at that end of town, because they were surveyed later and later and later in the history of Castroville.
That makes sense. Okay.
David's smiling.
And
He's
Brianna's-
raising his hand.
and Brianna said also when you go across the bridge, Chateau.
Yeah, like that whole like property back there, like literally
Mm-hmm.
up until like that carve out of River Bluff
Yeah.
that was all a part of the original layout of Castroville. Mhm.
Okay.
Because the
What were
sharp
you gonna say?
branch was there.
I feel like we might kind of be getting off in the weeds here when we're
Yeah.
talking about the intention of Henry Castro or trying to divine the intention of the guy who wrote the CZO in 75. It feels like the question we're actually trying to answer is nine lots on one block something we need to prevent?
Yes.
Bruce, how many lots are there on the block one to the east of yours?
I don't know. All I know is the original layout was 8 per block. So if you're asking me a specific block, I don't know what the layout.
Yeah, I guess the one,
So if you went
it
out
has
your front door, turned right, and went down one block, that block has 9 lots on it. There's a lot it's thinner, and there's a lot that's wider, and there's one lot that they cut off the back third and they built a small house on it. There are a lot of blocks in the historic district, the part of Castroville we say is special, that have 9, 10, or even 11 lots on them already. Many of those are significantly smaller than 12,000 square feet. This is something that might happen once in the next 20 years. If it happens twice, I'll give you $100. You know what? I'll put in a CD. I'm given that we already have a half a dozen blocks, maybe more, that have 9, 10, or 11 lots. And this is something that, again, is going to happen maybe once before my kids are driving. I'm just not sure that someone maybe being able to squeeze a 9th one out, when half the city could have already done it in the last 30 years. I just don't know that this is something to get wrapped around a post about.
And especially in the historic districts, they're not gonna be able to tear down houses unless they go for the HLC.
Yeah.
And
And also-
the really bad house, they're not gonna let them do it.
And then also, I'll just reiterate, the subdivision of this still has to go through a public process. And then on top of that, right now, the max build out on the property is 60%, and we're bringing that down to 40%. So that means, let's just say there was a ninth lot, now they can only build on a smaller portion of that than what they could before. But I mean, yeah. Mhm. No, I understand.
Yeah, but
No,
the one thing
and
about that, Joe, though, I've got to say is that that went through a public process, and it was immediately and substantially, it was overwhelming what the public response was. There was no question about what council was going to do because that's what the public response was. It went out to notice. We have to make sure that some of the things, some of the protection that we have in here is making sure that people know when a change is being proposed. There are certain things we can't change at all. There are certain things that we got no control over. You don't have control if a McMansion gets built next to you because somebody could build, I got it on a chart in here. It's like a 5,500 square foot house that's 2.5 stories tall under our current CZO. They could put a McMansion right directly next to you. And so we can't change that, but we can change if they're trying to subdivide. I guarantee you it's going to get out on the Pony Express and everybody will know and everybody will come the exact same way. And that process worked. And so I know that you're sensitive to this and you should be. Whatever you can control in this, you want to not change your environment, but that process worked. And I think that as long as we have something like that that's in place, I don't mind putting belt and suspenders. I don't mind putting something, say you've got a 70 foot. If you put a 70 foot minimum block length.
It's slightly smaller than the standard 80 does make sense just to minimize the number of lots that now have to go to
Right.
ZBOA anytime they want to change their shutters.
And because the whole purpose of this is try to help citizens that are on these lots that are smaller than the 13,888, but still at 12,000. Because if they wanted to do an addition or do anything, they're going to have to go through a really long process to
And
get that.
And they might get denied.
And they could get denied because it's not an automatic process. You got to pass all 7. Are there 7 of them?
Facts of finding. Yeah.
They actually,
They have to pass all of them, or else P&Z can't give it to them.
I think they just did away with
ZBOA.
that at the state. I think they
no,
just did
so
away.
ZBOA and planning and zoning are different. Something like that would go through planning and zoning, but they still have their requirements that they have to look through. But it's, I think it's 4.
So my point with this is if we can take all of the existing homes that we have, we talk about taking care of the people that are here. Let's make it all the same thing. Make it all so that it fits. Make sure that there's no abuse that can happen inside of that. We already have 2 separate ones that really don't have any, they don't serve any functional difference because they're all historic properties. And you have historic properties right now, even that are inside, you have many historic properties inside of the RA. And so the differentiation between the RA and the HE, it's not substantial. And so my point is let's, if we're going to put something in amber and protect it and make sure that there's no change, let's put all of right now what we have inside of city limits, the people that are here right now, put them all under 2.5. And that way we can look at one set of rules instead of these people having to look at this set and these people having to look at this set. If somebody went through the CZO right now and we started from scratch with a CZO, we'd have the same level of complexity.
Yeah.
We'd have the same level of confusion. We'd have the same people that don't know where to go to. And how many pages does like the San Antonio, over 500?
For the UDC.
Right. And so
over 600.
I thought you were saying it was 600 plus they put some additional, and then when you add in, like with ours, with the CZO, total number of pages plus the subdivision ordinance, plus the other ones, I mean, it's complex.
Just the CZO is 237 pages.
Right.
I did a printout of all the existing documents and the new document, and the existing documents have more in itself have more pages, but it's the content that's in them. It doesn't it's the number of pages is a little arbitrary. It's the content that's in them.
And I bet if you asked every person in Castroville what the rules are inside of those, you'd get a handful of people that understand them.
Oh, yeah, definitely. Yeah, and
even with our existing ones. So
yeah,
it's no more complex. It's just different. And what we can't do with the CZO, the CZO does not allow us to protect what's coming in. It doesn't, without the form-based and this is specifically to protect Castroville, to make sure that we can grow so that we're not growing as San Antonio. It gives you the ability to give them a form-based out there while we're putting protections here. So I think that we put everything in 2.5, reduce it down to 12,000, put that to planning and zoning and see what they say about it.
Yeah, and then also just one other thing, only because it's so you see within those, and I'm not trying to make things complicated, but you see within those areas, we have those orange areas, which is right now RC, which is general residential, which is multifamily. I'm a little afraid, and I don't know how, if this fear is correct or not, that you're down zoning if you bring those down, or
It's a
with,
substantial down zone.
The
Yeah.
RC, you could put that as a place type 3
yeah,
because that's pretty similar to what that was before
okay.
in RC.
P3 is actually also a down zone for
Yeah.
RC.
Is it?
RC allows
I think
apartment
because
buildings,
P3
fourplexes, triplexes.
Yeah, but I was thinking because maybe P3 allows for that cottage courts and that maybe it kind of was a little more conducive to the kind of multifamily that would be allowed. But I don't know, maybe legal, you do have a,
I'm not necessarily saying it has to be one or the other. I'm just
Right.
letting you know that it is a down zone.
Yeah.
So
It is a down zone.
we have two points of discussion here. I think one is looking at making everything at that 12,000 square feet and putting it all into 2.5. Another point would be to have the RC as a place type 3 and make sure that it complies. It's as close to what's in the CZO as possible.
It translated to P4.
yeah, I think so
That's what the
too.
translation table says,
Okay.
but all the existing RC is marked as becoming P3 currently.
Yeah. Mhm.
Okay.
They, my understanding of a down zoning, and this again, the legal question, but if they're not utilizing the entitlement and you change your rules, it's not considered a down zoning. That may be correct or incorrect, I don't know. That's.
No, I think it's still a down zone in my experience. If you change what they are allowed to do, because it translates commercial value or value of the property,
Mhm.
whether they've done it or not. And that's when you get into the legal argument of, okay, well, how much do you owe me? Because now my property, I can't do as much as I could before.
And what place type is that right now?
Right now it's P3, but I think actually if we were doing this correctly, it should have been up to P4 in those orange areas.
There was part of the reason that we didn't do P4 for a number of those RC districts is they allow for commercial buildings that is a lot more expanded.
Yeah, okay.
Classification, particularly in those more residential areas. So that's why we gave up the P3 classification.
Yeah.
And if I'm correct, even if you wanted to build an apartment complex, it had to go through a public process. It wasn't by right over a certain number.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, let's figure out where you would recommend that the RC goes. And
Yeah, I think it probably would be P3, and it would be those orange areas. Yeah, but we'll look into it. But I'm pretty sure because we did allow for, you're right, duplexes and cottage courts and all that stuff. Yeah.
Meet that minimum standard
Mhm.
for multifamily for RC. That's why it was done like this.
Yeah. Okay.
Which means you'd only be losing triplexes, fourplexes, and apartments.
Yeah. Mhm. Yeah. Okay. So we need to look into
Townhomes?
Yeah.
And
Townhomes?
RC allows townhomes. Does P3? I think
Says
Valerie said it
says
didn't.
duplexes.
Yeah, duplexes is townhomes, is it not? No. Okay.
No, like attached on the property line.
Attached on properties in P3 is
okay, well, let's.
Okay.
I don't think we need to figure this out, but this is
Good feedback.
right.
Yeah.
So let me ask. I've used a lot of words here. What are your thoughts?
I'll start off.
Yeah.
As I've been telling people, we're trying, and Darren said, the mayor said, in the as-built area, we really don't want changes.
Mhm.
At the same time, we need to be realizing that we're trying to get things to work. So we don't want to put, as the list up there, we don't want to add burdens to people that they shouldn't have. And so, and that has to really do with lot size. I think we're gonna have to really look at this auxiliary dwelling unit and get a handle on that. I think that's gonna be a meeting on its own, and people very sensibly and calmly discuss it.
Mhm.
And, but I really strongly feel that the existing as-built
neighborhoods need to have, we need to protect those, whatever they are, not just the historic areas, but all
Yeah.
these other neighborhoods that are already out.
Right. And I think
That's
that
where I want to lead into it.
I think that changing the ones outside of the horseshoe gives just that much more protection.
Yeah, and so it's not just, it's not just Horseshoe, it's the whole city we want to. And really, I don't know if there's any big vacant property in the city that you can build neighborhoods on. I don't think there is.
There's a couple.
New ones come in.
The ones that Dr. Best owns, that's really where you see stuff kind of that's close to the horseshoe.
It's not in the city limits.
Yeah, it is. It is, but it's a lot of
portions.
it's in the floodplain, or yeah, there's like drainage that runs.
Yeah, it's drainage, yeah.
But it's where that white
Yeah.
cutout is. That's part of his property, and then everything
Why is it white?
northeast of that, northeast of that, all those like
Yeah, that's not best.
like along Washington, those.
But Best property's outside the city. He's not in.
Oh, I saw where it is.
There are parts that are inside.
He owns 2 blocks inside the city. Right?
Yeah, exactly.
You know exactly where that is. Yep.
The stuff across from Chateau.
And it's a floodplain, and we get all the run from.
That's right where that Garcia Creek channel runs right there. Mhm.
And then tied into all this, is you all are doing very well, is the stuff, I'm gonna just say it's to the east, but it's really all around us, but the new stuff, we need to be innovative in those developments and not just be an extension of San Antonio.
Got it. Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
So,
What are your thoughts?
you know, I agree, we need to protect what's already existing. And if, like we did for P2, we have P2 and then P2.5, really then we should look at P3 and have P3, I don't know, existing, whatever, and to cover that with our square footage. And then a P3.5 maybe to say, this is for the new stuff. But still with the restrictions, I don't want somebody to have an accessory dwelling unit. Let them go through the variant.
So are we going to talk about accessory dwelling units separate in a moment, or is that also?
I think that we should.
Feels like we've mostly been talking about lot size so far.
Yeah, I think that we should talk about accessory dwelling unit at a separate time because that's a bigger conversation that we need to go through.
Okay.
If it belongs in here, I think we talk about that. I think that for P3, if you look at P3 and say, this is the minimum standard that we would accept outside. People outside that are developing, they can build 2.5.
Mm-hmm.
The new developers, they want to come in, they can build 2.5, they can build 2.0.
Mm-hmm.
And they can also build place type 3. But I think the place type 3, giving them that flexibility to create like full communities by doing that, I just think it's a bad idea to keep that as in our existing built environment. That's why I'm saying I think that we find something that encompasses all of where the homes are right now and just protect that all in one fell swoop, one set of rules, everybody's.
Okay, so P2.5.
And you know, this is once again causing nothing but confusion.
Yeah.
Trying to hammer this out from the get-go.
It's not an easy thing.
It's not. And so that's why, you know, if people turn around and see, oh, I'm historic residential now for P2.5, are they gonna, if they do changes, what changes to their property, are they gonna have to go through?
No.
If you look at the historic overlay that was on there, that historic overlay doesn't change.
Yeah.
Just because it's a place type 2.5 doesn't make it in that overlay.
Right.
And that overlay, we still have to look at,
But we
it
have
doesn't
to
have
be
to
able
change.
to explain this though to the citizens.
Yeah.
Because
I mean,
first thing
maybe-
that's gonna stand out to them, historic residential.
Maybe it's changing the name. Maybe it's not historic residential. Maybe it's existing residential or as-built residential or built-out residential. Like something where it doesn't say historic, and then they just know that it doesn't directly correlate with historic.
Yeah. Well,
Traditional
That's why I
residential. Traditional residential. That's probably a good one too.
Yeah, because that's why I said we need to divide P3, have P3 with one grouping and then the P3.5 for the new stuff.
What Brianna was saying, that's a tremendous amount of overhead for staff and for that. So if we have, I think that if we have to do it, we have to do it. I don't know that we have to do it though.
Well, I'm just reiterating what you said, though. We need to protect.
Yeah.
And I'm just trying to make sure there's no confusion, because they're not gonna look at the dots first, they're gonna look at the title. Oh,
What would you call it? Yeah, what would you call it?
But it's, so what are you gonna do then for the rest of the real historic residential?
Well, they still have to, yeah, they still are within that historic district overlay, so they still have to go, so regardless.
So, but I mean, just do another subcategory then. You got P3, 2.5 for the historic side, and then do a P 2.3 or whatever for everybody else.
It's a,
I know.
yeah.
I know.
I just don't think it'll benefit, I don't think it'll benefit anything, and yeah, I think it will cause more confusion. I think changing the name
We're
to,
already there.
yeah, oh, I know, but we're also already hammering through these details. So, and we've already presented all these place types to the citizens for a year and a half. So changing them at this point, saying, oh, by the way, we just threw one in here, I feel like that would red flag more, because it's like, then what else is changing? Then what else is moving around? So I think that changing the name to traditional residential will not be so jarring when they open it up and oh, I'm not historic residential, but people within that historic district overlay, they're going to have to go, like, and they're going to have to already know that. And when they come to permitting, a lot of people are like, oh, I have to go. They don't realize that, but we have to tell them that to begin with right now. And it's historic district right now.
Yeah.
So
we need to do some good communicating, advertising.
Yeah.
Absolutely, yeah.
It's
Yeah, mhm.
not just the newsletter. I mean, or
Yeah.
a little blurb in it, just like a whole page just of it.
Yeah.
Hey, did you know this?
Definitely.
Because I can tell you, people are going to be like, oh, wait,
Yep.
Yeah.
we're changing again.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, definitely. So I think that's a better option, because I think just creating a whole new zoning, people will be like, hold on, then what else is changing?
Right.
That's a major change.
And again, if you change it to one that is with everybody has the same, everybody that is here.
Mhm.
We're concerned about the people that live here now.
Yeah.
And so everybody here has the same sheet of music. They have the same rules that are in front of them.
Yeah.
They know exactly what those are. And most of them, the ones who are familiar, most people are not familiar with this, but the people who are familiar with any part of this code know what residential inside of current Castroville looks like.
Yeah.
And so I think that if we just bring it all under one umbrella, treat it all as this is what's important to us,
Mhm.
and put the same rules to it, and just find there's this what do you call it, a seesaw between trying to fit absolutely everything in and creating some existing non-conforming,
Mhm.
or making it so that we have as much existing conforming as possible, and just leave that other. So if you go back to those things that I was showing you before, if you go inside of here, then you put it all at that 12,000 square feet. The only negative to that is that somebody could have the possibility of taking an existing lot and making 9 out of 8. And that is something that would go through a public process. We could also put in a minimum width on there of, call it 70 feet. Even if you put it at 70 feet, they're not going to be able to. Just make sure that we've got the
Yeah.
mathematics so that they can't create.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay.
So on top of, if we did it like that, on top of the requirement they'd have to go out to public hearing for so many lots, they would also have to go out to public hearing because to build something smaller in that, they would have to change the place type.
Yeah.
And so it puts, again, belt and suspenders on it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Are we,
I'm well aware.
Okay.
are we good with looking at that as an option?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. So we're just doing.
Yeah,
Are we
please,
doing
please. Sorry, I'm not.
all the things or just this right now?
We're still going.
Okay.
Okay.
Priscilla, hold on one second. Councilmember Giada.
Mr. Carey hasn't gone yet, I don't think.
Okay. I'll get you in a second, Priscilla.
I don't think any part of the city should be exempt from change. I think every part should be exempt from abrupt and jarring change. A 4-story building where nothing's over 2 stories, that's abrupt, that's jarring. I don't think a detached garage turning into living space is abrupt and jarring. I think that's about as incremental as you can get. And Mr. Mayor, I do not want my neighborhood frozen in amber because I have kids who are growing up and they might need something different in 20 years than I need now. I think that the minimum lot size on 2.5 should stay 12,000 because I don't think the possibility of 9 lots per block is a particularly likely event. And even if it happened again, that wouldn't actually be an outlier. We have tons of blocks with 9 or more lots. While I don't want it to happen to my lot, I think that changing the RA sections of District 4 to P2.5 instead of P3 would be broadly well received by most of the homeowners affected. As long as the lot minimum remains at 12,000 and they don't be, or 11,995 or whatever, so that they don't all become non-conforming.
Exactly.
I don't think it'd be appropriate to change existing RC to P2.5, particularly in my neighborhood, because this doesn't necessarily apply to the sections of River Bluff, but in my neighborhood, the sections zoned RC are actually abutting areas zoned commercial and areas zoned for much higher density. And I think it would be appropriate to leave that flexibility for people who are already abutting more intense uses anyway. I had another thought, but I didn't write it down, so that shows me.
We can come back to it. Okay. Councilman Carey, I'll get you 1 second, Priscilla. Hold on. Let me
I
make
have
sure.
nothing to add. I kind of pitched in as we went. So.
Okay, cool. Priscilla?
Just a heads up when you put us all in the same thing, historic district, everybody, P.2325. When you send information out at some point in time and with the billing, I think you're gonna get some confusion as to, okay, everybody is now P2.5, who is really in the historic district? So you're gonna have to send something out at some point in time with different, 2 different colors, I think, not just a line around, this is your historic district. You're gonna have to show at some point in time the difference. Your P2.5 out here, this is what the historic district is. There's gonna get a lot of confusion when you change in the UDO and people, everybody reads, it's out there, P2.5.
Yeah.
When we've only been hearing now, it was in the historic district. You're really gonna have to differentiate. And a lot of people use those colored maps.
Right. Well, and something else that I noticed in here that I think we need to rectify is in the existing, in our existing maps, you can see where that overlay is. I didn't see that in the UDO. It should go somewhere. I would imagine it would go in that same kind of place. Because if you're talking about place types,
I'm sorry, what was
the historic overlay,
Yeah,
it should be front and center.
I think it's on those maps. Yeah, it's in there.
Where is it?
Yeah.
But it's not by.
Yeah, it's the green line.
Maybe we could change from just an outline to like
a hatching
diagonal hatching.
We could put hatching.
Because people always have trouble finding the.
We could put, I think maybe some hatching. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Where we tried to hash and that actually looked more confusing because there's plenty of options of way of making it clear.
Yeah.
And maybe one of the ways that we can do it is just inside of this document. This is really hard to see. It's the same thing on the existing CZO. It's really hard to see where, like RC, I bet you ask 20 people what RC is and where it is, you're going to get 20 answers and say, I have no idea.
Unless you ask.
I mean, it is, but it's just.
Or Bruce or me.
It's like so hard. Like, I mean, it's hard, but that's why people are more than welcome to go utilize the GIS if they want to go really zoom in and look to see where those place types are. But of course, and I'll have that information if this gets adopted.
All right. The other thing I wanted to look at is.
I remembered my last item.
Go ahead.
I think we should just be careful how many boards of unelected people get a veto on someone doing anything with their house. Whether that's by making it non-conforming or by making it non-conforming and in the historic district or by making it non-conforming and in the historic district and they need to go to P&Z. I just think it's important that we keep in mind that people are going to have to live with the processes we're creating. You know, we're not just shackling someone who wants to be a bad egg. We're also shackling the people who just want to put up a fence.
Agreed?
Well,
Okay.
to that point too, you're putting a burden, I don't wanna call it a burden, but you're making HLC have to look at a lot of different structures that were built at different times.
So the historic district is something that we have to deal with, but it's one of those bookmarks that we need to say,
Yeah.
we know that there's what we found out last year about what that historic district is, and what is legal with it. I think it's something it would be great for the HLC to take a look at. That's outside it's kind of outside the scope of this. It's kind of inside of it, but
I don't think it's gonna be, it's not gonna be that much different. We're just gonna have a learning curve as to when a house was built and what.
I think you set up the rules though. I think you set up the rules.
Well, I think we have to.
I think that yeah, I mean, through HLC, definitely, through city council, we look at what are those rules. And I think we find a way at its base to make something that is very objective and not subjective. And it's things like you can mandate in a historic district, you can mandate certain quality that you cannot mandate otherwise. And what that is, it doesn't mean that
We're deviating.
Deviating.
this is in the UDO though.
Historic districts only as an appendix, like reference to it. It's not,
Okay.
it's not in the UD.
All right, thank you. Perfect. Okay, so that is a separate issue, but we still do need to deal with that.
Yes.
Okay, so I wanted to show this. I was trying to figure out, just like, I think that I know Brianna's been digging into this and Scott's been digging into this and Simple City's been trying to figure out, let's make sure that we can talk about the functional differences. So the way to read this tremendous amount of information, on the top two, those are the, in the CZO, under the HE, there's two different scenarios that it states inside of the CZO. One is the street side with the side street, or the side of the yard. Side yard, well, it's when the side yard is next to the street. There's one thing. Corner lot, right, versus an inside lot. And so when you look at the length of that is just over 160 feet. I think I got my numbers a little bit wrong on that. The width is
80.25.
80.25.
Is that right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Length twice the width.
So with the front setback plus the driveway, because the reason that I put the length of the driveway, that's a 20-foot by 25-foot driveway. And that is pertinent when you look at the total lot coverage compared to the UDO. So when you take that, the front setback, the back setback, the side setback, and then the street side setback, what you can build on in the CZO is you can do a 54% lot coverage. Whoops, sorry. 54% of that lot can be covered under the CZO. Under the UDO, on the street side, or excuse me, under the UDO, it's only 40%. Under the CZO, on the street side, it's 48. Again, the UDO is 40%. So we're allowing less construction to happen on an individual lot. Same thing in the RE. In the inside lot, it's 48%. On the corner lot, it's 42%. And still in the UDO is 40%.
The reason we did 40% is because the average throughout that district is 38%.
Right.
I don't know of any lot in town any house in town has 5,000 square foot.
But remember that it is, so the percentage is, it's the house,
It's the express street,
You're right.
the driveway. I'm pretty sure
Porches.
Mr. Dyer's old home probably
would violate
exceeded.
this, yes.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure
Oh,
he
I
probably
guarantee
exceeded
he
this.
would.
Yeah.
So the house behind me, the whole backyard's a C.
Mhm.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he exceeded those
You're right.
requirements.
The whole backyard.
Had to
Right.
make it
Rather
up.
than buildable area or buildable area, it should be impervious cover.
Yes.
And that's
yeah,
the way
and
it's
that's what's
stated.
worded. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's impervious cover.
So somebody at another meeting was concerned because they were, I think it was actually Bob Lee was saying, I don't remember who, somebody was saying, you're not counting the accessory units, but we actually are.
That was so on the first round of comment, or when we put those posters out in one of the meetings, it did say in an italic or like accessory structures don't count toward this, but we heard the feedback and that got removed. So it was.
Okay, that's where that came from. All right,
Yeah.
perfect.
Mhm.
So it is all impervious cover that is sheds, porches, driveways,
Resident.
and residents, yeah.
Mhm.
So you can build less on, under the UDO than you can on the other one.
That's correct.
But it still fits within what most people have here.
Yeah.
Okay, so that was the only other comparison. And then we have a bunch of outstanding items. I'm not gonna go into those because there's too many of them. Okay.
Okay. Good discussion.
Are you
All right.
moving off of this item?
Are we ready to move off of this item?
All right, so I got a quick question.
Yeah.
Is that all three that we do, or are we going to the next one?
All three of them.
No, he opened all three at the same
Yeah,
time.
I opened all three. So the things that we talked about were looking at especially the areas of stability,
Right.
incorporating the existing built environment into that.
Mhm. And that would just mimic the UDO. I mean, we can do that. We can mimic the UDO as, or with these changes where we're putting P 2.5 in those Westheim, River Bluff, and Country Village, sorry. And we could put those as the stability areas as well now.
I honestly think that, so we've got some that are in the, currently in place type 2. I think we need to put those into place type 2.5 as well. Just leave them be there. The reason for place type 2 is because you want to go, the transects mean you go from the least dense of absolute nature to, and that's place
And you're
type
saying
1.
like the river lots, like if they're already HE or RA, that they should remain as P 2.5?
Everything inside of Castroville city limits that has already been built out
Okay.
as a 2.5 to reduce the complexity, to reduce the confusion, have everybody under the same set of rules. And it just, I think it creates less hassle for us.
Give me an example of a lot 2.0
Yeah,
in the horseshoe.
There's a 2.5 acre lot on the peripheral that got coded as P 2.5.
Yeah, it's over
There's a
there.
couple of-
It's over there off of Washington, where Washington and Constantinople meet. Yeah, it's the others,
Dr.
right next to Dr. Best?
Dr. Best.
Or maybe it's Dr. Best? Yeah.
Well, and
Yeah, so Dr. Best, I think, is the only example of that.
no, well, there were a couple of other ones. There's also, I know that the Dabowskis, because
Oh,
they
yeah.
replatted theirs. I think Bob Lee actually had replatted his, didn't he, where his house is, it's on 2 lots. I think he replatted that as 1. I don't know if you know that.
Yeah, mine's.
So we're saying get rid of the rural? Is that what you're saying?
I think we leave the rural
Uh-huh.
because it would be great, but do place type 2.5 for everything that is in existing city limits.
And those would be
Okay.
existing non-conforming?
Even like the long lots
Oh, they
on
wouldn't-
the river?
Well, like if you look at so I have 4 acres almost, but mine are 2 separate lots. This one here,
Like, what about these?
Yeah, okay. And what Matt was saying is the only reason why we made it but I mean, it's up to y'all. But the only reason why it was coded differently is because those are larger lots. So if there was something that was coming in, let's just say they wanted, because Dr. Best, he could probably subdivide that lot a few times through. It did have to come in to trigger some conversation.
It would trigger a public conversation. So if those were going to change, you all would see it. If we change it to 2.5, then, they can come and subdivide it and build it, and y'all probably will not see it.
But they used to be.
what's up?
No administrative.
Yeah, no, that's existing, yeah.
Yeah, everything used to be the same size lots, and you had some people, like
Yes.
Roy's Crawl, he has
Consolidated
a whole
lots.
block.
Yeah,
It's
okay.
whether or not that it bothers you or not. If it doesn't bother you, then
Then that's fine. Yeah, we'll have it as a place type for future, but it won't be something that we see right now.
there are two
Okay.
things that I think would be worthwhile to kind of go into. One was a question that was raised about uses. How are we regulating uses now that we're on place types? So I would like Matt to address that question.
Okay.
And then if that's okay.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I appreciate that.
The other
Good
thing I
segue.
think would be,
He's got the one.
well, ADUs are a separate issue. I think it sounds like the mayor wants to talk about those separately, but the other thing is how we got to place type. Like, I think it'd be helpful to revisit, why did we go that direction? Why didn't we take just the CZO and update it? Because that certainly was an option, but we ultimately went this other route. And when and how do we make that decision? And I hate to put you on the spot like that because we didn't talk about this prior, but
Before we do that, can I just say one other thing about these items. So I've heard some really alarming demonization of renters tonight. Half the people in my district are renters. That's all the apartments, and a dozen or so different houses in my neighborhood are all renters. Well, that might not encourage people.
I own land, but I'm renting.
I live next door to an apartment complex. Most of my neighbors are renters. 5 years ago, I was a renter. And renters are citizens and people, just as much as anyone in this room or anyone who left earlier. And their concerns matter just as much as ours. And one of the most significant concerns my renting neighbors share with me is the lack of competition for their landlord. The lack of competition for their landlord.
They can charge where the
The
price
landlord, there's only 2 apartment complexes in Castroville. One is Section 8.
It's not actually Section 8,
Oh,
but
well,
it's
it's rent control.
rent control. Yep.
Yep.
My mother is a renter and has been a renter for 40 years. Nothing against renters.
Well,
Coming from our-
there were some comments earlier that seemed very
But I'm
definitive.
just telling you,
against
my
renters.
mother is a renter and has been for 40 years.
Good point. Good point,
So
Dave.
just
Good
I
point.
have, I have 2 neighbors that are owned by non-residents and they're renting them, and one of them lives in Phoenix.
and so when
We'll
you're
never see the house.
but when you're saying, well, who's ever going to want rental units in the city? All the people who are renting and would love to have the ability to swap landlords.
A lot of people who move here, like myself, need
And
a
me.
place to rent when you get here because I couldn't find anything to buy.
So good point.
That's all.
To be fair, not all renters are good renters.
Not all
That's
homeowners are good
absolutely.
homeowners.
There you go.
Yeah.
All right, well, sorry.
That's okay. So the way that uses are handled in the ordinance, so all of P2, P2.5, and P3 are residential only. There's no land uses in there that are commercial based. In P4 and P5, you're allowed to have different uses, and different building types would support different uses. Throughout all of the ordinances, there's a performance standards, and so all nuisance-based uses are coded out. The uses, so if it makes noise, if you can't hear it, see it, smell it, creating vibrations, any of those are nuisance-based uses and have performance standards. They can't be near residential places. The buildings, though, are not coded to where this is a bank, this is a Pizza Hut, that's a Blockbuster. Those uses that you had, your use table went away, and what happens is you would be building buildings, just like you did down here in all these buildings. This building could have been a restaurant, it could have been a hair salon, it could have been a bar, it could have been a church, it could have been a clothing store. And the uses in these buildings weren't built based off of the use. They were built based off of whatever the market would support at that time. And it's going back to that level of modification to where you're building buildings for timeless places, not placeless places like, a Taco Bell turns into a pawn shop and everyone says that was a Taco Bell. So that type of building type is going
Or a to gas station turns into a church's, turns into a smoothie king.
How
Right.
do you handle our home occupation ordinance in this?
It's the same. And so you can't have employees reporting to work. There's no signage allowed. But if someone wanted to do a home occupation and they were operating out of their house, as long as they don't have customers, those types of things, or employees.
Home occupation now allows that.
That's
And they allow signage. It can't be at the main door, but it has to be under a certain size.
no,
It has
signage.
no, it doesn't.
signage
It does
at
not
all.
allow
Except
this.
when they enter on the side.
It emulates very closely to what
can
you have.
enter into the side door. You can't have more than 2 employees.
It's like no more than 2 employees, can't take up more than 25% of the
Building
building
space.
footprint.
Right.
I can't have more than, I think it's like 5 or 6 customers coming and going, how you code.
Per day.
Yeah,
How you
yeah,
enforce that, I don't know.
yeah.
Well,
It's very similar.
But is that going to be in this new?
Home occupations are allowed.
So that's
Yes,
the same. That
it's the same, but it doesn't allow signage. It was very similar.
Whatever it is.
Yes, sir.
I
That's
may be
correct.
wrong on the sign. Maybe
Yeah,
there was
it doesn't
something
allow
else.
signage on either. And we actually, we asked the community that during some of the public engagement, and it was pretty uniformly, no, we don't want signs in our neighborhoods.
And that's fine.
Yeah.
I don't have
Oh,
Okay.
are we discussing signs now?
No.
Okay.
We
home occupation. Home
Um,
occupation.
And so there are use standards in the ordinance that are performance-based, and then any outdoor activities, any drive-through facilities. So there are some uses that are calibrated into the ordinances with performance standards. So it's not fully form-based. There are some use elements that if they're detrimental or auto-oriented, then they have standards and performance standards in there.
I think also the sexually oriented were in there.
Yes, sir. The sexually oriented businesses are also in there, and we carried forward basically the same restrictions that you had that made it to where the airport area would be the only area of town where they'd be allowed. But from my understanding, you have to provide at least one area of town that is possible. I think that's the federal law, if I'm correct.
The airport is a great place for that.
Well, the FAA would have something else to say about that.
Well, next to it, it's over by there, yeah.
Okay.
So are vape shops allowed?
Vape shops have not been specifically removed. And so if the council wanted vape shops to be coded out, the only place they would be, they'd be applicable in P4 or P5. And so if you don't want them, we can code that use out under performance.
I know that's one of the things I was surprised by, just as not a person who's not from here, that your code didn't specifically prohibit some of the things that I see as more typical in small towns, like tattoo parlors and vape shops. And it just so happens we now have 2 new tattoo parlors and a new vape shop recently. But I'll be honest, sitting in my seat, I didn't get a whole lot of complaints, people knocking on the door saying, how did this happen? So I don't know if people are upset about it or not, but I wanted to raise that as a potential issue that you and the public should weigh in on if it's something you care about.
Okay.
You can go to signs if you'd like.
Yep, go ahead.
Okay. So, first off, my first question. Why the sudden urge to replace the sign, rescind the current Chapter 24 sign and switch it to the UDO?
Sure.
Okay, no, there's two answers to that, because it's a really hard read, and you can ask any developer person who's read that ordinance. I am not the first one. It's the worst, I'm sorry, it is the worst ordinance we have on the books. And
How many
also
pages is it?
Huh?
How many pages is the sign ordinance?
I have no clue, but to be quite honest, you could read it front to back and you still wouldn't understand what it's saying. But, and the second thing is because it's part of development, and this is a unified development ordinance, and so it should be within the UDO, so.
I understand that being inside it,
Uh-huh.
but the UDO's not approved yet, so that's why I'm asking.
Oh, we're not doing action on this, so,
Okay.
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because it was
Yeah.
the discussion.
Yeah, no. We're not doing action. It's just the language on there. We're not recommending any kind of action tonight. You can't actually, because planning and zoning hasn't done a recommendation. Yeah.
Okay, so then on page 345, yes, I've read this.
Okay,
They're not all this.
Section G,
Okay.
illuminated signs adjacent to residential use property shall be shut off between the hours of 11 p.m. and 6 a.m.
Okay.
So, is someone going around and making sure this is done? Because the reason why,
No.
why I asked, you laugh, but the snafu sign at the dental clinic that,
Okay.
yeah, citizens always complain that thing's on, shining on. Who's going around making sure that happens?
I mean, it would definitely have to be a learning curve, because that's not something we currently have in our ordinances where it has to be turned off. That's a change that we're requesting. We don't currently have that, so. So somebody, I mean, I could go out. No, I'm just kidding. I'm not going to do that. I spend enough time here.
Don't go out during the night.
Well, but we can schedule that. You know, we can make it. So I know that, like, for instance, right now we've had issues with people doing things on the weekends. And so code compliance changed their schedule so that they're working weekends. They alternate weekends where one will come in and drive the city. And you could do the same thing for evening hours. I mean, but I understand your concern.
If we put something in here for people to, what's the teeth? What's the
Same as noise ordinance.
Yeah.
You know, someone complains
Yeah.
and then we respond.
And then that's
Okay.
also another thing, and like if it's nuisance, it's like a nuisance, and so if it is causing, let's just say there is that resident that's next to the dental clinic and they're having issues because it's glaring into them, then they call PD, and PD maybe doesn't go out there because they know it's on and nobody's going to be there to turn it off, but then relays that back to code enforcement, then that has that conversation with the property owner or the business owner.
Okay.
Mhm.
All right, so next thing, under construction standards. Last time we had this sign snafu thingy, it was discussed that the sign should be made up of the same material as the business being built.
There is, and I had a question mark next to that too. So that was one of, because I think right now, yeah, it's just, is that, I'm sorry, I'm thinking about two different things because I'm thinking about ones that are in that transitional zone is that if it's in the transitional zone area, the sign has to be made up of the same material. Am I thinking correctly?
Well, that's not delineated, so that's why I'm asking these.
Yeah, I think it was a carry forward from our existing ordinance.
Okay.
Yeah, so, which we can change, but I think it was a carryover from our existing ordinance.
Okay.
It might have been under monument signs,
Yeah, but like I said, it's really hard to read the sign ordinance, so maybe it's in there, maybe it's not.
Yeah.
I'm just kidding.
Okay. All right.
I wish I had
so-
better things to say about it.
I only got a couple more.
Okay.
All right. So under sign permits, with these new businesses and what have you, can you put in there a stipulation that prior to any construction of the sign beginning, that they must have an assigned and approved permit?
That is already in our ordinances. Yeah.
I read through here and it says an application for a sign permit must be filed. It doesn't say approved.
Okay, well, we'll look at the language, but yeah, I mean, we wouldn't allow them to build it without that, so.
But it happened already. That's why I'm with the dental clinic.
No, they came for a permit. The snafu was that the sign ordinance was hard to read, so I thought it was allowed and it turns out it wasn't.
Right. Well, I'm just trying to do a CYA.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Then on the little curbside signs, page 351.
Okay.
Are we going to grandfather any existing business sign that cannot meet that distance? Like right here at the intersection of Fiorella and Paris Street, we have the little concrete building. I think the little sign said wine tasting or something that they put out front.
A sandwich sign.
Yeah. Well, but see, according to this distance from the curb, there's no way they can get 10 to 15 feet.
There's no curb.
But I mean, there's
Well,
no exception
No.
here.
Okay.
You know,
Well, I think that if that's what it says, that needs to be changed because it should be closer to, I would think, 3 to 4
It's
feet.
4 feet. The clearance zone is, for the A sign, for the sandwich board sign is 4 feet. And it's just so that a wheelchair can roll by and it's not blocking.
they still can't meet that either.
Okay.
So we need to have like an exception or something like that.
But for ADA compliance,
But there's no exception listed here.
Okay, we'll look into it and see what maybe we can, without it getting too convoluted.
Right.
Because you don't want to, it's really hard when you start zoning or like putting ordinances together based off that one exception. Yeah,
I
but
understand.
yeah.
I've written plenty of plans and everything.
But we'll look at it.
I'm just putting it out there.
Mhm.
Okay, and then my last one for
Okay.
signs, page 352, temporary signs. The banners you put in here about getting a permit and but it also turned around and says that the city puts up some banners and everything. So I said, what about banners and signs that the city puts up across 90? Are they exempt from submitting a permit?
Yes, so if you look at the exemptions at the beginning of the chapter, there's a few which are government signs, so that would be considered a government sign, which is exempt from these chapters. Other things is political sign. There's like other things that we can't regulate per state law, and those are all at the beginning of that sign chapter.
Okay, so the rodeo sign,
The rodeo sign.
that's across 90 right now.
Mhm.
The
It's-
city, The city
Well,
owns
I
that.
think we're the ones who put those signs up.
Yeah, we are.
Well, they pay for a permit
Yeah.
and then it's sent to TxDOT and then.
Yeah,
then-
so.
I think y'all increased the permit fee for that not too long ago. I want to say within the last 2 years, we increased it.
Okay.
That's the city sign.
Okay. Just putting it
A
out there.
city installed sign.
The city installed.
Yeah,
it.
so we don't allow private citizens to hang those signs.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But organizations like the rodeo can request that sign be put up.
Right.
They supply the sign.
Right.
And then our folks put it up.
Okay. We might want to delineate that.
Okay, all right.
Okay, that's it. All I have for signs.
Okay.
That's like St. Louis Day. I mean, that's where they put their sign.
All right, I had a break requested, so we're going to recess at, what are we, 10:27?
We're done with this item, right?
You're going to close out this item first?
You want to close out the item?
Are we gonna talk, hold on. And I don't mean to be this person, but we have got to have some conversation about ADUs and where we think those going in the future. I mean, we can't.
Well, I think that we need to come back at the next, I think planning and zoning should talk about that. City council could.
Yeah.
The problem is that we have so many different people on different sides of that. If we made a decision right now, it would be the wrong one. No
Oh
matter
yeah,
which
and I
direction
wouldn't
we
say a decision, but just some candid conversation. But I
Right.
completely understand that. Okay.
Unfortunately, we have something else to argue about still tonight.
Huh?
We still have something else to argue about on the agenda tonight.
Oh, okay. Well, then let me get y'all can go to that. I can go home.
No, Brianna, I understand what you're saying, but you heard the conversation tonight and you've seen the emails and.
It's split like and Valerie's right. She came into my office the other day and she was like, "You keep talking about these people that that email you," and I was like, "You know what? I don't know, like if this is public record or if it's not. I probably need to email these people back and ask them like if it's okay to read their comments aloud because I've gotten a lot of letters of support. So I sent those to Valerie and I told her and I showed her where we've gotten letters of support for them, just to let her know that this is not coming from us. This is people around the town, and it's
Aren't
not.
those comments being recorded in the on the My Social Pinpoint?
No, these are people that have just emailed me.
I know, but I thought we were still sending those to Simple Cities so they could be recorded.
Oh no, I have them in like my folders. Yeah.
Any request for information from any citizen.
Yeah, in my mind, that all needs to be public. Like all that should be part of the public input process and
Okay.
should be recorded. And I apologize, I didn't know that wasn't being recorded.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, if I wasn't clear on that. So I do have like all these things that people have sent to me personally, just saying I would really support this. And they give their own circumstances in which they want those, and so a lot of people don't see that side of it. So
Yeah, any request for information to Deborah and all those emails could be sent.
okay, yeah. So, but I can put it all in a spreadsheet if people come to talk to me, or and put it in a format. So.
Our attorneys over there saying, yes.
It's all subject to
Do what?
It's all subject to open record.
Oh, open record.
If someone asks the question.
Okay.
Better have it.
Okay.
Some things may have to be redacted.
Yeah, it goes through Deborah.
I mean, seriously.
So-
there's certain things
Oh, yeah, been there, done that.
Depending.
But it should
Yeah,
all go
y'all's
through them.
attorney, or your firm, don't do that, yeah, there's certain.
Okay, now we close it out in the break.
Okay, we're gonna break then at 10:30.
And you're closing this section out, right?
Yeah, you
So-
closed out the.
I haven't opened the other one, so this isn't officially closed out, but I think we're good, right?
Yeah.
Unless you wanna stay later.
Stay until midnight.
The question I was going to ask though is the 2.5 story.
What's that?
You do all 3.5. Everybody's the same rules. Are you going to stick with 2.5 stories or not?
They're all 2.5 stories right now.
I know, but I mean, that was one of the.
Well, no, it's two and
But
a half
that's-
stories with the stipulation of the height. The 2.5 stories doesn't mean anything, it's the height.
It's 35.
But then the definition, what 35 means. So a house could be 40 feet tall.
Well, thank you. Appreciate it.
Still meet the 35.
This is to the roof
It's the mean distance of the, according to our ordinance.
Bye, guys.
I'll throw my boot at you.
Hi, y'all.
I did. It is not my.
Brianna,
I did not
I want
set
to show
this
you
up.
this.
Hey, just remember, when we are all home in bed, Deborah and Brianna and Jim are still gonna be driving home.
Yes, it's true. It's true.
Because you guys live the furthest,
Thank you,
I guess
Rob.
you live the furthest of anybody, don't you? It's not
Deborah does, yeah.
farther than James.
Bernie?
Yeah.
Oh, I have one of those at the end of the month. But they, and they already sent me instructions about taking the,
Yeah.
yeah.
I still do. I said I still like my family. So I said,
They haven't taken it out. Oh, hell yeah. First one I did, they didn't give me enough medication to put me under, and I knew the doctor was a friend of ours. So he was showing me. So where is that thing right now?
I give it an 8 this morning.
The other team.
Okay, awesome.
They're good. You know, I asked him, he said, yeah, put a ball in. I said, nah, I like retirement, but it's not, I don't think it's do any kind of watching one of their grandkids. One of they had an adopted daughter. They got through. You know, she was with the child. Track her mother got so they had her from a little Rihanna with her name. They were cool. They wanted to put her back. No way. So we're going to give her special tutoring. We're going to do everything, but we're not going to put her back. So anyway, but now she's of age. Had a baby, but now he has a boyfriend. I got my awesome, so they've left. She left her daughter with Darla, which is okay, but they're grandparent stuff and stuff like that. So anyway, but he's happy. You know, did he get tired? His boss got decided not to run again. You know, that's but I guess I should tell you that no, he says don't retire, keep working because of the Seven days a week, man. What the hell are you gonna do if you're not working? It's like I retired, but I haven't. I'm just not getting paid now. It's like, you know. So
Most of the business people I know are retired. I think they were busy. They were working.
Oh yeah, big time. Then Mary told us he's a little. Last week we finished midnight. We finished painting the inside of the house upstairs. For Christmas we painted downstairs, and last year we painted the outside. So it's like that whole because the house is 14 years old. Shit, I thought it was only 10 years old. And Mary said, no, it's time to paint. So. Yeah. Hey, yes, dear. This is great bonding.
But I'll go.
If you put a sign as long as it's made of fertilizer and laying out on the ground.
And we requested.
No.
And so.
They get it all the time or all the time? We're at this
The new owners of the hardware store, just a pain in the ass.
Right there.
We're what?
Expanding.
No, it's red store.
Yep. It's gonna, and we're gonna have a lumber yard. And
You're next, though.
Can't go out to your parking lot on the side there.
Yep.
You're in setback already on the front.
Yep. So we're early.
Above and beyond.
2 feet off.
To get them on.
I was gonna say.
Yeah. Let's see what Texas does with that. When they turn in both directions. Yeah.
Yeah, so yeah, so we're rolling that way, but then
Taking this
we have the problem of any new hires. And then. We had our.
This one is.
If I'm there, yeah, that's why we're ready. I'll be here by 5.
I had a lot of sleep and I'm just like, oh my gosh. I had no idea what it was like. I had no idea.
For 150 days ago.
Oh, yeah. Listen, 3 quarters, legal document if you want.
Where's David? There's the front.
I stepped into the bathroom and I said, all right, let's go.
That's it.
Did you already go?
Yeah, it's just
So,
Okay.
then once that's done, they have to go back into the same computer system.
Good thing go home.
And do their onboarding. And while
Charlie
they're
said
doing
no
that,
yawning.
I have to submit
Maybe raining
for
outside.
them, for them to load in.
It was raining earlier today.
It's just a second. And what.
You ready, Deborah?
What's going on, sir?
When did
All
you
right.
get here?
I know, it's been a while, sir.
We're going to reconvene at 10:39. Okay, next item is, where are we? Discuss and take appropriate action for, to authorize staff to apply for the Operation Lone Star Grant.
Thank you, Mayor Council. This is a lot like the Stone Garden Grant, except this is a state grant through the Office of the Governor. We're asking for about $293,000 for vehicles, some equipment that goes in those vehicles, and then some overtime. In talking to other chiefs that have been involved in Lone Star over the years, usually you can see about half of what you're going to get, what you put in for, by the time they get through cutting the budgets and everything else. The only caveat here is we have to expend our Stone Garden overtime money before we can start utilizing the Lone Star monies. We spent probably, I think it was almost $14,000 on the Stone Garden grant last year. A majority of that was the last portion, like November, December timeframe. Part of that's associated with being fully staffed, having officers that are working it. And that's when you saw that uptick and as far as officers working for the overtime and stuff like that.
What percentage of the tickets that we've written have come from Stone Garden, do you think?
Probably 50%. 50%. We have a couple officers that have been really working it, and I've heard from the community that, as they put it, Castroville's hot because there's been a lot of traffic stops. I actually approve probably 60% of those citations, and people need to slow down. People need to slow down. You're looking at a lot of them that are anywhere from 11 to 18 miles an hour of the speed limit and past the 18 miles an hour of the speed limit. And so what happens is you're seeing some of the people are slowing down, but it's still, I mean, people are flying down 90. They truly are driving too fast. We just had a 3-car today at 90 and 471. And that area has also been a hotbed for accidents as well in that general area. So looking at it from this standpoint, this money, we would be reimbursed the money. And like I said, it's going to be dependent on what the officer of the governor says, and everything else with those other entities that are involved in it. Just determining how much money we're actually going to get, what they're going to fund and what they're not going to fund. This is a little bit different, the state grant, and the fact that the federal grants, there are so many rules and regulations as far as if you buy any equipment, the equipment that's allocated to you has to be a certain model, certain manufacturer and everything else. And then you have to keep it for a period of number of years. So there's a lot more paperwork with a federal grant than there is with the state grant. Anybody questions?
No.
All right, so I think
You
the,
answered my questions already.
Thank you, sir.
the motion that I'd be looking for would be to accept and approve the resolution for the Lone Star Grant. The police department is requesting $293,802.05 in grant funding from the Office of the Governor, State of Texas, to supply 2 new patrol units, the 2025 Chevy Tahoe and the 2025 Chevy Silverado, 6 flock cameras, and to pay for an officer overtime in support of the Lone Star mission.
So moved as read.
That's it.
Great. Further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes.
Quick question.
Yes, sir.
So if you get awarded the grant, will you be coming back to council to seek their permission to actually make those purchases?
Yes, we also have a interlocal agreement that we have to have. This is a little bit different in the aspect of when I talked to Chief Sosa from Hondo, he goes, well, you got to be invited in. And I'm like, invited in? What are you talking about? It's just a different set of rules that you go by. So we'd come back to council for the expenditures. We get that interlocal agreement with the other agencies. We've already requested that from East Lieutenant from Floresville that's actually overseeing that grant stuff.
Great. All right. Thank you, sir.
Thank y'all very much. Thank y'all.
Good night. Be careful.
Chief, how soon before you actually hear back on this? Months and months or?
This grant will probably be pretty quick. Probably, I would say less than 2 months is what I've been told. And it really depends on what happens in that wonderful Austin, Texas, sir. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Thanks, Chief. You don't want to call him back again?
He's gonna go have vacation tomorrow.
All right, next item is consider and take appropriate action on appointment of Benjamin Jean to fill an open position on the Parks and Recreation Advisory Board. If you remember, we heard from him last council meeting.
And I guess he wasn't able to attend, but y'all did get to speak with him.
Yeah.
I move that we appoint Benjamin Jean to the open position.
Actually,
Oh,
sorry.
If he's going to make, I had a motion I wanted to make with some background information.
Do you mind if he does?
Go.
Please.
So I reached out as the Parks Board liaison. I reached out to a few of the members today. Mrs. Hogue has been wanting to step down to alternate for a while now. And the alternate position that is open ends at the same time as her current term in June. I reached out to the other alternate and he would not like to move up at this time. So I would like to motion to move Kelly Hogue to alternate position number 1 with a term ending in 2025 and appoint Benjamin Jean to full board position number 5 with a term ending in 2025.
Did not notice
Well,
for that.
well, it's not noticed for her to be moved.
Oh, it's not? Okay,
No,
I didn't know we
this
had
motion is
to-
only to appoint him.
Okay, we used to just notice like board changes.
No.
So, okay, but it's because it's specifically just him, we can't move Kelly.
Correct.
Okay.
We
she
could
needs-
come back in the next one and.
Well,
do
and she
that.
needs to also submit
Her paperwork.
her, that she would like to be changed to go from full board to alternate and make it easier.
All right.
Great.
Sorry.
So
Great
you're
due
not gonna
diligence on that,
That's the
though.
lack of
So you're gonna make a new motion now?
All right. So do I have a
Barry
motion?
do the one he was gonna do
You're
anyway.
the liaison, take off.
Yeah.
Take off.
I motion to appoint Benjamin Jean to alternate position number 1 on the Parks and Recreation Board with a term ending in 2025.
Second.
Great. Further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes.
Good due diligence, though.
Great job.
Well, she's been talking for like 3 meetings about how she'd like to step down.
She's been busy.
She needs to write a note.
do what I do. Anytime something like that happens, call Deborah. And she'll tell you.
It's okay.
Seriously.
She can just send me an email. and-
No.
and
Okay.
Put it on the next one.
Cool, thanks. All right, next one is authorize staff to issue an RFP for solid waste services. Scott?
And for this, you have a little bit of backup there, but basically, waste management's contract's coming up. It is, from my own personal opinion, I think they made some pretty significant improvements to their service and their communication. So I've been very pleased with that. However, it is best practice to go out and try to get the best possible price and deal for your constituents. So staff would recommend that we put out for RFP and just see what we get. But I wanted to be clear that this isn't a reflection of any discontent with Waste Management. I think they've been a good partner and they've gone above and beyond in some ways to try and make sure that we were taken care of. But that requires council action. If you want us to do that, we'll be happy to do it. I'll bring back an RFP for your approval, and I will notify Waste Management that we do intend to do that. So we'll be, we'll follow our contract requirement to give them notice.
So you're just asking our thoughts.
Yeah. Would you like to? Because it's up to you. If you're happy with the service and you don't want to go out and you think the price and contract you got is good and you just want to do that, they'll certainly let you do that.
They didn't change anything in their proposal, he says, so. I mean, they're willing to renew their contract as is.
Oh, I don't know. I would have to reach out to them.
Part of the problem,
when their
though, is
contract's up, they would probably reach out to us and say, well, gas prices have gone up. I don't know. But
I think it would be beneficial because last time they had a price increase on us and it was due to cost. I mean, for sure, but they have the ability to do that. So it would not be a bad idea, even though, I mean, we've been through some pretty major hiccups with them, but they have worked on it. They've improved a lot of stuff. We haven't really had any issues with them for quite some time, but it's still best practice to put it out. So I think that would be prudent. Do I have a motion to approve staff to?
Well, do we,
Please.
It doesn't say we're going to take appropriate action. We're simply saying we're going to authorize staff.
yeah, so if you want a motion to authorize me to do it, then I'll bring back an RFP at the next, well, I don't know if it'll be it might be at the next meeting.
Okay.
Keep in mind, just so you know.
No, it's just authorized staff. We can just say authorized staff. Please.
Go for it.
Bring it back.
All right, great.
See, what's said here and what it said here was a little bit different, but that's all right. Next item is consider and take appropriate action on approving the Medina County elections contract for the 2025 general and special elections.
Contract.
Did I say?
It says contract.
Yes.
You read
Yeah,
it
the
right.
contract.
It is a contract.
That's it.
What I write?
There's not an R, it's just missing an R. They're being mean. It's late. They should be more forgiving.
See, it said it right in the motion.
Somebody, yeah.
I don't
It says
care.
on my subject here, and who knows what it
No,
says
on the
it.
agenda, it says
Oh,
contact.
Lord God knows. Sorry. Contacts. I went to the eye doctor yesterday.
I move
All right.
that we approve the Medina County elections contract for the 2025 general and special elections.
So moved.
Oh, or seconded.
Oh, second.
I have a motion by Councilman Carey
Hey,
and a second.
10:50,
All
I
right.
understand. Thank you.
Further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes.
I can only assume this is the one that you're concerned about.
Yeah.
Discussion and take appropriate action
It's got 4 seconds.
on the amendments to the drought contingent policy.
Well, no, I'm going to talk about it.
Oh.
Yeah, I told
Oh,
Kathy.
okay.
Kathy knew this was the last thing on the agenda, and she reached out to see if she really, really had to stay. I said, no, I'll take care of it. So the mayor and I met with Councilman Martinez earlier this week just to make sure that, this week?
Hmm?
Today's only Tuesday.
No, last
it was
week.
Last week, yeah.
It was last week.
Thursday.
To make sure that we kind of had some items that we were covering all our bases from the minutes from the prior meeting. To be clear, we don't have a proposed draft ordinance for you to approve or review because as staff, we'd really like to get your input on a couple of major categories, if you will, related to this that you all discussed. So just as a reminder, I'm trying to find the backup. That's election day.
After that.
I think it's in the, you know what? It's in a weird order. Give me 1 second. Um, So what we did, we provided you a couple of examples from the city of Austin and from SAWS. One of the things that we noted was that there's not a lot of towns our size that have very complex drought contingency ordinances that we could go and copy. That would be our goal. Like that would be the best case scenario if we could find a Natalia or some other, Hondo or Divine or some other town our size, or close to our size that was also in Medina County. That'd be even better, or on the Edwards, that we could copy. And we really couldn't find a whole lot of that. It's the larger cities that tend to have a lot of specificity in their contingency plans, where they've got a registration process, et cetera. So we showed some of that to you. That's in your backup documents. The challenge with some of that stuff is it's a bear to enforce, right? For a small town like us without a major inspections division or anything like that. So one of the things that kind of staff, and just as a generic recommendation, would be to try and keep this simple as much as possible, but and use kind of a common sense approach as we try to look at what we're going to try to restrict people to during these periods of drought. So with that said, I'm still scrolling. Here we go. So at the October 22nd meeting, you all asked us to look at kind of 5 areas of concern. One was, which fund or budget would the excess fees collected by the new surcharge be placed in? And these questions, if you will, are answered in order in the backup, or at least the discussion is in order. It's up to you, Mayor, how you want to handle this. I would suggest maybe just tackling each one individually. So the first one is that where to put the money, the surcharge money. And we thought it was kind of important to look at, well, how much money are we getting in? I don't have it in front of me, but Kathy sent me the most recent amounts for what would be January usage, February bill. And I believe the commercial was about 17,000. And the residential was around the same amount, about 6,000. So if you look at those 3 months together now, your residential has been anywhere between $6,000 and $9,000 a month, and the commercial has been between $11,000 and $16,000 or $17,000 a month. That's what we're recouping in a surcharge. And staff would recommend that you use those funds, and either you can kind of look at it as two sides of the same coin. One would be to designate that money for future capital improvements. So to the extent that we have leaky water lines and we're suffering water loss because of that, setting this money aside as either grant match money or just project money to go and make those repairs would be one way to serve the purpose of this drought contingency plan by reducing water consumption, by improving the quality of the lines and the distribution system. So that's one idea. The other side of that coin would be using that money in our water acquisition fund, putting it in there. And then as you need more water because you're growing or what have you, you have some money to go and buy that with. To buy those with. But those would be our two suggestions. I think if you asked our public works department, they would almost unanimously say they prefer option one, because they'd like to see more of our lines repaired. It's been a couple of years now since we did a major water line repair, other than this CDBG one that's underway right now. So they would like to see us maintaining our lines and doing more there. And we've talked a lot about kind of some of our restrictions on our ability to issue debt and do major projects. So I would open that up for conversation, maybe what to do with the money and what direction you'd give us. And then we will take that direction and bring you a draft ordinance that does that.
Do we have an idea about how much water loss we have right now in our system? We should be able to get it with the AMI pretty close.
Yeah. So we were as high, because some of these meters weren't reading at all or reading very low. We were as high as I think 19% 3 years ago.
Right.
And that number has dropped down to less than 10% in the current year. Now we're still waiting on getting all that data together, but it's been reduced significantly.
Do we have an easy way to compare our pumping versus our billing? Because to me, it's a pretty simple thing. How much are you actually?
Yeah, we do. Now just keep in mind, when we talk about loss, Kathy would tell you, well, TCQ, the Texas Center, Commission, Environmental Equality. Yes, TC, the C is the one I always get, Commission on Environmental Equality.
You got to claim them as a dependent on your taxes now.
They are going to tell you, they're going to prescribe how to calculate water loss. So the kind of the easiest way, like you're describing, isn't necessarily the way they would have you do it. But the short answer is yes. We can look at how much we pump, and we can look at how much we sell.
Right, do you have thoughts on this?
That isn't necessarily how we get to water loss.
I have thoughts, but I want to hear yours first.
I don't think we have to make a decision tonight where we're gonna spend the money. I think it needs to go into a special account, because we're not gonna go and repair water lines for $50,000. It's gonna be big bucks. Or if we're gonna buy water acquisition. So to me, it should just go into such a special fund that then at the time of budget or at some point, we make that decision then when we actually have some money.
Yeah, you're good about right now. Just using these averages, you're looking at around $200,000 a year minimum.
Yeah, so
it's not a small amount.
But again, and to me, then let's get a year's worth of money in there and then make a decision.
Now we can do a project.
Yeah.
We call it a water contingency fund.
Yeah.
Just like with anything else, it's how much you consume and how much you waste.
So segregate it, earmark it, but don't say what you're going to use it for.
That's just
I'm really alone over here now. You look that way all the time.
I know.
That's because Herb's not over there saying, hey.
I'm gonna sit back.
We're gonna move him to that end and you can sit on this side.
That'd be easier, honestly.
I would love to make a decision tonight, just because we've already talked about this twice. I would prefer to put it in the water acquisition fund as opposed to something for capital repairs, because this is use-driven over pumping, right? And so if we have use-driven over pumping and we're putting a charge on the use, let's use it to increase how much we're allowed to pump so that we don't have any more use-driven over pumping. It's directly tying where the money's coming from to the problem that we're trying to fix with that fee. I think that makes more sense. I think either option would be fine, but I would love if we could actually vote on it instead of kicking it down the. I mean, we can revisit it and move it and redirect it in a year, but let's do something.
Well,
we're
Related to that-
instructing city staff on this.
It's gonna be a future council that's gonna make, when we get $200,000, isn't gonna buy a whole lot of water acquisition either. But
20 acre feet.
how much?
20 acre feet right now.
Which
Yeah,
is,
so-
how much do we lease from the airport?
134, 143. something.
Yeah. So
That's not
so
insubstantial.
well, it's not, and I agree with that, but I think I would feel a little uncomfortable for this council to make a decision what a future council is going to do with the money.
Right.
Could a future council just change it?
They can always change it.
They can always just change it.
So then,
Let's
so
make a
and that's where I
decision, and then
say-
if we make the wrong one, they can change it.
well, it's like
At the end of the
okay,
day, dollars are fungible.
but how much does water cost?
You're not gonna spend it for another year anyway.
Yeah.
The other way to look at it is, it's not just about, I get what you're saying. You're saying if you're over pumping, then get that that much more water rights so that you have a buffer. But also, if you keep that amount, if you can quantify how much we're losing in leakage, you're gaining the same amount, except that one is more permanent and it actually saves water. So I think that if you put it into a fund called a water contingency fund and just say and this would be a future council, come back and they can justify, does it make sense to do a capital improvement that keeps us from having to issue additional debt to be able to cover that? Or does it make sense at that point when the water rights are less expensive.
It's also just another bucket that has to be kept track of, and that much more confusing that our city finances get. And
is that a big deal, Scott?
Not really. I mean, I appreciate that Dave is looking out for us, but
I'm just,
from that,
I mean, not just for you, but for someone trying to understand what the city's doing.
sure.
Well, except we have a fund now called stormwater fund. You know, we all pay, and that when that builds up to a certain thing, then
That's the drainage fee.
the drainage fee, and
We have a water.
and then the staff comes
Yes,
back
sure.
and ask us for a recommendation
That's what
on
you're saying.
how we,
Just use that.
you know, they tell us, okay. So this, to me, this is the same kind of that. It just, instead of a taxable money, it's going to be something that, and when it collects up to something that we can actually use, then they come and tell us, okay, you guys want to go buy 20 acre feet, or do you want to repair?
David, it doesn't sound like you swayed him. Sorry. I think you lost that argument.
Yeah.
All right. Next item was exemptions for excessive water use. So kind of the scenario here is we have a development agreement. We have the following within the agreement. And then kind of the question that staff is asking is how do we refuse them water to establish this? So the minimum is that each 50 and 60 foot lot shall be landscaped at a minimum with the following, I can't read that, something sodded, front and side yards in front of fences with backyards be fully sodded by. I mean, so we have all these planting requirements, right? And we know we're in Texas, we're in a drought, and they're planting in this. They're going to plant all year round, but they've got to be able to establish those lawns, even if there's not sufficient watering to do that. They've got to be able to do that. So what staff is suggesting is that there's a list of kind of exemptions that we would encourage y'all to think about. One of them would be for that type of scenario. So and I think one of the things that Councilman Martinez talked about was we also have seen this, and it blows my mind that people would do this, but they do, where some people have elected to plant an acre of sod. There was, I don't want to, throw anybody under the bus or embarrass anyone, but there was a very glaring example of that on my drive home where someone had just gone through and in the middle of the stage 5 drought last year, stage 4, stage 5, when we were on that cusp, they planted what had to have been about an acre of sod, which they had to water. So the issue is, we talked about this, like, could we require a permit to plant sod or something like that, where or just say during drought, you're not going to plant sod even if you're someone who's already here. That's something for y'all to think about.
If they're gonna water that and make it grow, they're gonna pay for it anyway.
That's true, but they are,
surcharge, so
but they're going to have to
even more
break.
now.
The question is, so right now we have builders who brought water rights to us. So they should be subject. And my argument has been, and still is, that those builders, because they're bringing water rights, they should be subject to the same restrictions as anybody else that also is in our system, right? With this exception that when they're establishing their lawns, that we require them to establish, that they have a period of time that would be
2 weeks.
defined by AgriLife extension or whatever amount of time is sufficient to establish that sod, and then they go on to this deal, and they would pay for it. They'd have to pay for that water usage. The question is, do we allow someone else to do the same thing? Like if they live in a historic home and they plant a whole new yard, do we give them an exemption to water, or do we say, nope, tough nuts, you planted the grass in the middle of a drought and you're only allowed to water once a week, and that's not enough to do it?
Well,
Sorry, was that a little too candid?
I also told Scott, I said.
Talking about
okay,
cashews, what are you talking about?
Yeah.
Say the person that owned a house did the zero landscaping. You bought the house. You don't want zero landscaping. You want grass and all this other stuff.
Yeah.
Well, that's a new homeowner. So they should be allowed to put grass down.
Yeah, but they weren't under contract with.
But it's still, they bought their dream home. They want that then had zero landscape and they want to do grass. If they file for a permit to install the grass and water it for 2 weeks, I mean, they would.
Well, we don't have
to
a
get
permit for
we'd have to
laying
create-
sod.
No, that's why we're bringing
Yeah,
these
just an
issues
idea.
to your attention to try and get some feedback on what you recommend. I think the other thing staff recommends is that maybe we start encouraging people to xeriscape in these new homes. Like maybe we take that requirement where we're saying you shall plant sod, and giving them the option of saying, hey, you can plant sod or you can xeriscape.
They can plant sod later. If they xeriscape now, they can put sod down.
True. But the point is, right now we're actually requiring builders to put this down, and I think that's probably from a water conservation standpoint, probably not a good idea.
Councilman Berzetta.
I have suggested before that instead of requiring developers to establish turf, we forbid them to establish turf. I think that's still a solid suggestion. I think at the very least, replacing the requirement for turf with just a requirement for finished landscaping, whether that's xeriscaping or whether they want to pay through the nose for watering really heavily once a week, before the hours of 8 a.m. and after the hours of 7 p.m. or whatever it is, and possibly encouraging them to do something that will hold up in the environment they're building in.
Turf.
Okay. Councilman King had a
AstroTurf, that's an idea.
Yeah, you could do
question,
that.
comment.
So they do at Costco.
I guess on the developer, there's two things. One thing is if he's putting an individual lot and at the end of the construction, he is putting sod down and he wants to water it, nobody's living in the house at that time. So it kind of offsets a family living in the house.
No, it uses way more than a family living in the house.
Yes.
Well, depending on the family and depending on how much you're watering.
It does not. If you're watering your lawn, you're using more than a family in the house.
Okay.
It's a lot. It's like 10,000 gallons.
I like that.
Do what?
It's like 10,000 gallons to water when your monthly water allotment when you're watering new sod. That's pretty typical. It's a lot.
Well, we're about 250 gallons a day at
Yeah.
our house. So, and that's with no lawn watering. But anyway, going back to it, I think it's not even, but it's close.
7,500.
A lot less than that, huh?
So you're about 8,000 just
Well,
for your
200
residential
let's
use.
say 200 a day. That's 60,000. 30 days.
Yeah.
6,000.
7,500.
So,
Well, 250 a day times 10.
He's
is
a
I
math
said
brain.
200.
Oh, okay.
200 at 30 days.
Yeah, 6,000.
So 6,000 gallons. But it's going to, you got to get permits and then this and all these other things. I know basically if you're in San Antonio, you just have to pay the penalty. If you're going to go buy grass. Now the developer, same thing, yes, but he's just going to have to roll that into what he's doing on the lot. He knows this. Now, one thing is like all those entryways and everything. Now they're watering those because it benefits, getting people into the neighborhood.
Yeah, they did a lot of water intensive landscaping on the entrance to Alsatian Oaks, and they didn't consult us when they did that. And then they got their bill, and they were pretty shocked at their bill. But that was a choice they made.
Right. So one of the things, maybe we remove the mandate. I mean, there's all range of things that we can do, but it could be as simple as we're telling them that they have to put in sod within a certain amount of time. I know that my daughter and her fiance just bought a new house, and they still don't have sod because they're still in water restrictions. So if you give them an exemption until you get into a certain stage, that way, if they decide to put it in, they're going to pay the increased. We've already got the adder over excessive use, so we've already got that kind of built into it. Just no longer require them to put it in. I think that is a really good step in getting there.
I would be in favor of that.
Right.
Yeah.
I just hate
Just to be
telling.
clear, what you said is just make them pay and don't require it.
Waive the requirement.
Right.
They don't put the grass in, they don't have to worry about it.
Because right now we make them, they have to. And then we complain that they're doing it. And they're like, but you told me.
Now, they may still do it because they think it's going to help sell the house. But that's their decision. But we're not telling them to do it.
Right.
But then after we're out of the drought,
I support that.
So don't require sod, but don't give them.
Any other direction.
Still allow them to. The issue is, still charge the surcharge.
Yes.
You're going to charge a surcharge for the water they use.
Yep.
Okay.
That'd be a modification of the development agreement, I guess.
Yeah, we've got to do that anyway on all these. So, then there were a couple other exemptions to think about.
Oh, wait, let's go back and we missed, I think we skipped over number 2.
Did we?
Oh, is this part of
We're
2?
on to,
Exemptions for excessive water use.
Yeah.
There's one other exception, which was for life safety critical
Yep.
care or elderly
Right. That's
disabled.
what I was going to. Yeah. So I was trying to go through that list.
Is that still on number 2? Is that a separate
It's
one?
still on number 2.
Okay.
So we just went through the consider adding zero escape option for residential commercial landscape. Y'all address that. Don't require the sod.
yeah, letter E.
Right. So D was
The exemptions be given. for-
E. That's exactly right.
Yeah.
So what we're recommending is establishing exemption from the surcharge. So these are exemptions from the surcharge. Establishing exemption from the surcharge for specific uses that really deal with life safety. So this would include hospitals, emergency services, nursing homes, assisted living facilities, and doctors or dentist offices.
Mhm.
So they would not, they would not have to pay the surcharge because of the nature of the business they're in.
The fire department.
Sounds reasonable.
So like the surcharge kicks in for South Texas Hardware is equivalent to Hillside Hotel. Or how do you differentiate between somebody who doesn't use hardly any water at all?
Well, neither one's I think what they're saying is a life critical.
Well, no, I understand what you're saying. I understand that life critical, but how do you handle Hillside Hotel in other words, there's no
Life critical.
Well, and it's not like critical, but there's no doubt about it that in a hotel you have a whole lot more water usage.
Yeah, we don't differentiate. They have to pay a surcharge.
And see, that's a bigger issue because I think that's an unfair.
Well, but that's why we all travel. When you go to a hotel, they say, hey, we're doing this water conservation plan, reuse your towels, blah, blah, blah. Because most of the times that's something the city that hotel is in is saying you need to do, or they're subject to the same kind of issues. They're paying surcharges when they use too much water, so they're trying to get their guests to use less. But at the end of the day, it goes back to what y'all were saying earlier, a second ago, with the developers or someone buys sod. Hey, that's just the cost of doing business. You're going to have to pay the surcharge. I don't know why the hotel would be different, personally. But
Well, I just said you have a greater concentration density. It's density of people who use water.
Sure.
Right. And they have actually restaurants and hotels, even though they do consume a lot of water, there are ways that they can save on it. So
yeah. I don't have a problem personally myself. I don't have a problem with critical care facilities. I guess we only have 3 in town, but now doctors' offices.
Dentist
that are on our system, we have at least 3.
what if we did for
We'll
those?
probably have more
We
than that.
say it would have to be within this category of care, specifically like medical care or emergency services with a water conservation plan. They can file for an exemption from the.
I think that's going back to my earlier statement about simple, keeping it simple.
Right.
I just think that
make
gets
sense across the board.
convoluted.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
I also had the note of, 2 things. One, possibly just having the list of businesses that have received that designation come across council's desk once a year
Mhm.
to make sure nothing's found its way on that doesn't make sense.
Yep.
And second, have we already been collecting from these businesses? And if so, I would recommend that we make a refund.
Okay.
If
I'll have to
if
verify
we've been
that.
collecting $5,000 in fees from the nursing home, I think we should give that back.
Okay. So what I heard was emergency services and health related.
Mhm.
Is that correct? And does health related, is there any limitations on that? Would it eye care? I don't think, frankly, like the eye care place is using too much water, frankly, or the dentist necessarily.
The dentist does.
I don't know.
Oh.
I know they do a lot of flushing and they do a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
So, but without knowing that, my question is, do you want to include them in that group, or do you say that they're separate?
Scott, and I realize we have a little bit of time to study this, but will you look at the water usage for those particular buildings and see if that's it? And I understand with the nursing homes, no doubt about it.
Mhm.
But if let's see what the doctors are doing.
Let's do that same report that we did before on the monthly usage for the businesses.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess my question is, if they aren't hitting the threshold today, then you don't worry about it. If they're over the threshold, then you say, what, include them or not include them?
Well, let's take a look at, I mean, honestly, with something like this, let's just get the reports. I've got a format set up to pull that information out pretty quickly. So let's just get a report on, before we did it just on the residences, let's do it for everything, or let's do it for the businesses separately. And we can pull that out.
Well, I know that we have, I'm pretty sure, anyway, I think we have maintained a separate list of all the critical care locations
Mhm.
because of emergency,
Yes.
part of our emergency management plan.
Oh, yeah, good idea.
So,
All right.
And they're required to have water all the time.
Yeah.
And their generators would fire within 10 seconds. That's federal law.
Okay.
So bring us back some data that we can use to make that decision, basically, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Usage. Then the third item was infield connections. I think there was a little something lost in translation on this one and the next one, but I believe after looking at the minutes, the infield connections was where we had some discussion about whether they should bring water rights or not. So this was really infill. So someone who's building a house on an existing lot, do they bring water rights? Staff's recommendation is not to do
They
that.
don't have any water rights. If they're infill, like in the city limits, they don't have any water rights.
Yeah, well, the question is though, should we make them go out and buy an acre foot and bring it? I think that was a suggestion from council or from a council member at the last meeting. So again, staff recommendation would be not to do that. In part because of all of the other fees that we're already collecting. And so those are laid out for you. There's the water tap fee, the sewer tap fee, the water impact, and then a sewer impact fee. And, those together are a lot. It's
Yeah.
well, the water impact is between 5,000 and 7,500, and the sewer impact is between 6,000 and 9,000 basically. And the water tap and sewer tap fees are $2,500 a piece. So that's $5,000 plus at a maximum another 16,000. So you're at $21,000 in fees. And yeah, I'm not including gas on this because we're just talking about really water and that type of stuff. But you're right, gas has a separate fee. So
Most of those fees you just mentioned are covering specific costs to hook up a lot that's never been hooked up before.
correct.
So it's not like we're really hammering them. Those are the actual costs to actually provide the service they're going to get.
I think we.
Well,
we
so
a little bit.
the impact
Kind
fees.
of, but
So-
not really. I mean, to Tammy's point, when
In the short run, we benefit. In the long run, we're gonna spend that money on water services.
In reality, again, I just on top of it, there can't be 20 lots in town that this would affect.
There's probably more than that, but I think we're just somewhere between 24 and somewhere between like 20 and 40 lots that are developable. Now there's more than that are technically developable, but most likely will not be
I
like
think there's
the lots of.
40 empty
Uh-huh.
lots in Castroville.
Yeah, the mayor and I have looked a lot at that. You start to count them up, they add up.
I know there's 3 in my neighborhood.
I broke down your.
I got one.
Count hers.
We got,
Yeah.
we got 3 in my neighborhood.
So I broke down your water and sewer connections, the tap fees. Really depends on the type of tap. Some of them are simpler and we come out a little ahead, but some of them are more complex and we actually come up behind. So we aren't charging actual cost. We're estimating what the mean cost is, and that's what we're charging. On the impact fees, on the other hand, those are set. You guys set them 2 years ago. Respect did a study. I've tasked them to do another one now that we're looking at this elevated storage tank. Those are not actual costs, David. Those are estimated impacts to the entire system. So when we add somebody, we try to get what their respective impact is on the entire system, knowing that we're not going to have to go build a new sewer plant because they moved in today. But if you take you and you and you and you and you and you, yeah, exactly. And so that's what those impact fees are for.
You develop those based on state law, and you have
Correct.
a board that does that, and there has to be one outside member of the citizens, but one outside member. Yeah, so it's.
I don't know about all that, but yes.
Well, there's 2.
Two.
One's
Two
an
outside.
ETJ and one is a real estate.
Yeah. So
So Are we okay? I just think that it makes a lot of sense. Sorry, microphone. I think it makes a lot of sense for us to charge the developers because they are outsiders that are coming in and doing a whole bunch of stuff. Makes absolutely no question. But somebody that's building an individual home for themselves and their family inside of an infill lot, we have enough water rights. We've done the studies. And I think that it's going overkill to charge people inside of town. There's so few left. That's my thought on it. I think that it's overburdening them. I'd rather charge the people that are making money off of it than the people that are living there.
And also,
It's the
all
same
these
thing,
existing
though.
structures here,
Not
they
really.
didn't have to bring water rights.
Sorry, I'll let Phil finish.
What's
They
that?
didn't- All these existing houses here, my house, I didn't have to bring water rights.
Right.
And I think it's kind of, and we always needed water rights, but all of a sudden now they say, okay, anybody in the future in these established areas, yeah, I would not be in favor of charging for water rights.
If we
Just
had
realizing all
hundreds,
that.
that'd be a different story.
Yeah.
We've got dozens, maybe,
These are here.
on occasion, right?
Yeah.
It doesn't, yeah.
Charging a developer is charging the person they're going to sell that lot to.
Agreed.
That's no different. The only difference is that the 20 or 40 lots or whatever that are still vacant in town just never had a developer pay that money. And because they're not hooked up to the utility system right now, they're also not paying into the water acquisition fund, which we use to go get water rights that will one day be used to help that lot. That's why I was the one who suggested this last time. Now, I'm not saying a full acre foot per house. There's probably fewer than 10 lots in Castroville that are using a full acre foot themselves.
There
But
are
something,
more than that for sure.
Yeah, David on
you're
this
going to make
one.
me cry.
David,
But
I'll show you the graph.
if it were something like a fee for a tenth or a fifth of an acre foot, which is closer to what the average, or that's close to what the median, the median house uses.
Yes.
I think that would be more reasonable, because why should you, like, if I'm buying a lot out in a new development, I'm going to pay the developer who had to pay that water right. Why should someone who buys a vacant lot here in the city get a free ride?
And that is something that staff said, we don't recommend delivering water rights to the city when you develop the lot, but something council may consider, it's the very last sentence, was council may consider a separate water acquisition fee. So if you wanted to do some kind of infill, it'd be an additional impact fee for water acquisition, but that could be something you all recommend and you establish the amount, whatever that amount is, whether it's half of an acre foot or a quarter or what have you.
a question, would not the water acquisition board have to come up with that in accordance with state law?
I don't know.
Ask our attorney.
Well, I mean, you
don't have
affect
to answer it right now, but you can come back with that. Yeah.
Our resident water utility manager in the back there is shaking his head no, but he's not a lawyer.
No, he runs a water district.
Did you say that?
Well,
Say that again.
yeah, I'll email you. But the question is, would a separate board have to determine the amount of the fee for water acquisition? Like, could the city just say, for infill lot development, we want you to deliver this? I know that you guys are already in your development code. You've said you're going to deliver this many water rights. And you've done that for all the developers, and that I'm pretty sure that was council action that established
You
that.
call it, we'll just have a separate water acquisition fee. A separate impact fee.
You're right. Yeah.
And so if it's an impact fee, does that have to be set by the impact board?
Right.
Yeah, should. Yeah.
But it's tomato. We called it.
Probably.
Yeah.
I'll just say we called it a surcharge so that, because if you do a fine, well, that's something different. But if you call it a surcharge, well, you can do that as a city. So there maybe you don't call it an impact fee. Maybe you call it, like we did with the drainage fee, you call it a water acquisition fee. In essence, it is an impact fee, but it isn't. Anyway, I don't know. We'll look into that.
Yeah, but again,
The question is whether y'all even want to do it.
Is it really worth it for 12 lots?
No.
I think it's more than 12. I think you're looking at least 26.
But you're talking about 26 over 5 years or something. It's not like they're all going to sell this year or.
Well, I will say this. This is what happened when I was in another city. As we saw the level of development increase external to the city, the infill ramped up considerably. And we're seeing that now. When you look at the number of infill lots and housing permits for infill lots that have been filed in the last 3 years, and then look at the previous 10, we've done as many in the last 3 years as we did in the previous 10.
We've already missed that boat.
You know,
So
that's what
it
I'm
is-
saying, are you gonna sell your lot next door to you?
Oh, no.
Yeah,
Hey,
some of
I've
them
offered
aren't.
up mine. The first one that
That's my
comes with
yard.
$10 million gets my extra lot.
That, I can't anyways. It's part of I'm all under one deed.
Some of them won't, some of them will. But anyway, that's why this is why we were looking for direction. So
Yeah.
it's a moot point if you don't want to establish the fee. I think David's saying he does. The question is, does anybody else?
There is a specific finite number of new builds that will put us over the amount of water rights we have. 12 brings us 12 closer to that. That's all I'm saying.
It wouldn't hurt to see what the numbers are.
There's this.
Okay, so how about if we come back with numbers of actual usage and
For the commercial and for what's the other?
for residential? Well, for commercial and for residential, because with residential, if our average water usage is negligible, I mean, if.
Well, you have that already, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I just can't bring it up right now.
Yeah. No, I understand.
But I think that we take a look at, I can take the numbers that from the records that you gave me and the graphs that I made from that, we can take a look at what our median water usage is and see what kind of impact that is.
You could also say we're only going to require it for commercial lots or something like that. I mean, there's a couple different things you could probably do. Okay, the final thing I think was
Are we good with that?
Yep.
Okay.
Car wash.
Yeah, the final thing was a car wash and what to do there.
No, actually, there was another one.
No.
Water connections to be granted when cities in stage 4 or greater drought.
Oh, that's related to this other one. Yeah. So, this kind of gets in a sticky area. So, going back to what I was saying about developers, they've paid to have access to water. They brought the water rights, they paid the impact fees, they did all these things. And whether we're in stage 4 or not, like they've increased our ability to pump so that they can build that house. So it seems to me illogical to prevent them from connecting, from putting a meter in the ground. Because in essence, as long as they still have to abide by all the other restrictions that everybody else has to abide by, you aren't giving them doing a special favor. But this goes back to those infill lots. Yeah, but okay, what if it's a one-off commercial building or a one-off residential structure that's being built somewhere in Castroville that isn't a major development, that didn't bring water rights, that did pay the list of impact fees we discussed a minute ago? Do they get to connect during a stage 4 or stage 5 drought? Because they haven't brought any water rights. They haven't done anything other than
Yeah, but if you're looking
pay
at
the normal
the
fees.
lot in Castroville, somebody's been paying property taxes on that for decades.
Well, okay. I say at a very minimal amount, but I'll be honest, as a person who owns 2 lots, it's ridiculous how much they charge for an unimproved lot.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous. But anyway, so yeah, there is some, but that's not, those are general fund taxes. Those are not water acquisition fees.
I would say the same thing. For the few instances that that's occurring in infill lots, then I don't think I don't think we should be restricting the ability to get a building permit for an infill lot because there's just so few of them that are occurring.
Well, right now, so just to be clear, right now, the way our ordinance reads, in stage 4, you cannot get a new a water connection. Now, y'all paused that, and that's what Councilman Martinez was bringing up. Hey, we paused this through January, and we're now through January. Are we going to continue that pause or not? So I think it's a very valid concern.
My view is we should remove that restriction.
And that's what I hear you say.
For the reason that the developers are bringing water rights to us, and there's just so few infill lots that we have to worry about.
As long as the developer signs over the water rights.
Right.
Well, he has to.
Well,
Yeah, they don't.
I mean, we had.
Alsatian Oaks, is that what you're talking about?
Right.
Yeah, that's a not to be revisited issue, I think, because I think council has been very clear, at least the direction you give me, that y'all don't ever want to do that again, where we allowed an offset.
Yeah, as long as we have it signed over, no problem.
Mhm.
But if they haven't signed over the water rights yet,
Right. So they have to sign, technically they have to sign them at plat, that with that one exception, with Alsatian Oaks being the one exception for their phase 1 and 2. Their new future phases, they have to bring water rights.
I don't think I'm going to be as much of an outlier on this one. The distinction of hooking up, the distinction of whether someone hooks up in stage 4 or in stage 1 doesn't actually make any sense, because you're only going to be in stage 1 for 2 months, and then we're going to go back to stage 4, and they've increased the amount of water we're using either way. Doesn't matter when they hooked up.
Yeah, and that is part of it. It does seem kind of arbitrary because literally they'll be in stage 3 one week and then stage 4 the next, and it's like, well, wait a minute.
Yeah, I don't know when this was originally written. Maybe at that time we weren't in stage 4.
When you can kind of understand, like
40% of the year.
Yeah, I understand the logic of whoever came up with this in the past is, well, we're trying to conserve water, and one way to do that is don't allow new connections. If you're in a stage 5 drought, don't let them connect. That makes, I can understand why someone would
It makes
say
sense
that.
if droughts happen occasionally. You're worried about usage at peak times, not basically all the time.
Yeah.
But I don't know when this was originally written.
But don't we still have a bit of headroom in the water supply?
We do.
Water rights, yes.
Yeah, we do. And I think that's getting better with some of the projects we're doing and some of the other things that are happening. So we'll be updating council at the end of this year just to see how we do again. But last year we thought it was going to be pretty bad. It was fine. The year before it, we got close within like 12 acre feet, 16 acre feet. We got really close. But again, I think one of the things that's helped us is that AMI has really made a difference. I think that has led to more conservation than almost anything else.
hey,
Okay.
car washes.
So car washes. We have 2 operating
Did we make a
within this.
decision on that last one?
What's that?
Did we make a decision on the last one?
Well, you tell me what you think the consensus is, sir, because I'm not sure.
The last one is we're going to remove the restriction on new permits, hookups in the stages.
So what I hear is on number 4, remove stipulations on stage 4 hookups.
On stage 4 and 5.
Yeah, because David said, David, I, and I guess Paul, and I don't know what Sheena said, but 3 of us are saying that we're in favor of removing the restriction about hookups.
Okay.
I said as long as they signed over the water rights for for the developers.
Yeah.
And for infill lots?
Same thing for infill. At least that's what I said for infill.
So I was clear.
Yeah.
So if they bring water rights, then we remove the stipulation for both? Or we remove the stipulation for both, no matter what?
Stipulation for both, and new development brings water rights.
We remove the stipulation for both, and new developments have to bring their water rights.
Sheena?
Yep.
David?
That's not what I would have said. I think what I would have said is clear, but that's a
What would you
consensus.
say then?
I said that infill lots should also have to bring water rights. That was the last.
Oh, no,
item
we're
that
not
was-
talking about water rights. We're talking about hookups.
Yes, I don't think the distinction of what time of year or what drought stage you're hooking up in makes sense.
So,
But we're still going to make a decision. It sounds like y'all wanted some information about usage.
Well,
So
I
we'll
just wanted
put
to
it in
clarify.
the-
Yeah, we'll get on the other one, but for this one, it sounds like we're saying remove stipulations on stage 4 and 5.
And we got to provide a legal opinion about whether, if you wanted to do a drainage or a acquisition fee, whether that's an impact fee or not.
And with the other 2, the numbers.
Yeah, I've got my notes. I'll read them back to you when we're done.
Okay.
Number 1, it's the water contingency fund.
Correct.
For 2 and 3, we want to come back with more data.
Don't.
4, we're removing stipulations on stage 4 and 5. And the last one is car washes.
I actually have don't require sod.
Oh, yeah.
Well.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
yeah,
part of the
sorry.
exceptions.
And look up the exemptions, find out what the usage is on those exemptions.
Yep.
And then refund if we're already collecting or if we did collect. So find out whether or not we collected from some of these life safety folks. So I've got all that. And then, remove the prohibition on hookups is what I hear.
Yep.
All right. So the last item is car washes. So we have 2 car washes. One averages 382,000 gallons per month, and the other averages about 66,000 gallons per month. There are a lot of different ways that cities kind of.
3 car washes, we have 2 on Highway 90. and
One is out
No,
of,
one
one's
is
not really
closed.
operating.
It's not operating.
Yeah, the one next to Portal is not operating.
Yeah, they have it up for sale.
But you're right. There is functionally there's one there. It's just it's not being used. So different cities approach this different ways. Sometimes they try to regulate how many car washes you can have within a certain distance of each other, and there's other kind of fancy ways they get about this. I think what the city is really kind of asking is, do you if you're in stage 5, do you have a right to wash your car at those businesses, whose livelihood is that business, just on some level, should they be allowed to operate or not? The one that uses the higher amount is already recycling water. They just have a lot more customers.
Which one is that?
That would be the one on the east side of town.
The pump, I thought they didn't wash turbine.
What?
I didn't think
Pump
they had
house.
to put, no, the pump house one.
They do have a recycling.
Oh, they do?
Yeah,
have
they
that.
do. They
They do.
recycle, I think, 30% or something like that. So
They meet the San Antonio requirements for water conservation on car washes.
Yeah, they're good.
now the other, like I was saying, the things we provide you, San Antonio and Austin, they have a whole inspection division that will go and check the car washes to see, are those nozzles, have they been up to date? Because there's different ways that you can limit water use at a car wash, and that's all in your backup. We don't really have the need. I wouldn't recommend going that far. I think, again, the simplest solution is, well, do you want to allow them to use water or not? And if they don't have a recycle, the irony is, what I would normally say is, if they don't have ability to recycle their water, then perhaps in stage 5, they have to close down, right?
Shut them down.
But the irony there is that the one that is recycling is the one that's the heavier user of the two. The one that's not recycling their water really uses a fraction of that amount.
Yeah, they have a lot of bays over there.
Have the 2 of them come and complained?
Well, we haven't done anything to them yet, so they aren't complaining about
I
anything.
thought we were already hitting them with the order.
Well, as far there might be surcharges. I don't know.
We're
If
already
they're,
hitting them with the surcharge.
I don't know if they're getting hit with surcharges or not. I can find out.
That's 80% of our surcharge money.
I'm about to say, that's a lot of water. But we don't even know if you hit them with it or not.
Yeah, I would imagine the one that's using 382,000 gallons per month, they got to be getting hit.
And they haven't said anything. If they're not listening, no, I'm just joking. But, if it ain't broken, don't fix it.
Okay, so any other comments or thoughts about car washes? Should we try to regulate them in any way, shape, or form in our conservation plan? That's really the question.
I guess the question is, again, with more research, what's happening right now?
Their usage and what they pay.
They're using a lot of
How
water.
much is the smaller user using? 6,000?
66,000 a month.
This is over the past 2 years, by the way.
What we would recommend at a minimum, and I think we talked about this some, is that we include in the utility policy the requirement that any new car washes adopt water saving technologies.
Yes.
Yeah.
Right?
Yes.
So that would be something we would add.
I would say
we would
that as a
recommend
minimum.
adding, right?
As a minimum, I think that we say you must implement whatever language needs to be in there for constructing a new one.
Right.
And then when we come back with the data of business usage, I think that without that data, it's really hard to without that data, it's hard to make any kind of educated decision on this.
Well, on those
When I
two
looked at the
businesses,
usage
we
on the
know-
residential, it told a very different story than what I was expecting.
Well, on these two businesses, we know how much we're using. 380 for the last 2 years, average of 382,000 gallons.
Well, and like Scott said, that this is a livelihood for the car wash owners. We could maybe even look at curtailing out their hours. Say, all right, to help reduce the amount of water they use.
At that business, it's not only the owner, but they've also got a staff.
Exactly. So maybe curtailing, you can only, your system can only function from this time to this time to help with the water conservation if we get into stage 5, something like that. It's a thought. But after we get the numbers,
Let's get the numbers. It's really easy to make very arbitrary decisions, and
Well, what
some of
numbers?
the
It
ordinances
sounds like
that we
you've
have
been
are.
saying this 82 and 66 per month is averaged over
2 years.
2 years of data already.
That's what I'm saying. So what numbers do you want beyond that for these
The
two
pay,
car washes?
how much are they paying?
What is
Surcharge?
their surcharge?
Surcharge.
Okay, we'll find out how much we collect in surcharge for them.
And one of the ways that you can look at this is doing a graduated surcharge, because it's only at 2 points that we're charging or it's 1 point where we're charging a flat surcharge. Maybe it is a surcharge per gallon over a certain amount.
Because at that point, if he's paying a lot in the surcharge, it might be worth his while to install a recycling system.
Right.
But he already has.
Because remember, it's a one surcharge. It's not a surcharge per gallon. So the one that's using 66,000 gallons is paying the exact same amount as the
Is that
one that's
right?
using 382,000.
I don't think that's right.
What?
No.
No, because
No,
the surcharge is basically.
Okay.
Yeah,
I
it is
misunderstand.
goes up.
Okay.
It's not a flat fee.
Okay.
All right. Okay.
There's not enough people in Castroville to collect
You make fun of my
$20,000.
60,000.
Yeah, it's almost Wednesday, people.
Oh,
Are you good?
I think so. On car washes, add the language to the utility section to require
New ones,
recycling for
yeah.
new car washes. Bring back some data on the surcharges that have been charged to the car washes.
The two that are.
Yes, sir.
And the actual usage, I think, across the board. Let's just get all the business usage, because there's multiple conversations built up in there.
Yeah,
It's as easy to get them all as it is to get 5.
I'm sorry, what, car wash businesses or all
he
businesses?
wants all commercial usage.
commercial.
So we pulled all residential usage, but he wants all commercial.
Okay, got it.
All right. Anything else, Scott?
Nope. Thank you. Appreciate
No
y'all.
problem.
been a
Any
long
discussion on future agenda items?
Good night, y'all.
The
Good night, guys.
The one you're supposed to bring back
Oh,
again
yeah.
is the discussion on the historic districts, and we were going to get the the attorneys are working on the language for the, and I realize that maybe it's been disrupted, but I'm talking about the one that would go into the deed restrictions on the homes that fall into the historic district, the overlay district.
Okay.
So that still needs to be asked of.
Okay. And Councilman Morris, you had something?
I didn't know if we wanted to add something about adjusting a policy, or at least looking into, Ms. Fifield mentioned that we're required to publish or advertise the information about our senior discount,
And disabled.
Yeah.
So we did advertise that. And
Well, I know we did once. I just don't know if we're doing it on the cycle and if we want to make sure that we're getting it.
Well, it's a yearly
Annual.
thing. So,
Yeah.
I mean, it may not have came up yet. I don't know.
It's not a bad idea to put it in. I mean, we've got the newsletter going already. It's not a bad idea to, one of the things that we've looked at with the newsletter is what things go out on what regularity.
Mhm.
And so I think that we just refine that and include that in there.
Newsletter's already grown from 1 page to 2.
it's always to 4.
Well, 1 page front back to 2 pages
Yeah.
front and back.
It's mostly always been 2 pages.
No,
It was not.
no.
With brief occasion, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Council is paying for that extra page, just so y'all know.
No, I think we need to tell citizens if it's law, not law. I think so. So
Okay.
put
It's just
that
a good
in,
idea, even if
announcement
it's
in
not
there.
law.
All right. Anything else?
I want to mention, just so y'all know, on the tempo of our planning, this week is the first week where we're implementing. The staff is being required to get all of their items into that software that I showed you by Friday, by the end of the day Friday. The concept is that then Monday, the mayor and I can review what's been put in, and we can provide feedback or make sure it's accurate, those types of things, so that by Wednesday, to the extent there's any changes that can be made, we get those back on Wednesday. It all goes to Deborah, and she has your packets ready by Friday at the latest. But you may start getting packets a little earlier too. We'll see how that goes.
And this is really because there have been times, like, I really like to know what's in, we've had too many incomplete or incorrect items. And so I really want to be able to pick those apart and give staff a chance to be able to react to that. And if they give it to us on Wednesday, it's already too late.
No.
And so just remember, when you're asking for information for the next week. You're telling them on Tuesday night and they have to have it by Friday. So let's just make sure that we're careful about our timing on that.
Yeah. So, that's the reason I'm sharing this is that most of the items that like we would bring back, we're not going to bring back at the next meeting. We'll bring back at the following meeting for that very reason. Because
But
we're
it'll
not,
come back with
we don't want to
better-
rush it and give it back to you on Friday and it's not baked. We want it
And
fully baked.
And if anybody that does not turn in their stuff by the suspense date, they're not on the agenda. to talk.
Including the mayor and
Including
his.
the mayor.
We've been
So
living,
we're
we've been
gonna talk
living that
about
pretty
that.
close.
We're
That's
gonna
why
make
we did
sure
not
that
have a
we
mayor's report?
approve it ahead of time.
Because mine was
Friday
not
was
in.
not in.
All right, we're through the agenda and adjourned at 11:46. Still on Tuesday.
Okay, see you all later.